So yeah, that's 2 different programs that have decided to forget what my microphone is. Battlefield didn't know what it was last night either. Yeah, so I don't know if a software update went through, and it was like all of your audio preferences gone. Yeah, because Windows 11 is like that. Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, we are on our 3rd playthrough on hardcore. I haven't investigated the body, and that should give me a trophy. And also, we are sadly, very sadly, with the heaviest of hearts, we are going to let Kim die. I got a volume control. Is that gonna work? Excuse me. Here we go. Yes, we have to let Kim die during the tribunal, unfortunately. And then we recruit Kuno at the end of the game. That's a trophy. Completing the game on hardcore is a trophy. Completing the game without investigating the body is a trophy. And there's also a couple of others we can do in collage mode. I didn't realise that collage mode was actually part of the trophies. But yeah, we need to go into collage mode at some point when we need a break from playing the actual game. And then we can go to a certain scene with a certain filter and we zoom in until we unlock something, apparently. And I think there's 4, maybe 5 of them. That'll be a good chunk of trophies to pop today. Kim, die. Where's that unfold? I know. It's gonna. I might even turn the fucking screen off. I might turn the screen off so you guys don't have to see it. Because yeah, like I said, this is my 3rd playthrough, and even when for the trophy I was being a shit cop, Kim still found ways to make me laugh and smile. And even though he was totally fed up with our shit, you could tell that he was interested in working with us still, which is, yeah, it's a very heartwarming game in certain ways. It's fucking insane, but at the same time, it's also pretty heartwarming. I also wanted to double check. I installed a plugin. Which means you guys, if you've got your overlay things turned on, you should be able to, yeah, you can see my tasks, and you can also see my stats. You can also click on my stats and see what I've got as part of the overlay, because I've integrated it with my game to my Twitch, which is kind of interesting because I've never really utilized those before. Anyway, but yes, you can see my stats. You can also see what tasks I have outstanding. And I think when I have dialogue, there was an icon here somewhere that I clicked on. But yeah, let me find a dialogue tree, and no, they're not here yet. Okay. Once I find a dialogue tree, I think you guys can also vote on dialogue options, which is, yeah, really, I'm really interested to see how that works. Oh yeah, we could use the phone, couldn't we?
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
New coffee day.
Calling.
New coffee day. Got some new beans.
Still calling.
Not bad.
Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
I was going to say that coffee looked like it was good. Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a slight separation with the foam at the top, but yeah. First time extracting these beans. I could grind a little bit finer. The extraction was about 25 seconds. It wants to be 30 seconds. And we also ended up with 37.6 grams of liquid coffee rather than 36. So it was a little bit too quick and it extracted a little bit too much, but it's still pretty close. It's close. It's close enough to be a nice, enjoyable cup of coffee, so that's fine. Yeah, have I, has it turned off? Because that thing... Oh, shit. Bear with me a moment, chat. I have to do that every single time I start the game. But no, you guys can see the fucking... What? Bear with me a moment, chat. Engine. There we go. Right, excuse me. You have to connect it every single time. Strange. But yes, I'm not sure what now happens with these buttons here. So let me grab my chat so I can see you guys. Oh, it starts a vote for the choices. And then you guys must have a vote thing on the screen here. Or does it come up in the chat? Oh shit, yeah, you guys can fucking click here to vote. Oh, okay, that's kind of fucking cool. So sorry, wrong number. Okay, so yeah, if you had like a really busy community,
No, but I got a feeling Al
Even yet
Fisher
split,
ass
but yeah.
is gonna make an appearance if you ever call this number again. Have a good one, asshole.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
right, so what does this do? Oh, you guys can modify my fucking stats. Oh damn! Okay, that's pretty. That's okay. I won't be clicking that button too much because yeah, you guys can change. You can rearrange my stats. Which is yeah, kind of interesting. So yeah, for a few of the trophies, if we need to buff my stats a little bit, maybe that's how we do it. And it lasts for just over 2 minutes. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, you guys can vote for dialogue options. And yeah, obviously if I let you, you guys can change my stats, which could be pretty fun. But yeah. I think if we had a few people that knew how the game worked very, very well, that could be either a good thing or a bad thing. They could be a little bit naughty. Excuse me.
The bed is comforting.
Speaking of tasks,
trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. A few lie on their backs with their legs twitching. Still, no phasmid.
It's a shame we can't sit on the swing again. It would be nice to sit on the swing. But I suppose the fact that you can't makes that, yeah, makes that whole sequence where you can. So you can, but only in a certain sequence. But I suppose it makes that sequence a lot more impactful because you can only sit on the bench with Kim during that time. And then my stats go back to normal afterwards. Okay. Anything new to say?
Everything's still cool here, officer. I only accept legal tender, officer. Unless that's code for something.
It is not code. He really means his individual net worth. It is not legal tender.
In that case, I cannot accept that as payment, officer. I run everything above board here. Cash only.
Everything's above board, but you can only pay in cash? Yeah, sure.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on route.
Hello, compatriot. You have something to discuss? Drugs? They are shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
Judging by the size of you, I doubt. Yeah.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Well, no, you know, if we're weak to something, we're weak to something, buddy. You know, this is the thing is, you know, opium and its effects across the world. It's fucking crazy, but, you know, we have to all admit that there is obviously something significantly addictive about what it provides. And the thing is, that's the way I want to word it, is that, you know, people thought that, you know, there was a chemical in the drug that made you like become addicted to the chemical, but it's not. It's the escape. Once you've felt how good it feels, you can't go without it, which is crazy. That something could feel so good that you throw your life away for it. But then again, human beings fall in love, right? So not to compare falling in love to opium, but I think they've both caused as much elation and as much heartache as each other. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I need to sort of do some research on that. But yeah.
I'm gonna be straight with you since you're my kin. I don't know shit, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You're a cop. I'm not an idiot. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. That's the one, brother. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. Is your man alright? 100%. He's a lorryman selling his employer stuff. Broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. No doubt he's selling drugs too.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
We forgot to talk to the racist guy. That's why I think we couldn't progress.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with
yes.
such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. After we've called his boss.
Putting some pressure on the guy.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
Lemons. Gigi's on first day, must be. Yes, Lemons, welcome in. Gigi's on second. Hello, Bestie Spread. Hello, Lemons. How's it going? How are you?
All of them. I don't know. I told
How's it
you
going,
all I
Lemons?
know.
Happy Saturday.
Are we
Hope
cool
you're good.
now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Having some coffee. How are you? Glad to hear. Yeah, me too. Me too. Cheers. Got some new beans today. First time grinding and extracting them. Not too bad.
I don't know.
A little bit of tweaking to go on.
Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything about that.
But yes, it's pretty fucking warm. So warm, in fact, that the national emergency thing got triggered. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. So yeah, issued by the UK government, there is a very high risk of wildfires nationally. Residents, landowners and visitors should not undertake any activity that could start a fire, including disposable barbecues, fire pits, garden incinerators or fireworks. Even a small flame can rapidly develop into a major wildfire, placing lives, homes, businesses and emergency responders at risk. Follow official updates from reports and report signs of fire immediately by calling 999. Yeah, it has not rained for like, I think nearly a month now in most places. Over a month in some, but most places nearly a month. And it's been well above 25 degrees multiple days in a row. But the forecast, which could be complete bullshit, I know, but the forecast is advising that there is a 50% chance of rain on Tuesday, 55 on Wednesday, 50% Thursday, 60% Friday, 45% on Saturday, and then on Sunday when I play golf, it's supposed to be sunny. But because it's the UK and it's me, what will happen is Tuesday will be roasting hot, Wednesday will cool down a little bit, Thursday it won't rain, Friday it won't rain, Saturday it won't rain, Sunday it will absolutely fucking piss it down for like 9 hours, and then it'll be sunny on Monday. Knowing my fucking luck with the weather. But anyway. It be what it be, and it is what it is.
You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Right, so now can we look into that lorry? No.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen, and schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines. Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
All of what? The world? The present?
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time
Yeah, it's
ago.
best not to know.
Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later.
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand, Hermenegildos' bad hand, strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Well, yeah, according to certain literature out there, some people like to be strangled, but there's the correct way to do it, chat. And it's something you should discuss with somebody if they like doing it. It is something you should research and learn about before trying it, because yeah, like people have said, oh, can you choke me a little bit? I'm like, well, I don't know. I've got pretty flat, dead hands. And, you know, I rode a BMX for years, so my grip strength is, you know, reasonably strong. I could put my hand on your throat, but I'm not going to, like, squeeze. They're like, but that's the point. And I was like, you don't understand. Like, I know how much force, how many foot-pounds of force it takes to crush a human trachea, and I'm not going to do that. But the trick is to push up, not back. Push up. You can just pinch the arteries going up the side of the neck, and that can sort of limit oxygen and blood, obviously, a little bit. But yeah, you need to be very careful with it, chat. You need to be very erotic auto asphyxiation or something. I can't. Erotico. I think there might be a word that's all of them together, but it's erotic auto asphyxia, where people like strangle themselves with a belt whilst they're doing the business. And yeah, obviously, I don't want to look down on anybody for their kinks and stuff. People are allowed to have what they have, if it's consensual. But like I say, it's the sort of thing people need to learn about, because I have read about people like losing consciousness, and then if you don't know how to revive somebody, yeah, GG, like that's manslaughter. But anyway.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
But yeah, I don't know whether it's like a heightened sense of like danger from a lack of oxygen that does it. It's, yeah.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. People like Manana at the gates have turned it into an ideology of sorts.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Magritte, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Did you just call me a lady, Jerife? I'm not that either, Jerife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Swindling, welcome in. Enjoy your daily bread.
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. It's all just...
25 pieces of bread.
In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? Oh, Sim.
Something in her is pulling towards some unknown rest state. She twitches, like a sleep kick.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's the lady driver?
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's Land, Udajnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, you for 1A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly.
Just fly, da, 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 da. I praise you. Da, 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 da. I need to listen to that song again. I can't remember the words. Something of an expert. Blacking out. Take care of
You're
yourself.
right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the song. Eagles fly, da 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 da. Blame you. Is it I blame you? Fucking Google AI. Yeah, no fucks given. See you later. Okay, so yeah, the lyrics are a bit more complicated than I thought. But yeah. Go on, girl. See, chat, back in the day when pop music was 4 minutes and 39 seconds long with lyrics so complicated you can't remember them. Yeah, different times, right? Different times. Yeah, that song. I blame you for the moonlit sky where the eagles fly. Something up high. I can't remember the words, but yeah, back in the day when, you know,
Is that
yeah,
all you woke me up to say?
the song was 4 minutes long and, like, yeah, full of really complicated, interesting lyrics. This is it, chat. All the best music is on SoundCloud these days. Because only people that aren't pretty enough to be pop stars are releasing. Well, I don't want to come across the wrong way. What I mean to say is that platforms like SoundCloud provide a place where people who can't be pop stars to still release music. And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to come across the wrong way. I think it's a bad thing that only attractive musicians become successful. I think that's very vain and shallow. And I like the fact that over the last maybe 10 years, people that are less aesthetically attractive have become popular to sort of show, actually, it's about who's a good musician, because we are talking about music. I know MTV in the 90s came along and made music more about music videos and fashion and appearance than about music. And it's had a, yeah. And that's one of those hills I'll die on. Yeah, back in the day, everyone was like, MTV's like the greatest thing in the world. And I was like, I don't know if it is. I think that MTV is making music more about the shoes and the fucking jewelry than it is about the music. And yeah, sure as shit, pop music has never really recovered from what MTV did to the music industry. It's so much about image, and image is a completely different spectrum of experience to hearing. It's not audible, right? You can't hear someone's attractive. You can hear a good voice and you can find a voice attractive. But yeah, pop music and MTV, it all became so like vain and kind of mass produced, right? And pop music is mass produced generally anyway. But I feel as if there was a pivot in like the late 80s and then the 90s to in the early 2000s. Music became so much more about image. And yeah, what was crazy was I remember listening to CDs and I had no idea what the musician looked like. I had no idea Tracy Chapman looked like that. I had no idea that Tracy Chapman looked like that until I saw video footage of them performing. I was like, so that's Tracy Chapman. Okay. Not who I pictured at all. Not in a bad way, but yeah, I was like, right. And it made me realize there were so many musicians I listened to growing up. I had no idea what they looked like. I only knew what the music was. But now, that's impossible. Like, you see a musician before you hear them, because they're always trying to get involved in some kind of controversy online to get traction, right? To get their name out there, right? Because that's part of the game now. Again, it's more about public image and PR and, you know, manipulating social media platforms than it is about making fucking music, which is why a lot of the music fucking sucks. Sorry, I don't want to be that old guy that's trying to say that music was better when I was younger, but it fucking was. Every time I go back to like an old 80s pop classic, I'm like, holy fucking shit, this is such a good song. It's so well structured, it's so well written, it's so well performed. I can't think of anything they haven't absolutely fucking nailed in this song. Everything is perfect. Then I hear new pop music, I'm like, this is fucking garbage. This is so low effort. Anyway, miss long songs, modern music is rough. Yeah, it's just... there's this kind of commodification, this commodity mindset that's just sort of like, just get as much of it out there as possible. And social media has accelerated that on every creative front. And I worry about generations now that leverage drawing on tablets rather than drawing with real pens and paper and pencils and graphite and all sorts of other mediums. They miss out on the tactility of drawing stuff and learning how lines feel to draw with their hand. When they're drawing on a screen, you can see it moving around as they draw it to make it more like perfect or aesthetic. It's fine, it creates the kind of thing that they want, but I think it's more about the fact that it allows them to just churn out drawings and post every single day on social media, because that's kind of the requirement. But yeah, I feel like, you know, things like music, drawing, photography, all sorts of other stuff, it's great that there are social media platforms where you can share your work, but the demand to post so frequently does tend to make a lot of younger, more impressionable creatives start trying to churn out as much as they can, and that leads them down the wrong road. Before they've even really cemented their style and their aesthetic and their sort of their vibe as a creative, they're already looking for ways to mass produce it before they've even really evolved into what I would consider like their final form. And I think that a lot of them are going to burn out and then wish they spent more of their youth, when they had more time and more energy and more creativity, to just really define who they are as a creative. But unfortunately, social media is just, you've got to fucking post. Like, people are saying you've got to post 3 times a day, and I'm sorry, you can't make 3 pieces of art a day. I'm sorry, you need to allow the process of being inspired by something and then turning that into something new. That process takes a while, and it doesn't always just happen. And yeah, what's funny to me is when it comes to writing, people often talk about writer's block, where they just can't sit down and write. They just can't get it out. They can't get it into words. There's something that stops them, and they just refer to it as a generalization as writer's block. But I don't hear anybody acknowledging that in other spaces, photography or drawing or sculpting or poetry. I'm pretty sure there's an equivalent of writer's block in many other creative facets, but people just don't acknowledge it. And I worry that the choices they have are make bad art just so that you're still doing something and you try to remain relevant, or just fucking repeat yourself over and over again. I'm like, but you're not defining yourself as an artist. You're not becoming, the artist you're supposed to be. You're not reaching that final form. You're just finding out a way to make something that's good enough to get a few likes, and that's it. And I'm like, I wish I could persuade them to just spend a bit more time really finding out who they are as creatives. But anyway, speaking of nonsense bullshit on the internet, we have an ad break coming up, so just pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, move your legs a little bit. You won't miss anything because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So once we're over there on the BRB screen, it says so in the chat as well, the bot. There's no alerts for follows either, so if you want to follow in secret, that's perfectly fine, I understand. Yeah, so we're back in a moment and then we'll carry on. The boss fight definitely taught me he eats like, I put half a pouch down, right, in the morning of his wet food, right, and he eats like 2/3 of it and leaves some of it behind. Yeah, that's it. He just walks straight over me. Such a little shit. But yeah, in Breath of the Wild, I say the same thing to everybody. It's like, just go and get lost in the game. Just get lost in the game. I promise you, that map is so charming, and there's so many cute little places in that game. Just wander around it and enjoy the view and take it in and get lost. Don't worry about where you're going. Just get lost, and you will find something. Be it an enemy to attack or a little valley with a little side quest. You will find something. So yeah, just go with the flow and get lost and see where you end up. Because I think that if you just subconsciously just move through the game and just, you know, don't really have any sense of real direction that you're heading for a long-term goal, you enjoy the moment-to-moment gameplay so much more, because you're not treating everything as a building block to a goal you've been assigned. Everything has its own significance in the given moment.
Angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up.
Game is platinumed. There it is, chat. Bubba, we got the platinum. We got the platinum, Bubba. Where's the trophies? Fuck yeah. Congratulations on the platinum. Nilo, welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Hello, Bubba. Is it time for you to be the baby? Is it time for you to be the baby? How's that?
See if the key opens it. Still here. Nazis never found it. Good job, Marcel. I'll see this gets to the right people.
Okay. That's what I like about these games.
So long, Becca.
This works. But it will break your shield. Damn. Okay. So can we? Okay, bear with me. Fucking hell. So, right, okay. But yeah, the guy, the soldier guy that throws grenades that don't hurt anybody apart from me. Excuse me. Yeah, sit down. But yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all.
If you don't know,
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
who the fuck is Irrat? And what do I care about the Union boss? He's no Gabriel. He's no Franco Negro. He's not even Hermenegildo the Hound. Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Loman? No, Loman, diamonds. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Loman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Right, so now that it's after 21, we should be able to go back to, we should be able to go to here. And then if we go inside, Kim will probably say he's going to call it a day. Once Kim's gone, I can ask this lady out on a date.
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Simmer down, bastards. So, suggestion. Suggestion we're only 2, but... have we got any clothing that buffs? Suggestion. No. Oh, yes. The only things we've got... the only things we've got take suggestion away. Oh. Encoding overloaded? Really? Did the stream just skip a little bit? Sorry if it did.
The waves are beginning to die down.
It's still 3%.
The waves are beginning to die down.
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Alcohol? Connect? I'm not sure I'm following you. That's a good impression. You really cracked me up, officer. Now, how can I help you?
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Oh yeah, that's the point. That's the point. We get shithoused. Oh no, excuse me, sir. If we put oh, we don't have any. Yeah, we gave it to what's his face, didn't we? Never mind.
It's the ledger you found in the trap. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper.
Encoding overloaded again. It says the GPU is only 53 degrees, so please bear with me, chat. Don't appear to be dropping any frames. Oh, literally as I said that, it skipped 4 frames because of encoding lag. Sorry. But yeah, it is a bit warm today, chat. I will be honest, it is a bit warm, so. And you may also be able to hear some aeroplanes in the background, for which I apologise. There is an air show going on once a year where I live. Yes, I have all sorts of aeroplanes flying overhead. No jet engines thus far, just biplanes and prop planes and stuff, which aren't that noisy. They're noisy, you can hear them from the ground, so they're obviously quite noisy, but the jet engines are obviously, yeah, the red arrows that usually are the sort of, you know, the big part of the show. They're not going to be here this year, and they've started fucking putting out multiple years every now and again. It's just a bit shitty, really, because the entire air show's kind of about them, but you know, fuck 'em. But yeah, I remember the first year, my entire childhood, every year there was the air. We went to the air show once or twice, but you know, not every year, because you know, you need to go once or twice. And yeah, every year the Red Arrows would perform an air show over the water. But then yeah, one year they were like, they got paid more by some other event somewhere else, and they just didn't show up, and it was like, damn, okay, that's, yeah, that feels kind of shitty of them. And then yeah, one year the council tried to charge people to go onto the beach, which worked about as well as you'd think. People just started swimming around. People just got like inflatable boats and just paddled out from far down the beach and just fucking let the tide carry them down, and then they just beached up and just sat there. But also, I mean, during the air show, people do get in boats and just paddle out to, like, you know, into the sea. But on a day like today, when it's 26 degrees already, it's 1 o'clock, it's already 26 degrees. It'll probably be 27, 28 by the end of the day. Yeah, it's going to peak at 27, so yeah. I wouldn't want to be fucking floating around in a boat.
The waves are beginning to die down.
Oh, yes, she does. You need to...
The waves are beginning to die down.
Oh, yes, she does.
Yeah, this one's way too rare. We've got more chance of getting a double 6 and just, you know, than actually putting it off, so. So, if we go to Land's End, oh, okay. So yes, I have a mod installed where caps lock turns the HUD off, because it's such a beautiful game, but I forgot that if you put caps lock on, I'm going to be running all the time, because shift is the run key. If I hold shift, I then walk. But if I push caps lock, I turn it off. Hey. But yeah, I think Land's End's over here. Because one of the trophies, target practice or something. Yeah, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, which one was it? Oh, for goodness sake. Ugh. Right, cause a poop storm. Day 3. Kim must be hand-eye coordination must be 9+. Fucking hell. Okay, let me check if I've got that kind of stat. Because I don't know if I do. No. Hand-eye coordination 4. It needs to be 9+. So, have I got anything that improves hand-eye coordination? First check if there's anything taking hand-eye coordination away. No, right, hand-eye coordination. Yellow skill. No. Composure, that's reaction speed. No, nothing. Because we could get it up to 8, but it needs to be 9+. Is the stream really dropping frames? Seems to be okay. Yeah. I'm getting a sort of every so often I'm getting briefly getting a an encoding overloaded warning. I mean, it is a bit warm today, but yeah, I don't think the GPU is being used that much. I suppose I'm playing at 4K. It doesn't really make a difference for you guys, so I could drop it down to 1440. Yeah, strange that the GPU's overload, because I'm not really. I mean, this isn't a super demanding game. I mean, one of the mobile plebs mostly just hang out for the vibes and visuals are secondary to me. I appreciate that, dude. How is the vertical stream layout? Because I feel like me being here, I mean, you can see a bit of my arm on the other screen. Because I have thought about making a proper, like, taking the full screen and making it like. Then it's going to be quite small, so I might make it a little bit bigger, and then have me at the top, and then have like the chat at the bottom. But yeah, I mean, if we're overloading the encoding at the moment, I'm not sure whether I should be doing. But yeah, I've started the stream now, so it is what it is. But yeah, at the moment, it just takes the scene that already exists and duplicates it, which is very low overhead. It doesn't really use too much resources. It just takes the same scene that already exists and just copies it rather than rendering it again. Haven't formed an opinion yet. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Right. So yeah, without the right hand-eye coordination, I'm not sure if I can do that. Time to put the kids to sleep, of course. Washerwoman just sits outside the whole night. Yeah, bummer. Hand-eye coordination is going to hold me back, unfortunately. But what I can do is, if I get to here, do a save there so we can come back to this point. In the previous playthrough, when I had an absolute shit ton of points to use, in Martinelli's day 8, 22:33. 11:22. Yeah, I'm looking for a day where I've got to save where it's late at night. It wants to be... That's 11:22 in the day, right? Let's check. I'm going to send you a screenshot so you can see what it looks like for us. No, the vertical stream, I can see the vertical stream. The vertical stream I have on the right here. It's going to go completely what? Sorry, it's going to go completely what? But I have the vertical stream where I have my my audio mixer. I've got a vertical preview so I can see what it looks like. I just think about laying it out because for like Battlefield content, when I do Battlefield clips, because it's important to see the whole screen. So for my Battlefield clips, excuse me, for Battlefield clips, as an example, so you can see here that I've got like the sort of screen, it's been cropped a little bit so you can see most of it, and then the bottom left and the bottom right I've got as two separate things down the bottom, and then I've got the kill feed at the top. The blur filter for the background didn't get compressed on this one for some reason. But yeah, what I normally do is have like a blurred version of the full screen as the background, and then I put the screen a bit cropped in the middle, and then the bottom left and the bottom right, so I've got some information for the people that want to see that, and then I've got the kill feed at the top so people can see how many kills I got and everything else like that. So I'm thinking about something similar to this, because right about at the bottom I just have the chat. You guys would just be there as the chat, and then at the top would be my webcam and everything. But I might make the screen a little bit, yeah, I don't know, there's a few layouts I could play with. The trouble is, like, if I yeah, it's 11:20, that's the thing, is the time is different. So yeah, I'm thinking about doing a different layout for the vertical, but yeah, I can see what it looks like. Thank you for offering though. But yeah, I can see what it looks like. But yeah, YouTube is just it's just taking the stream and just cropping it down to be vertical for the shorts feed, which is a bit of a shame, but people can see the gameplay and everything. So yeah, it's a little bit complicated, but yeah, I'm just kind of I'm in this sort of mindset where, like, I don't just want to stream to Twitch anymore. I want to stream to YouTube. I might even start streaming to TikTok, even though I've heard bad things. I might try streaming to TikTok. If I can get a vertical feed that doesn't add any more resource, then yeah. Makia, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Where was the did the alert go off for the raid, everybody? Sorry. Makia, welcome in, dude. How's it going? How was the stream? Playing Scavengers of Death. I've not heard of that one. Welcome in, dude. How was the stream? Vultures, Scavengers of Death. Not heard of that one. What type of game is it? TikTok streamers find me and I got to visit them here. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. This is it. It's about being on as many platforms as possible, because yeah, discoverability on Twitch and it's just so fucking impossible right now. Turn-based tactical Resident Evil. Ooh. Sounds a little spicy. Hang on a second, chat. Bear with. Scavengers of Death, a tenner. It is very RE1, isn't it? Oh, it's got a clock puzzle. It's very RE1. It's even got a bearded guy as Barry. Come on. It has a Barry. It's very RE1. See? So it's kind of like XCOM, kind of like Resident Evil, kind of like Disco Elysium. Okay. Yeah, go on then. It's going on the wish list. Going on the wish list. I'll eventually end up playing that sometime in 50 years' time when I'm retired. Extremely good, but unfortunately full of bugs. That's a shame. That's a shame. Game cheated mech so many times, but he still won. Such a gamer. B Ben Bren, welcome in. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with the clip, Akira, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind doing that, whichever one you prefer. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Raiders, for those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK who's a bit congested because of long COVID. Please excuse me. But yes, I do a variety of games. This one is Disco Elysium. It's on my third. I'm on my third playthrough. I'm doing the game on hardcore. I've not investigated the body. For trophies, there's a couple of trophies I want to pop whilst I'm alone because we send our partner away at 2100. This is a different save, but yes. So I'm looking for a save. Sea Fortress. We can't go back until we do this, right? And then day, and that's day one, isn't it? So yeah, that's the yeah. So after that, it's the end of the game, right? That was 17. So yeah, 23:01. But we Martinez. No. Oh fuck. So the time of the save is 22:33. I need it to be after 2100. This save is 11:22. All of these saves are not really going to do it. It needs to be 2100, unfortunately. Cape Side Apartments 22. It's in the evening. Second home. Oh, this might be it. This might be it. Okay, second home. Day 5, 23:50. Yeah. So let me load this up. Let me check. Can I get my hand-eye coordination to 9 or above? Oh, I haven't got enough skill points. Fuck's sake. Excuse me. Found out this one streamer who's Australian. She has a viral video where she was yelling about something making trash fairy bread. Yeah, if you've got links to clips, please feel free to drop them in the Discord. Have a look at some point. Yeah, damn. Yeah, once we are on day 8, yeah, okay. I haven't got the skill points there. Okay. I don't think I can do that trophy. I may have to try and do that another time.
It's getting cold. The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately? Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing
Thanks,
he's
Kat.
really
Cheers.
scared
I'll have a look after stream when I'm waiting for my dinner to cook.
is much, much worse than that.
But yeah, like somebody sent me a fucking clip, and it was this female streamer, and she was like eating a piece of bread. She was like, oh my, like her mouth was like, oh my god, I fucking love bread. I was like, I went to the comment section and just put the little smirky emoji that's also my profile picture. And she was like, no way, question mark.
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Okay. I was still getting encoding overloaded, which is a bit strange.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Right, so we can't get on the boat just yet. Strange. Yeah, check. Yeah, we can go back and check back on the monument. Let me speak to the washerwoman really quickly.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What
-1, your name is ridiculous. Right. I need more suggestion. Have we got anything? Yeah, we're already +1 for suggestion. Is anything else taking suggestion away? No. Right, anything that improves suggestion? -1. Why is it? A bunch of the checks will have stats that I just have no clothes that I can improve my.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. It is surrounded by scaffolding that has been haphazardly erected around it. A matrix of metal tubes and wooden planks jut out at odd angles. A miserable tarpaulin covers up the horse and rider, flapping in the cold coastal air. There are no lights that spell out your name. No workers with calloused hands leering from above. Just construction materials displayed as if to mourn your misplaced dreams. The old king looks defiantly to the west, wrapped in makeshift scaffolding like a mummy. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." Not a good track record of mental health in that family.
Yeah, so... Yeah, do we need... Oh, yeah, we're 6. We've got 6 conceptualization. We're 6, so, you know, we've got a reasonable amount of conceptualization. Yeah, now I'm a little bit confused about what it wants me to do. I think I'm going to have to investigate the footprints. I won't investigate the body. I think I'm going to have to investigate the footprints.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of whirling in rags. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth, this is the big dick, Titus Hardy, the one with the ball cap on his head. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy, maybe even too easy. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print. 5. Another standard work boot, reinforced toes, number 44, same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air, same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat, Shanky. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty. 7. The glowing outline of a standard.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more overloading, chat.
Number 46.
CPU's at 52 degrees, CPU 65 degrees, liquid is 42 degrees. It just seems like I'm not dropping any frames. So yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, let me know if the stream starts to skip and like buffer and lag and anything. If it's bad, let me know.
8. Another standard work.
Because it seems to flash up, but then 44. Nothing turns red. It just
an aberration in the pattern
drops a frame or two. So
the right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th hardy boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary? I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat. Right. Do you think those prints belong to him? I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was the fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between 2 men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Hang on. And turn that off. Maybe that's what it is.
Correct. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
200.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is...
Possibly.
But why?
Yes, they could have used even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two. What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy Boys.
There's one pair missing from the Union box. The 8th pair. I'm going to say it was our Old Soul. Yes, I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open. I'm sure our investigation will eventually lead us to the Old Soul.
Does Kuno care?
Right, empathy. Oh, I backed down from Kuno. Ah, shit. Okay, empathy. What we need.
Kuno doesn't...
Yeah. Empathy. Empathy. Somebody else's shoes. We got anything on? Right, now any clothing helps empathy.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
No skill points.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your...
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S. Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you f***ing whispering about!
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours. He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Told you this already. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
He speaks the truth, my liege. I love drama. He's such a fucking cool character. The fact that he refers to us as sire or my liege.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho.
cat burning shit. She does the real deal. Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
Like the private radio stations Noid mentioned?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
It's Suruese. The Suru are an indigenous ethnic minority in the social democratic powerhouse Vasa on the tundra and tiger-covered Isola of Katla. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really. You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
Suruese? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community, or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Fuck no, she's not me sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out. I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog.
Someone left the door open? It was him. By accident or...
So yeah, it seems to have stopped dropping frames. So I recorded a few clips in Battlefield and I was using AV1 as the encoder, but it's been a little bit fuzzy. Even at 55 megabits per second, the recording, it's been a bit fuzzy. And I was like, I want it to be nice and crisp and clean for the clips and everything. So yeah, I changed it over to HEV1, HEVC, H264 HEVC, which is what the stream uses. So that's probably what it was.
On purpose.
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno. How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand? Alright, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need. Here, pig. We're full now. Performance buddies. Kuno can already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt.
Right, I'll see if it's time to do that as well.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it. dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed. Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition? You know how you'd be best off here? With a gun. I'd be the star of the show if you only had a working gun.
Like half? A baggie, but like in this vial?
That's half a gram, sir.
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not? Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Okay, Kuno's listening. Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything. Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here? Okay then.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
Right. And now I think I can question the Hardy Boys a bit more directly.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
That's threatening a police officer.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
I have 0 authority right now. Oh, one of my thoughts is taking a fucking point away. Yeah. Right, authority is -2 at the moment, so I need to figure out what's taking authority away. This t-shirt. That puts us on 2 authority. And then volition and empathy. Any clothing that does authority? No, nothing. Fucking brutal.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The Hawthorne.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority.
Double 5, fuck's sake. I think we're gonna have to just roll a double 6. Hang on, I'm only gonna give it a few more tries and then I'll move on.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish.
Yeah. One more. And then I'll fuck off and click on something else.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men,
Just one more, eh?
swearing, drinking,
Before my goat is streaming Disco Elysium again.
Does this look familiar?
Emindala Stempera? Elim della Stempera? Sorry, wow, let me try and read your name, sorry. So, Emindala Emperor? Beg your pardon. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. But yes, we're doing a hardcore playthrough, not investigating the body. We are unfortunately going to let Kim die at the tribunal so we can recruit Kuno for a trophy. And that should bag us about 3 or 4 trophies. Boss Wendling, welcome in. Welcome in, dude. But yes, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. So you pop your guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, move the legs a little bit. It's good for you. Grab a drink or a snack if you need. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And then we'll come back and I will, continue with this authority establishment with Titus. That should help us move along a little bit. I also want to double check if I can investigate the footprints without that counting as investigating the body. I don't think it will because the task is still there in my task menu. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment and then we'll carry on. I broke it. Nobody cares. Fucking giant butterfly themed fucking blender. Right, will this catch on fire? Might need to throw some wood on that, I think. Oh, game. Come on. Fuck's sake. But yeah, I understand the concept. They won't de-aggro. So the more I run, the more enemies I'm collecting. But you know what? I think if I get to a ladder, it won't be a problem anymore. Did I go this way? No, I didn't. Will they come this way? Yes, they will, okay. Oh, shit. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions... Right. I'm taking your shit. Deal with it. Right. He even has a bit of a swag when he walks out as well. There's a bunch of Stroke the Animal games. Okay. And they're all separate. They should all be the same game, but you know, we all know how this works, right? Everybody wants to have as many different games out there. Stroke the tortoise, stroke the snake, stroke the dog, stroke the horse. That's Mirabelle. That's fucking Mirabelle. That's Nico's horse. That's fucking That's fucking Nico's horse.
See if the key opens it. Still here. Nazis never found it. Good job, Marcel. I'll see this gets to the right people.
Okay. That's what I like about these games.
So long, Beckett.
See ya. Oh no, I've done the same thing. That's what I get for laughing. That's what you get. That's what you get for laughing. For fuck's sake.
Stop it.
No, no. No. Where's F12? He's a pupper. Look at a little woofer. Look at this. Oh, I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl though. That's fucking satisfying. Oh, is this a fucking misbegotten? Nah, I'm not. I am not. I am not. I do not care. Oh, fuck off. I do not care. I do not care. Lionel misbegottens can fuck right off. Ah, he fucking fell off. Amazing. Okay, that makes it all worth it. Right, there's a Grace over there. Cow? Cow? Oh. I thought it was dead. You know what's fucking crazy is that everybody in The Departed did like a really strong Boston accent, but Jack Nicholson was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Everyone else in the film spent ages doing a proper Boston accent, but Jack Nicholson was like, nah, I'm just not going to do that. I'm just going to fucking deliver the dialogue the way I want to deliver the dialogue. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I suppose Lemons is clearing up all the raffles because nobody's here. Everybody's fallen asleep.
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Oh. You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due, with an O-U.
You see, he's Dennis. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? Moin, moin. Good to see you, Dennis.
The girl upstairs? That can't be her.
You said you don't remember being a cop. You said you don't remember reality. You said, I want to have fuck with you. You said you're the apocalypse cop. Oh, dude, yeah. I think we made some bad choices in this playthrough. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, blonde, tall, 2 rooms over from yours. Sure, why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts falling on your brow.
You should who the fun and when not. You should who the fun when not. I'm not too sure what you mean, sorry.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Fucking murdering my morale here, dude.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
It sounds like you're having a heart attack.
Oh my gosh.
Whatever you said, it couldn't have been that bad. Please relax.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
Sometimes it goes the wrong way to learn. Yes, yeah, no, yeah, but yeah, this is it. This is the kind of game where there is no like perfect playthrough. If you get to the end, then you win, right? And kind of the way the paths branch out, the paths branch out. Excuse me. Yeah, it means you can replay the game a few times. But obviously, this is the 3rd playthrough, and on the 2nd playthrough, I tried to do everything as much as possible, and as a result, kind of like mapped out a lot of how things work. So now I kind of know a bit too much about the game. So
how well do you know her?
But yeah. And who's the fun in the game when you only follow a line? Yeah, you've got to explore a little bit. And yeah, as you say, there are a few dialogue choices here and there.
Dennis says when you want to change your hairstyle, there are 2 choices, do or die.
Stop it. A small twitch in the corner of Kim's
a hairdo or a hair dye.
About what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck Titan.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all. Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, pretty much. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
I have no choice. I'm getting bored. My hairstylist says there's no dye, only wait. The sun goes up.
He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
You don't know her. Not the way I do. You don't know her. Good boy. You don't know her. Good boy. You don't know her. Not the way I do. Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Oh. Timothy?
Officer, what was that? Yes. Yes. It's not nothing. You were coming apart at the seams. Do you know the assault victim? Officer, before we interview this woman, is there something I should know? What you're saying is, you raped her?
Ice is forming on the inside of your chest cavity. Cold sweat trickles down your neck.
Then, don't ever say that again. What else? Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Okay, that's manageable. Understood. It is. This would have been good to know before. It should have. Anything else? We'll be all right, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up. This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. It's been used quite a lot. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops.
They put so much details in the side characters too. Oh god, yeah. It's like when it comes to like how complete a piece of work feels. So like when you watch something like the Lord of the Rings films, right? The Lord of the Rings films and Lord of the Rings in general. But the Lord of the Rings films had so much material to work with that the films feel so perfect because they're so complete. It doesn't feel like anything was just sort of, you know, haphazardly just put in to fill a gap or something. And I get that sensation with certain works of fiction, but Disco Elysium for me has the same kind of feeling of completeness where everything just, obviously the project massively overrun and it was massively over budget, and you know, all projects tend to go a bit over budget and overrun a little bit, but I think it was quite bad with this one. But the end result is that everything feels so realized, everything feels so complete, that every single conversation you have with somebody, it doesn't ever feel inconsequential, even if it is ultimately not related to the plot or the main story. There's so much stuff in this game that is kind of optional, yet it has the same integrity and the same kind of weight to it as the stuff that's actually directly related to the main storyline. And it's one of those times where you can just keep peeling back the layers of the game and just find even more quality and more effort. Like Bloodborne or Lord of the Rings, it's just a very complete property as a piece of entertainment. And yeah, it's one of the many qualities I appreciate significantly about this game.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra. Nacra? This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
You could say he's on the lookout. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotvaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
And one of the other qualities is that although the isometric camera angles mean that everything is kind of viewed at a distance, and a lot of games that have used an isometric camera angle before have kind of used that as a way to sort of not put as much effort into the geometry and details of the level design, because the player is rarely going to zoom right into things. This is about as close as it usually gets. But again, Disco Elysium subverts expectations by basically creating this incredibly lavish selection of oil paintings that are in an isometric format, where there isn't so much geometry. There is definitely some layering going on to make 3D space actually feel 3D. But yeah, the fact that a lot of games would probably have very simple level design and geometry detail because the isometric camera angle means that a lot of it isn't visible. Instead, Disco Elysium has some of the most lavishly beautiful like oil paintings to create the world, which again is another sort of interesting thing this game does a bit differently.
Nothing of
Oh,
note.
fuck you, game.
The further you look, the more arcane it gets. You don't know what the rest of this stuff does.
I can make my hand-eye coordination 9, and I think that's enough. Hand-eye coordination 9 plus. Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, I think, yeah. I think we've saved it. So, what I can do is pop that skill point into hand-eye coordination that we're level 9, and then yeah, this evening, when Kim goes to sleep, we can go to Land's End and try and do what we need to do to get that truck. We might get it yet, chat. We might get away with it.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Looks like it, yes.
This window is pristine on the... The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle.
Last hot day for a while. I'm so happy about it. Yeah, the UK is still pretty hot. It's 27 degrees, or 26 degrees now. High of 27 today. High of 24 tomorrow, which is pretty nice. And it's 24 at most for the next few days, which is pretty nice. And then it gets down to like 14 or 13 at night. On Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, end of next week, highs of 20 and 21. So yeah, it's going to cool down a little bit, but doesn't look like it's going to fucking rain anytime soon. We got, yeah, it's down to 62% humidity, which is pretty dry. It's about as dry as I like to keep it in the bedroom when I'm trying to sleep and it's too fucking clammy. 55 to 65%.
Sounds like it's heavy too. Very sturdy.
I don't know, Lieutenant Ufrater. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
I think they're connected.
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant. No, still a mini investigation.
Tomorrow we got 14 degrees C lower than today. Hopefully it cools down for you. The UK is just so hot at the moment. You gonna mute? No? Okay, so the mute button does... Oh, fucking, I know why. Fucking it's a fucking Windows update because my microphone does not mute anywhere. Fuck's sake. Yeah, you fucking... It's not muting it. What is the... Hang on a sec, chat. I'll be right with you. No, that's headphones. Excuse me. Right, so now the mute button is working. So yeah, I'm not sure if I've had to mute and then clear my throat this stream just yet. But if I have and it didn't mute, I apologize. But yeah, the way Windows updates keep fucking with things that have got nothing to do with Windows other than the fact that they're a piece of software that runs on Windows. But yeah, how a software update could have fucking removed the microphone as a source, as an audio source from Battlefield 6, OBS, and also now the Steam Deck, the specific profile that is where the foot pedal that controls the mic and making clips and stuff. Like, it's ridiculous. Right, so physical instrument, yeah, we haven't got enough physical instrument for that, so I will click on these first.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. Just a glance, then takes a drag of her cigarette. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod. Your 9mm semi-automatic finger pistols make 2 satisfying snaps. Strange.
First year of my life with the MS, and now I understand my mum so much better. She has MS too. Oh, I see. I see, yeah. Making more sense now.
Is she? That's not actually true. She's looking toward the yard.
Tiger, welcome in. GG's on third.
Which is probably for the best. Because
welcome in, Tiger.
Someone mentioned she's a rape victim. Six crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
The revolutionaries, so the communers and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War. Yes, but not this early, not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand. Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game on the plaza? You should ask him about the flowers.
Okay, we can do that. Petanque player, but we know who he is. But obviously, maybe we're not supposed to. Yeah, surely by this stage of the game, day. What are we on? Day. What day are we on now? Day 5. Surely we would know who Renee and Renoir are. Renoir and Gaston. Or is it Renee and Gaston? I can't remember. Surely we'd know who they are. So the fact that task is called the Petanque player. Yeah. So yeah, physical instruments. Have we got any physical instrument buffing clothes? I don't want to call it a wife beater vest, but yeah. Physical instrument is a red skill. -2 physical instrument, we don't want that. +1 physical, but that would replace tank top, which is pointless. Use my ankle. Okay. If there's anything we've got limiting physical instrument. Plus.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Catch you in a bit, Dennis.
Gung-ho style. Entering the premises style. But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
All right, let's trash the place.
It's not.
Right, okay. Yeah, so it's not going to let me have that one. I don't think. Yeah, let's speak to Klaus. Klaus, yeah, sorry.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower.
I mean, judging by how cold it looks outside, going outside with wet hair. Long wet hair.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. A third place? Interesting. That's probably why the cleaning lady quit.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the fabled cop of the apocalypse. What happened, man? The end was supposed to be mere seconds away.
Thank you for the
Why
streak,
we're
dude.
still here?
I appreciate that. 7 streams in a row. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tiger.
I know. What now?
What is there to do now, stranded here? The question is personal to her, more than humor.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Clasier Amandu.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate. A bad memory, officer.
The Republic of Oranje is a democratic nation on the Muindi Isola, north of here, over the sea and across the Pale. It is one of the 6 major Occidental nations to hold stake in the continued occupation of Revachol, the coalition. People consider it a reasonable superpower. They will make you into a fiscal colony, divert your natural resources, hold patents and shares, but they won't threaten to wipe you out any time, like Revachol did in its prime.
Of lilacs and lightning, parks, glass, duraluminum. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. And night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
Horrible side effects of being as unwell as I am. Skin is constantly itching. Face, back, constantly itching.
I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
What about Revacholian literature? People sometimes reveal things about themselves when they discuss such matters.
No. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world. That's just a phase the Revacholian hero goes through. Before they plunge into full-core humanity and world-saving.
She seems quite relaxed for a victim of assault. But, of course, what seems should not be your priority.
Nothing. I do nothing with it. Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit. Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
So if this is 53, this is 51, I think. The year 51. So 37 was 14 years ago. If she's 28, she was 14 when she was Miss Oranje 37, I think.
It's the world's most tired smile. Of course she won a beauty pageant. She's very symmetrical.
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
But it actually isn't your name, is it?
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Look, officers, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street, and I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom.
There are plenty of other reasons for hiding your documents from the law.
It's also why I hid it.
Why, yes.
I'm an unpopular girl. There are people back home who don't like me. If they show up, I'm in a hurry. The kind of hurry where you can't afford to not find your documents. But don't worry, this has nothing to do with your investigation.
And another tiny little detail. Clausio's voice, it breaks. You can hear it like croaking ever so, not too much, but ever so slightly. But she's a character that smokes, right? She smokes almost the entire time you're speaking to her. And it actually references that it's not just the animation. It references that she puts out a cigarette and just starts, smoking another one. So the fact that her voice is a bit croaky is just a little detail that kind of makes them more of a. It establishes them as a multi-dimensional character, right? The voice suits their actions. I love stuff like that. I love when a character exhibits a characteristic that aligns with who they're trying to be portrayed as. Because sometimes you get a character and the way they speak or the way they move or, something that they do just feels very, very counterintuitive to who they are as a character. And it does start to compromise. It doesn't break the immersion for me, but it does pull me out of it a little bit.
I would love to change the subject. It's not important. Unless I'm some kind of suspect.
Didn't she say you would have
all
to
about the details, chat.
interrogate her before, and that she didn't do it? What was up with that?
Well. It seems I either underestimated you or overestimated your hangover, officer.
Overestimating a hangover.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you feigned that fuck having lied to get me to say something stupid. Was that so?
The lieutenant gives you a little look. It's good we discussed your history with her, he thinks. I can play along.
Cool. You told us about the investigation Friday night, downstairs, at a table full of local kids and dock workers. You told pretty much everyone. After you showed them your gun, that is. Anyway, I thought it would be funny to say I didn't do it, because I knew about your investigation. Does that make me a suspect? I really must stop saying stupid things. Phew.
Playfully, she doesn't seem to be overly distressed, or distressed at all, really.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
The record. So official. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
It's the end of summer.
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Ravachol? Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her.
What did you say? Oh my god. Now it's turning into narcomania. It's got to be serious if it's 2 words. I'm sorry. Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Very funky. I have no idea, officer. It is.
An evasive maneuver. Ask a follow-up.
Yeah. I'm trying not to lie to you here. Stop making it hard. The truth is, I'm a horrible girl. Windows break around me. It's not their fault.
You hear the scribbling of the lieutenant's pen.
Okay.
Yeah, they crank the volume of that dialogue so you can hear her taking a drag. But they also included the okay as well.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Yeah? All right.
Then they forget to turn it back down again, I think.
Something difficult?
Oh, no, it's fine, okay.
I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them.
I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be as flippant if I had been? We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. I guess you can say that, yes, a bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh yes, I have multiple viewpoints. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her bike repair skills.
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. And he's still hanging there.
We will move the body to the morgue today, miss. Don't worry.
No, we won't.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him.
Oh, shit.
Like he's now. I can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth. She looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? A martial art, sir. Is that it?
Samurai boxing, or sambo, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth and cool.
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind?
Right. Volition 5.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m., drinking coffee, most likely.
You made the right call there. It feels good. Pure. I'm talking about your zero-tolerance policy toward the mania of narco. You're in the right there. Powerful stance. Would you like to take it up a notch? Would you like to become an anti-narcomania zealot? Yes, you're pure. Unravaged by narco. Of course, it's pretty obvious you've done a lot of drugs in the past, and will probably do more in the future. But that doesn't matter. Of course not. You've always been anti-narco militant material. You kept her off a dark course with that interjection. Are you ready to save lives?
Yeah,
That's good to hear.
Right. Clothes that help volition. Oh. Wearing the fucking cuirass that was taken off of the court. Oh. I reckon the game's pretty clever. I reckon wearing that might actually, because it's giving us one extra volition, but I reckon it might actually cause a problem with the dialogue because we're wearing the cuirass off somebody that she loved. Because she cared a lot for the hanged man. And we've managed to find this, which he was probably wearing when they met. So yeah, it might actually be a negative, but we'll find out.
Hello, officer.
Even. Okay, cool.
What brings you up here again?
Right, let me save the game first, just in case. I'll speak to Kim as well.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
This is
If
the
not
thing.
you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
When you read about characters that are good liars, you understand that like knowing what you can lie about and what you can't is like a whole facet of being dishonest that I mean personally I don't have to worry about it because I prefer to just try and find a way to tell the truth. Some truths don't need to be said out loud. Some people don't need to know the truth about things. Not to say that I would intentionally withhold information that somebody needs to know. What I mean is, you know, there are sometimes truths that could hurt somebody's feelings, and actually they are not to any detriment to not know them. That makes sense. And I think that when you look at how people compare themselves to other people on the internet because of social media, people didn't do that in the 60s, 70s, even the 80s or 90s. Not really in the 90s, up until MySpace happened. And yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you don't need to know that there's somebody who is, you know, all of the things you wish you could have been and just loving life. You don't need to know that person exists, even though they definitely exist, but you don't need to know they exist. And also what you don't need to find out that there could be somebody that exists that actually doesn't exist. They're just pretending to be that on social media, but you take it subconsciously as truth, and that makes you feel worse about yourself, which is what a lot of people are struggling with in the social media space, just in general. A lot of the people that just view social media that don't really contribute to it, they kind of only see the highlights of somebody else's life, and then they have to face the reality of their own life, which is obviously not just highlights. There's low points as well. And yeah, it's very, very mentally, also emotionally detrimental, you know, very bad for people's mental health. So yeah, I think that like telling the truth is very important. And I think that being able to word the truth in one way, shape or form so that it doesn't upset people, but also does make them aware of things they need to be aware of, that's a skill. That's a skill. Because yeah, like I think that a lot of people deep down, if their breath smelt really bad or they had like something stuck to their back or something, and the rule of thumb is if they can't fix it in 5 minutes, don't tell them. That's just generally the rule of thumb with it. If you see somebody who's got like something stuck to their shoe or their bag is unzipped and something might fall out, just say, hey, by the way, excuse me, your bag's unzipped. And they'll be like, oh, all right, cool. You know, but if somebody's got like a physical impairment or an item of clothing is like torn, or if they're likely to be aware of it and they can't fix it in 5 minutes, don't fucking bring it up. You know, it's not needed. But yeah, I think that honesty is, like I say, it's a skill set. Like it's a virtue, but also it is a skill set. Finding out how and when to be honest with people, because sometimes the honest truth that you believe might not actually be the case. It's just what you believe, and you think you're telling somebody the truth because it's going to help them, but you don't know the full story. So you're telling them the truth, but only the truth from your point of view, with the information you have, you know, at your disposal to have the ability to define what the truth is. And actually, if you're missing something fairly important, your truth might not actually be the truth. You know, that's why courts of law dig into so many different details, because yeah, the truth is only as clear as you can define it with the information that you currently have, is how I would put it.
You think so? Being candid is the best way to lie. The appearance of candor with some facts thrown in draws attention away from whatever one chooses to omit. She may be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our inquiries will bring us back here soon enough.
Hello, officer?
Right, so I need a save point here, just in case this goes wrong. And yes, I chose against arresting them, but she does flee. So if we arrest her, she can't flee, and I think that helps the investigation, so I might have to do that.
Hello,
even though
officer?
I don't specifically want to arrest her after what she's been
brings you
through,
up
but
here again.
She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. Miss Oranje Disco Dancer, you want to put your hand on her back and feel it arch. Nothing, just time passing. Don't worry. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting. She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
Good, yes. This means she could have heard something, like what you were doing before you blacked out.
right, I'll ask that question. I'll do that line of questioning once we get this check. But first, unfortunately, chat, we do have an outbreak coming up. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. There'll be a raft of some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. I'll do a quick check to see where the other Great Stars is. So that was done that. I think we only really want to do the quest just to speak to them. We'll leave that up there. We don't need that. So, where to find it? On the guarded carriage, towed by 2 trolls in Altus Plateau, which is, as you say, not miles away. Really isn't miles away, is it? So yeah, let's do that. It's a shame a bunch of people. Have I got fire arrows? Have I got any fire arrows? I do, chat. You know what that means. Shit.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining zone, huh? What do you mean? This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
broke it. Oh. It's fucking R2 Grill 2. Excuse me.
But also, I want to be careful not to destroy this boat, because we are going to need it to jump in and fast travel. I'll try and bring it round here. And then do one of these. This chat, look at this. I spawn out. Oh no, I broke it. Oh no, I broke it. Shit, I broke it. Okay, it's fine. Thought I'd broken the game for a second there.
Get poised, bozo.
No, you fucking prick. How the fuck did we get away with that?
Oi! Oh shit.
Take that.
Oh, I don't think she enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What you get for fucking with waifu. Piece of shit.
Please don't hurt me.
Let's throw a croissant at somebody.
Una buona giornata.
Keep your distance, pal.
Get fucked, dickhead. Best game. Right. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Sorry, I sat down and literally just noticed that I had like barely any drink left. So I had to go grab myself a fresh container of fluid. Got to stay juiced up. You know how it be, chat. Yeah, we've got a save point here, haven't we? This is this save point, right?
Hello,
Here.
officer.
She looks back.
Game.
Hello, officer.
She looks.
Game.
Hello, officer.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind
I'm
your eye
joking.
sockets.
I wouldn't ever
You
use
see
the back of my
smoke
hand on
rise
anybody or
from between
anything.
her painted red lips. She's beautiful.
But yeah, it's just one of those jokes where like you're struggling with something and it finally does what it's supposed to do. You're like, motherfucker.
I have bad
But you shouldn't
news.
joke about physical violence. It's not funny.
You know these guys? Who? Me?
Me?
Yes, he's talking about you, you shifty asshole.
Snack fell on the floor. Had to mop the kitchen. Ah, sorry to hear about that. That's got to be one of the biggest, like, sort of not every day, but sort of that sort of bracket of tragedy that exists, right? Like you spend ages cooking a meal and then you drop the plate as you're about to sit down. You take the plate from the kitchen to where you're going to eat and you fall over something and drop your dinner. So not only have you got to clean up the mess, but you're hungry whilst you're doing. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's such a fucking awful fucking situation, dude. My condolences. But yeah, the worst is when you've spent like, when you cook a proper meal, as in like you get a bunch of raw ingredients and do like a little thing to each one to then put them together in a very specific way to make something that has to be done a certain way. Not the sort of thing where you just chuck some stuff in the oven, you know, at 200 degrees for half an hour. Because I don't know if anyone else notices this yet, but like on your frozen goods, it will say cook in the oven at 220 degrees for 17 minutes. Or it will say cook in the oven at 180 degrees for 40 minutes. I'm going to be real with you, chat. As a bloke who's a bit of a fucking Neanderthal, everything goes in the oven at 200 degrees for 30 minutes, and that's it. I'm sorry. Everything goes in the oven at 200 degrees for 30 minutes, and I'm still here. I'm still alive. 41 years old. Been cooking for myself since I was about 20. Yeah, everything goes in the oven for half an hour at 200, and it almost always comes out okay. It might not be as perfect as it could have been, but to be honest with you, everything goes in the oven at 200 degrees for half an hour, and it's usually fine. So I'm just, yeah, I can't promise, but I'm just putting that information out there.
You too.
Should use my good hand always. Yeah, and like I remember when I fucked my leg up, when I fucked my knee up, and I couldn't really walk. I was on crutches, so I was sort of crutching about in the flat, and I was cooking some food, and then I realised I can't carry a plate of food on crutches, but I need the crutches to be able to move. Thank you for redeeming your daily bread, Tiger. I need to be able to move, but I can't carry a plate of food when I'm on crutches. So I was just standing up, eating my dinner off of the fucking chopping board in the kitchen, leant up against the counter with my crutches next to me. And that's how I ate for like 2 or 3 weeks when I couldn't walk. And I was like, this is fucking awful, man. Like, the way a physical injury then became such a physical limitation for such a long period of time, I was like, this fucking sucks, dudes. And like, I remember I dropped something on the floor and I was like, well, I guess until I can get down on the floor and then get back up again, that's going to have to live on the floor. I can't pick it up. I can't. It's just going to have to live there. With the crutch, I just sort of like, not kicked it because it's a crutch, but just nudged it into the corner of the kitchen out of the way. And I was like, well, I guess it's just going to have to live down there now, you know? And I was like, shit, if I drop something, I can't pick it back up. And yeah, having a bath with your leg like up on the side of the bath while you try and wash the rest of you and wash the leg that's fucked without like bending it. Yeah, it was fucking rubbish.
Me? No way.
But yeah.
I'm straight, man.
What I needed, is like one of those little Meals on Wheels trolleys, you know? You make all the food and you put it on a trolley, then you wheel it over somewhere. I probably could have got away with that.
These
just
guys
about.
Are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
But yeah, and to reference earlier, I do have a fan oven. Fan ovens, you can cook a bit colder, but whatever. I just remembered that, yeah, I do have a fan oven, and if it's not a fan oven, you have to cook it for a bit longer. But anyway, but yeah, like the 2 times, like when I fucked my leg and I couldn't walk for 2 weeks, I was on crutches. That was fucking depressing. And when I fucked my back, the last time I fucked my back, when I was riding BMX, yeah, I was bedridden for probably about a week and a half. And yeah, trying to get out of bed to get to the toilet was like, it's an agony I can't quite articulate. I can't quite put into words. It feels as if somebody has got a knife probably about 2 or 3 inches into your lower back, like literally right in your nerve endings, and they're sort of moving it around and twisting it. It's literally the worst fucking pain. And yeah, like I've broken fingers, shoulder blades, collarbones, you know, we're not broken, but I've fucked things up, torn all the fucking rotator cuffs in my shoulders, that is. Like, yeah, bruised and broken ribs, toes, ankles, you know, my knee, I fucked up my knee, like, you know, and that all of that stuff was like, yeah, it fucking hurt and it was inconvenient, but like throwing my back out and having like a slipped disc, like herniated disc, is fucking like literally the worst pain I've ever experienced. And the trouble was, people were like, you should take pain medication. And I don't usually like taking pain medication because I personally believe that pain is one of the things that causes the body to heal itself. And if you take the pain away, I feel as if you're kind of communicating to the body that it isn't as big of a deal as it actually is. So I think if you can stand the pain, you should. But I was up there. I was up there, you know, herniated disc. I was at the point where I was like, I think I might need to take a painkiller. And I think one night when I rolled over in my sleep without realizing, oh my God, I literally was spasming because I just twisted my back after herniating a disc. I was spasming because the muscles weren't happy, but every time it spasmed, it hurt even more. And I'm not even kidding. I screamed into my pillow so fucking loud I gave myself a sore throat. And yeah, at that point I reached over and I grabbed a painkiller. And yeah, I caved in one night, but the rest of it, I just tried to sit as perfectly still as possible, lay as perfectly possible. But yeah, don't fucking throw your back out, dudes. Wear a back support, lift with your knees. I know it sounds and looks a bit stupid, but I guarantee you the pain you will feel if you throw your back out, it's the worst pain I think a man could experience. Women giving birth, I'm sure it's probably just as bad, if not worse. But that's not a pain I could ever experience myself. But it's the worst pain I've experienced. Out of all the things, piercings, tattoos, car crashes, being hit and stabbed with things, all of these things, they hurt, but it goes away reasonably quickly. And then it becomes an annoyance rather than a physical pain. Throwing my back out, herniating a disc, it was the most agonizing, sharp, stabbing, grinding, horrible pain for 2 weeks. It was so fucking bad.
Believe it.
Can't even fully put into words like the echelon upon which it sits compared to all other forms of pain. You know, breaking a finger, dislocating a shoulder, relocating a shoulder, tearing the ACL, tearing the meniscus in my right knee, smashing my face on concrete, doing BMX tricks and stuff, you know, being thrown out of moving cars and stuff and being absolutely covered in butt cuts and bruises. Yeah, like all of this stuff sucks, but like, yeah, it starts to get better fairly quickly. Herniating a disc, it just didn't get better. It just would not get better. Days and days and days of like trying to get out of bed, stand upright, or as upright as I could stand without being in pain, and then carefully shuffling towards the toilet to then like hold on to the fucking walls to lower myself down. And obviously your lower back, your core muscles that you use to excrete everything, you ain't pushing anything out at all. You're not. You have to be very patient and very gentle. But yeah, fortunately I was laying in bed. I wasn't eating or drinking too much. So I didn't have to go to the toilet that much. But yeah, getting into a bath, getting out of a bath, fucking hell. Fucking brutal, dudes. Never again. Touch wood. Never again. Proper back stretches every day. Stretches on the ad breaks.
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume.
107 degrees in Kentucky. Hey, Siri. What's 107 degrees Fahrenheit in degrees centigrade? Ooh. 41. 41 degrees. That is fucking ridiculous. Fuck that. Stay indoors. Wear sunscreen indoors. When it's so hot, when it's so sunny, you need to wear sunscreen indoors.
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised.
Yes, apologies if you guys can hear the planes.
Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here.
What drama?
No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy.
Home day off. Yeah, I would hope so. Making people work in 41-degree heat.
Really? Quick, tell me what's under her jumpsuit.
Well, it's like, I saw a TikTok, and this fucking girl, she must have been, I don't know, 21, 22. And she was like, has anybody else noticed how the bus drivers just aren't as nice as they used to be? Like, they barely say anything. And, like, they're always, like, you know, a bit short and a bit, like, you know, they're a bit, like, they don't really want to speak to anybody. And I was like, are you fucking kidding? So I went to the comment section, and, yeah, I don't have to say anything, because everybody is like, are you fucking kidding me? They are overworked. It is 30 fucking degrees, and they are in a fucking glass box driving the public to and from where they live to the town. And dealing with every kind of cunt that travels on the bus, because cheap forms of transport tend to attract cunts, because apparently cunts and money don't go together, realistically, unless they've got enough of it to then be chauffeured, whatever. But yeah, the bus is a real fucking interesting slice of society. You've got a lot of characters. I used to get the bus to work every day. You get a lot of characters on the bus, and when I say characters, I'm trying to be as polite as possible. You get some of the worst kinds of cunt you could ever imagine get the bus. And yeah, bus drivers, they are understandably just fucking fed up with fucking people arguing about bus fares. At least once a day, the bus would not move from a stop. And you'd hear like, but it's supposed to be this much, it's like fucking £2.30. I'm sorry, I know money's tight, but it's £2.30. Just fucking pay the man. It's not £2.12, it's £2.30. Just fucking pay the man. Like, you know, just fucking pay it. Because a lot of us are trying to get to work. And I swear to God, there was a bus that used to go from where I live. There was the 12, and then there's the 12X. Now, the 12X is what's called a limited stop bus, which means unless requested to, it won't stop at every stop along the route. It only stops in 1 or 2 stops per town. That way, it can get to Brighton within a reasonable amount of time. It is a bus, after all. But fuck me, man. So many people would get on the fucking bus at a stop. So somebody would ask the bus to stop somewhere where it's not supposed to stop. But they have to stop because somebody requested. So they would stop at a stop they're not supposed to stop at. Bear with me on this. Somebody else would get on at that stop when they're not supposed to, and then get off at another stop that the bus is not supposed to fucking stop at. All the while, I'm trying to get to fucking work, and there's like 7 fucking buses going up and down the seafront all day long, right? There's like 5 or 6 of them in the fleet. There's at least another one in the mix sometimes. There's like 6 or 7 buses going up and down the seafront. Everybody would get on the limited stop bus and then ask it to stop at a stop it's not supposed to stop to. So the journey would take like 3 times the length. And like, don't even get me started. When there was traffic and the bus had to stop at a stop it doesn't stop at, not supposed to, and then trying to get the bus back into traffic again. Oh my God, it took fucking so long to get to work. But everyone's like, why don't you just drive? I'm like, I'm trying to fucking save money and also the environment. But yeah, you give people a limited stop bus. It should be a shuttle. The bus should not stop. When people get on the bus, say this is a shuttle bus, it doesn't stop when requested. They should remove all the buttons and it only stops where it's supposed to stop. People can get a bus from that stop. And then it would actually be on time. It'd be like a train. Be like a train that just wouldn't stop if it wasn't supposed to, right? And I did worry that one day they were going to add the stop button to trains. They obviously won't. But yeah, the fact is, it's the public making it fucking awful. But yeah, people would give bus drivers shit. And don't get me wrong, a couple of times I was 2 meters away from the bus stop waving and they would just drive off. And I was like, you just made me 45 minutes late for work, brother. Because you couldn't be bothered, you just made me 45 minutes late for work. You are an absolute cunt. And like, I remember once, one of them fucking drove past me. They drove past me, right? I was walking towards the bus stop, and they just carried on going even though I was waving. So I turned and I thought, right, fuck you. And I ran in my brogues, my work shoes. I ran to the next bus stop and I was like, beep. As I got on the bus, I was like, fuck you, brother. Fuck you. But yeah, they have a fucking horrible, difficult job.
Glory,
their job is so
truth,
fucking difficult. So yeah,
softness,
don't give them shit, man. Like,
she wants you.
Anybody who has to work in a confined space in the summer, don't give them a hard time. Just don't. They will be fucking drenched in sweat and just not in the fucking mood.
I take it back.
Yeah.
He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely.
No air conditioning in that box. In Germany, they have AC in the box. Same time. When people's not nice, the AC don't work. Maybe in the bus. Oh, I see. Hurts me to say this. I have a sore throat. Oh, sorry to hear about that. It hurts me to say this. A sore throat.
She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature. How it always does, through subtlety. There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
I've always to get the AC box when I can, my wheelchair to open the side ramp. Yeah. I mean, the buses in the UK are pretty clever. They can drive up and then they can like let air out of the suspension, and then there's like a ramp that like slides out, so it creates like a proper like ramp. They don't have to get out and like put anything like on the trains. They have to put it down manually. But yeah, buses, they can. This bus can kneel. So when somebody's in a wheelchair, the bus stops and it goes and like lowers right down, and then the ramp just slides out because it's pneumatic, and the person on the wheelchair can just get on. And then we have like a couple of seats taken out where they can sit down. So the buses are pretty good, but there was a time when the buses were shit for people on wheelchairs. But then people in wheelchairs got in the way of buses and wouldn't move until they made accommodations. So
no.
Good for them.
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? Yes, Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
Remember the other day, chat, when I was talking about the contrast of going outside and getting absolutely drenched, and when you get back in, warm, dry clothes. Warm, dry clothes on any given day, not that important, right? When you get absolutely drenched in the rain, getting left behind by a bus, ironically maybe, getting indoors and putting on warm, dry clothes, or having a shower and putting on warm, dry clothes, they feel so much nicer because of the contrast, right? Cold water on a hot day. Oh,
that is correct.
It's special, isn't it?
And emissions too. A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her. Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here. You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says,
God, the fucking beach is over there. I don't know why this aeroplane is flying over my head. Well, I do. I know that they're waiting for their mark, so they've taken off a bit earlier. Now they're circling until they can finally fly over to the beach and do their thing and then fly off. But
she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious.
Here it's manual, the underground train extra high to enter the straight on line. Some things are great, others could be better, but in general it's good, not bad. Yeah, things have got better over time. Thank you for the bonk, Tiger. Things have got better over time. I do see lots of access. And the thing is, like a friend of mine who's become wheelchair bound recently was pointing out how like wheelchair access kind of helps everybody, you know? Like as soon as a business or a building or anywhere starts to consider accessibility, they suddenly start to organize and orientate everything to be like open and give people access regardless. And that helps everybody, you know? And, you know, eventually mobility is something that most people will start to feel some kind of compromise in over the course of their life. As they get older, you're probably going to become less mobile because that's how getting older works. So even if you don't require disabled access now, it might be very important for you in the future, right? So yeah, this is the thing. You know, non-accessible spaces. It's kind of like I said to you guys the other day. Every now and again, people are like, "Oh, there's going to be a gig or a rave or this museum or something," and I'm walking up this really windy staircase, like 2 or 3 flights, and I'd be like, "This is really fucking awkward to get in and out." And then yeah, we'd get into this empty fucking building, industrial building that's been converted into a gallery because that's all kitsch and cool. I'd look around and be like, yeah, like if the shit hits the fan, if something goes wrong, everybody's going to trample themselves to death on that staircase. I'm like, nah. But it also makes me think about accessibility, because, yeah, like people need to be able to get in and out of buildings fairly unimpeded, and that includes wheelchair users. But even if not a wheelchair user, just in general, people need to be able to get in and out, because if they don't, they trample each other, apparently, based on what we've seen. When you have help and support, it's mostly easy alone, and you found often problems like different heights and halts. Yeah, and like pavements, the pavements on the southeast of England, where I'm from, a lot of the sort of, you know, coastal towns and cities that I've been to down here on the southern coast, the pavements, because the council has to look after the beach, which is a considerable expense, because it's a tourist attraction, it's important, but that means that things like roads and pavements don't get as much investment. And yeah, the roads and the pavements around here are fucking diabolical. So yeah, people in wheelchairs struggle a lot because, yeah, there's a lot of pavements that are just so all over the place, like compared to like whenever I go to Europe, where all the pavements are fucking dead flat and perfectly sort of uniform, no cracks or bumps or fucking hack jobs where they've put in a fucking manhole cover or something. But yeah,
it's oddly moderate, probably compromised. Don't worry, it's only been
Stabby, thank you for the streak. I appreciate that, dude. Me, I would never rip off a person. Also, me paying low budget repairs, landlord mode. No, that's not mold. That's painted over. It's just a special edition wall texture. It's a limited edition wall texture.
The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
I am.
God, no.
God, no.
Not my favorite topic. How about we, you know, change the subject to something more lighthearted now? Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
Good, yes. This means she could have heard something, like what you were doing before.
Yeah, it changes from place to place. But this is it, like accessibility, it is really genuinely for everybody. Obviously, the first primary sort of focus for it should be people that, you know, require mobility, assistance with mobility, be it wheelchairs or just, you know, walking sticks and stuff. But yeah, it does really kind of help when buildings are designed to be accessible and to be sort of, you know, to work around human beings. Even if, you know, you only see somebody in a wheelchair every so often, the building is actually better designed when wheelchair users have been thought about, because actually there's a lot of thoroughfare and footfall and, you know, population and movement dynamics. There's a whole scientific study. I can't remember the name of the study I read, but yeah, talking about how when you take human beings in a simulation, you create like a fluid that's like a gathering of points that creates kind of like a fluid, and how it flows through spaces. And that's why some buildings where something used to be somewhere, but because of some new technology or some new development, they built something else and they moved that somewhere else. They moved that thing that used to be there and they moved it somewhere else. And the architecture put that in a central, easily visible location, but then that's the best place to put something new. So they move the information or the ticket booth or whatever somewhere else, and you can't fucking find it. And this happens a lot in European cities that have old architecture they don't want to fully, completely replace. So, for instance, a handful of times in Italy, because Italy's really fucking disorganized anyway, but we were stopped. We couldn't go through some ticket barriers. We got told to go a bit further, and the next set of ticket barriers was like a fucking 2-minute walk the other way. So a 2-minute walk the other way, went through, and then we had to walk back that way and then back to our platform. We missed our fucking train. And I was like, why the fuck can't we use those fucking ticket barriers? What's fucking wrong with them, you know? Like, surely you could just fucking check our tickets as we go through, but it's just, they probably, like, didn't think about that when they put these new ticket barriers in, these sort of, like, automated things that you put the ticket in and it opens a door for you. They probably didn't think about how to place them in a building that was probably built fucking several hundred years ago, when, like, human beings just moved about as they needed to, right? Because they used to check the tickets on the train, but now they want to check the ticket before you even get into the station. But the problem is, if you don't create a congregation area, or at least an area where human beings can, if they need to, congregate before you bottleneck them or choke point them, yeah, you create all kinds of problems where suddenly you've got a bunch of people queuing up to do something, but then people are walking past, and it's a pickpocket's dream, because people that are stuck standing around for a queue and there's a reason for people to walk through a crowd of stationary people, that's a pickpocket stream. And you'll notice that pickpocketing happens a lot more at stations, train stations specifically. This is where the study was located on, was defined by, was centered around, they found that most pickpocketing happened when people were stood still, and the mark was stood still, but the pickpocketer, the thief, was on the move. And they found that, yeah, rather than trying to bump into somebody and try and pickpocket them while they're moving, that's obviously very difficult. So suddenly anyone standing still with their back to open space was a mark. And although you can't interview thieves about this, they won't ever tell you the truth, you can observe CCTV and you can see why it happens, and then you can start creating simulations, and that's what they did. And they said that, yeah, you've got kind of like an oil gallery in a car. So inside your engine, you've got like a space where oil fills up, and that means there's a chunk of oil just sitting there so it can be fed to a very important part of the engine. It's called an oil gallery, and the oil will obviously have a space to be quite prominent and build up in a space so that there's plenty of it, so if there's ever a drop in oil pressure, that oil is still there to smooth out the flow, so that, because if oil stops going to that one piece, it's game over. So yeah, you need to think of like having sort of spaces and galleries in like public spaces. And yeah, like I say, accessibility is something that I've been, because one of my friends became wheelchair bound recently. I've thought about it a bit more recently, but yeah, like the way spaces can be designed, because you get architects that design buildings that are very good to look at, but they're awful. Like the way you have to move around them, how people get sort of like really crammed in one space, but then there's loads of dead space doing nothing somewhere else. But then you get an architect that makes a really beautiful building, but also the way human beings move around it is like really optimized, so everybody can get to where they need to get to. There's a whole layer to it where it's like behavioral sciences. It's not just designing a building anymore. But yeah, it's a really interesting topic. So yeah, I could digress even more, but I'll carry on playing the game now.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Quick, say something professional.
Hello, officer.
Okay, so yeah, so we need to wait for Kim to be... Okay, so tonight in the game, our hand-eye coordination is 9. So when Kim's away, we've got 2 things to do. Do better than Germany. Yeah. And I think that part of it comes down to like how much of the population will, because I appreciate that when you've got like councils and governments dividing up funds, you have to think about, like if you spend a bunch of time making all the buildings accessible for people with wheelchairs, but
I can't believe this.
But actually you've only got like a very, very tiny population of people with wheelchairs. It's nice to accommodate them, but at the same time, if you've got another demographic of your population that's afflicted by some other kind of difficulty, actually the money would have more of an impact if it was spent making things better for them. So it's difficult. It's a fucking difficult one to draw, because you've got to think of like, where can you spend the money you get from tax revenue to have the most impact on making the most people's lives better. And it's difficult because, yeah, the trouble is, in and of themselves, each person that has a difficulty or is in a minority is important, and they deserve to have their sort of difficulties addressed and sort of, acknowledged. But at the same time, there's only a certain amount of money that can be spent to improve things, and therefore you want to improve most things for most people. So you have to spend the money on where it's going to make the biggest difference to the most people, and it's kind of like a moral thing. It's difficult, fucking difficult. I'm glad I don't have to make the decision.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
I mean, I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted. That's kind of the only thing that the sentence says. There's nothing else in there that could be used to adjust the context.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Condensation, mate. I need to get one of those bottles that's like double layered.
Yeah, she's
But they're
crazy,
expensive, aren't they?
you know.
Since the Stanley Cup
A
craze,
crazy bitch.
they all went up in price,
You know
right?
the type. She's fucked
I did.
up.
I did have one. I had one, but it started to get a really weird smell, and like when I was drinking water out of it, as the bottle got empty, I could smell the inside of the bottle. It was weird. I tried putting boiling water in it for 20 minutes, and then chucking that out, putting some more boiling water in there. But you can get, because water bottles have become so popular, you can get like a washing, like a scrubbing brush, but it's small enough to fit into the nozzle of a fucking drinks bottle to clean them. Because it's important, you should clean them. Luckily, this one you can undo the top, and then like I can just like pop the lid like that, and then just chuck it in the dishwasher with that facing downwards, and it gets absolutely blasted with like hot soapy water. But yeah, you should clean them, because fucking, I can't remember which influencer it was. There was a fitness influencer that was like, right, today we're going to shame some people. And they said, how are you going to shame me? Like, I've been working out every day, blah, blah, blah. I was like, can I see your water bottle? They were like, yeah, sure. And they opened the water and they peeled the orange sort of like the rubber seal away from the sort of like the cap. And it was just full of fucking grime. Like, this thing is so filthy.
She wasn't raped. The witnesses' statements were very clear.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
I didn't push her.
And you went and pushed her.
I didn't.
I am gonna fucking
hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy. Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet, too. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad, listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
Another apocalyptic actor in town? This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
Well, they're still saying all this when Claudia said that it wasn't what happened. Well, so, I mean, this is another one of this game's wonderful qualities, is the story is how I think all stories should be. The story is what you, the viewer, make of the story, or you, the reader, or whatever. You, the person experiencing the story, you put together your understanding based on all of the characters, and they sometimes don't all tell the same. They're not all singing from the same hymn sheet, right? They're not all reading from the same page. They have their motivations and they have their morals and their subjectivities and stuff. And therefore, you can't always take something that they say 100% as fact just because it's being sold, given to you as by the storyteller, right? So I really like when a story has characters that don't always agree. And sometimes with some stories, you get the impression the person who did the writing didn't fully think through the overall kind of like structure of what the actual story is really trying to do. So when two people say conflicting things, it feels as if it's bad writing. And I think a few of us would have experienced this, even if you don't quite acknowledge it, is when a story is playing out, but something just doesn't sit right with you. And it's just like, I just don't see that as the case. And that's because you've come to a conclusion based on one person's actions, and another person's actions are questioning that, but you see more validity or more weight in the initial character's actions. And yeah, it's interesting story delivery mechanism architecture like this, but yeah, every now and again you come across a story that's so fucking well put together, like this story is, when there's two characters that have conflicting opinions or say conflicting things about the happenings. You know it's not a mistake. You know it's not bad writing. You know that these two people are disagreeing with each other for some other reason. And it's almost like, I don't want to make excuses for it, but yeah, I think that in this case, it's pretty clear based on the level of detail that every single character has. Yeah, it's interesting how these two characters, Claudier and Titus, they both have their side of the story, and it's up to us as the detective to figure out which one is the truth, because that's what we're initially here for, of course. But yeah, it's obvious that Claudier was called in to sort of be a supporting character in the story that they're trying to sell about why they hung that guy up there. I know that they hung them up there after they were shot by the person that's on the island, but still, yeah, I really like this sort of stuff. I like because it's a detective game and we're supposed to spot illogical fallacies and stuff, or logical fallacies, not illogical. Sorry, we're supposed to spot illogical and/or logical fallacies in what people say and do, because we're supposed to read between the lines. That's one of the things that this game really, really does itch my brain in the perfect way, is that even though it's my third playthrough, I'm still analysing the things people are saying and the way that the voice actor is delivering them. Because, yeah, there's so much detail to be had. There's so much about these characters and this world that's all part of this sort of masterpiece. I'm not even going to pull my punches with it. I genuinely think that in a world full of AAA, 3D, over-the-shoulder, open world, RPG, fucking always online, fucking just this, the way video games have kind of all started to center around a handful of characteristics. And some people do them well, some people don't do them so well. A lot of people try, only a few succeed. It's just how creative industries are. But yeah, this game, an isometric, narrative-driven game with some of the most heartbreakingly brilliant writing I've ever experienced in a video game. Yeah, it's the breath of fresh air I've always needed. Death Stranding, Disco Elysium, Signalis, Viewfinder, Gris. Just this, every now and again, a game comes along that's using a bunch of stuff that most people don't use anymore in some way, shape, or form. It does something that a lot of other games refuse to do because it's not the right thing to do. And it's that feeling of it's that breath of fresh air feeling when you play a game and you realize that this particular format, this category, this genre, it doesn't have any of the bullshit that the AAA mainstream space is so inherently just possessed with selling us. This game is just some incredible writing, some absolutely incredible painting and scenery and set design, and just an incredible story. It just, yeah. And like I say, it barely puts a foot wrong. I mean, through updates, they've made a few things like visual bugs here and there, which is a shame. But beyond that, I've yet to find anything about it that isn't exactly how it feels like it needs to be. It just, and like the first time you look at the Dark Souls leveling up menu, you're like, fucking hell, there's a lot of stuff going on here. But after a while, you realise Dex is Dex, strength is strength, whatever health is called, vitality or whatever they call it in Dark Souls. But yeah, you begin to understand that, yeah, these stats then change the numerical values that happen when you do certain things in the game. And it goes, but the fact that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, so there's 6, 12, 18, 24, if my maths is as good or as bad as I think it is. So there's 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's got to be 12. That's got to be 24, 24. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, 24. So there's 24 characteristics. And unbeknownst to a lot of people, a lot of these characteristics, once they are high enough, like 5 or 6 or above, there are parts of the dialogue tree that just automatically progress. You don't have to do a skill check. You just, because you are of a certain level, and that means that depending on all of these characters, different conversations play out in slightly different ways. And I've noticed that on my third playthrough now. I'm going for a conversation to go a certain way, but because my build is different this time, the conversation plays out in a different way and sometimes has the same outcome, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, actually, it changes the way that interaction goes. and how you leave it. And yeah, it's genuinely like the way, like I say, the way the narrative and the way that the characters' conversations go changes. So in terms of a role-playing game, it really does like alter itself based on the build you're using, you know, because like logic, medium, success. Where's the next one? Perception, hearing, medium, success. So I didn't have to do a skill check for any of these. I just passed them because of my build, right? But yeah, because I've done different builds on all 3 playthroughs, I've noticed certain conversations go a different way, which is, yeah, it's what a role-playing game should do. It should have branching paths that really genuinely do. I mean, we're going to come to the same conclusion. There aren't multiple endings, but the game branches out pretty significantly from the midpoint. And day 3, when you choose your political alignment, you have a dream on day 3 where you choose to be liberal or fascist or communist or whatever, that then has an effect as well. So yeah, it was obviously a very ambitious project that did go massively over budget, time and money wise. But what we got is, yeah, it's a pretty fucking special piece of fiction to me personally. Why would they cover up the fact that he was shot? Well, this is it. But yes, apologies, chat. I am going to have to quickly pop you guys on a manual ad break. I desperately need to use the loo, so I'll pop you guys over there. It's only a few minutes before the next ad break anyway, so I'll pop you guys over there. I'll be right back. The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me. The boss here. Oh, is it this fucking scroll? Oh, it's Pumpkinhead, okay. Okay, so yeah, maybe Ashes of War are worth looking into. Okay, this is what we want for exploring. This is the way to explore, chat. I need some more battery, but oh shit. Okay, maybe this isn't how we explore. Anyway. Invisible Kid is not locked up, which I think... Oh, Elden Ring installed. So I think you guys prefer it if Kid is not locked up, right? Someone redeemed a visit. Did they? Oh, Nebico, sorry. Oh, wow, sorry. And you want to lock someone up. Okay, so Nebico, you want to go in the visitor section. I'll do that straight away. Just one sec. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Lock her the fuck up. Right. Gladly. We'll pop her on the bottom of the list. There we go.
Looking good. Get out of this, Countess.
Oh, 15 mil.
I can do it.
That's my testicles, please. Ow. Did
Do you just see that? 3 hits just went straight through him. Nothing but air. Ridiculous. Yeah, see, I was pretty sure there was an enemy there, but the auto aim just snapped on, so I knew he was there. Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, the auto aim is so strong. I thought there was someone there and it fucking snapped on like a good 20 degrees. Fucking hell. Just got that one at the end. There were still moments in Elden Ring where I was like, holy shit, this is concept art. Look at that fucking castle on top of that mountain with the clouds and the fog around it. It's fucking concept art. And then you can go there and actually go inside that castle and then get your ass absolutely fucking clapped by some horrible boss that does this and then follows you around while you try and run away. And then the second you roll, it's like, ha, wrong. And then fucking hits you. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. Fuck, okay. Okay. Medea, done. Dragon Slayer crumbs. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's a good new top. 150,000 souls. Let's go. Let's go level. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Sorry. The coffee did what the coffee does.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about. What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
Now that is intriguing. You had me at door gunner. A door gun is a gun mounted to the door of a transport airship. They have a habit of mowing down civilians. Farmers mostly.
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
Actually, there are a few. Crypto analyst, radio officer.
Yeah, like you have one. Smart ass. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. Excuse me? What the fuck was that?
Let him go, Titus. I'm sure he doesn't need it.
Sure, lawman. You do you. I'll do Titus and get fucking wasted.
Yeah, Rhetoric Impossible 17. Convince Titus he's being manipulated. So Rhetoric's only 2. So can I improve my rhetoric and then do this check? I'm going to check the window as well because we just. Does this now become available?
Behind the dockworkers.
Yes.
A ceiling height window.
Okay.
The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Yeah. Mysterious door seen. You've been here a long time. Right, so that's perception. And that one was...
It's you again.
Oh, no, fucking...
What is it?
Mister had to make new sandwiches. What did you put in the sandwiches? I haven't had... Yeah, well, no, that's not true. I've had sandwiches. But yeah, I haven't made myself a sandwich in a while, right? And I keep seeing... Like an Instagram. I swear to God, right? There should be some rule that you're not allowed to like show cooking content, like aesthetic, like look how good this sandwich is kind of content in the last half of the month. You can show that stuff at the beginning of the month when people have been paid, they've got a bit of spare cash to go and buy the ingredients. But this whole, I swear to God, I have a feeling that like Just Eat and a few others, like they know you're not going to buy anything, but they up the advertising towards the end of every month because I see so much food related content towards the end of the month. I don't know, maybe I'm seeing it all the time. It's just more significant to me because I know I can't afford to order a takeaway or whatever, or make that. I'm just on basic food because everything's so expensive. So towards the end of the month, I'm just eating what I can per day to get through. But yeah, like I swear to God, I see so many fucking adverts for food and so much content about food. And I can't shake the feeling that it's kind of some big psyop. Butter, ham, fried egg, cheese, and gherkins. Ooh. Ham and egg is a good one. Ham is a good meat, and the yolk from the egg makes the sandwich nice and juicy. So it's perception sight, wasn't it? Right. Have we got anything that's lessening perception? No. Right. So.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height nothing, just black. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling nothing.
Please excuse me, chat. There's a trophy for one of the pinball machines.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches, light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket, hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Huh?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. One of the sentences, someone's hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. Okay, I apologize. The jet engines have started. And yeah, I remember from last year when I was playing Death Stranding 2, the jet engine was so loud, my mic was quiet afterwards. So I apologize if it fucks with it. The thing is, I can't really close the windows. It's 26 degrees, so it's a bit warm to have the windows closed, but...
And I need the fatty to get his feet amputated because the smell is killing me. We can't always get what we want.
So, that jet engine is loud enough to trigger the microphone to open. So it's as loud as my voice at 1 foot distance. That thing is probably several hundred feet in the air. Well, I don't know what the minimum, because they have to be above the minimum for built-up areas. So yeah, but how many 100 feet up in the air? But that engine is so loud that even that many feet away, and you know, the only way it can get in is through the slot of the windows. It is that loud.
God damn it, Dennis. You know I can't help it.
Sorry, fucko. These guys won't help you. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
Sorry.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch and slides it across the table to you. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
It's worth a try.
So I've got you guys, I've got the microphone muted for you guys. So yeah, I just won't be saying very much when there's a fucking jet engine tearing over the top of my flat.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop. Master investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
At this point, what's the matter, Bub? Did the planes wake you up? Did the planes wake you up? I'm sorry, Bubba. They're very noisy, aren't they? They're very noisy. How are you supposed to nap in these conditions, eh? Sorry, the cat has awoken. Obviously.
All these mesmerizing machines. Just
Yes, so we have done that one already. Sorry.
Played. Feels like it might jump
Hello,
back to
Baba.
life any moment. The lights illuminating the
You gonna come say hello?
the woman.
Planes are very noisy, aren't they?
Some kind of
Hmm?
inane pinball theme.
They're very noisy, aren't they?
Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
It's annoying, isn't it, when something keeps making a loud howling noise, just like you every day. Hmm.
Diora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era on the Muindi Isola, the others being Ria Silvia and Advesperasket. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. It's quite nice, actually. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now. Kim Pinball Kitsuragi. Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations. Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman. No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science-fiction, and historic romance franchise.
Sorry, I'm still muted. The plane's disturbed him. That's it. We're getting we're getting anti-air, small anti-air cannon. Well, this is the thing. Self-propelled anti-aircraft. This is the thing. I was just saying to him. I was like, it's annoying when something keeps making a howling noise, like he does all fucking day. Some days. But yeah, bless him.
It is lame.
It's very hot, so he's been sleeping quite a lot.
I am not cold pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy. Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop. It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide. End of story. That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball. It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents. No. You're gonna call me Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Or, on rare occasions, Kim, because it's shorter. Let's go.
Any plan to call him Pinball or Kimball is immediately wiped from your neocortex, as if with some sort of mind-altering device. It is simply not going to happen.
Also, it would have been very difficult to rewrite a bunch of the dialogue to have that as his name change. But yes, I apologise, chat. He has awoken.
In the
He's
corner.
finishing off his food, so in a minute I'll have to quickly pop off and put some dry food down for him.
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a moustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend.
Can't say
of
we should get him a half
Cornelius
track or a
Gordy,
tank or even an
taken on the
APC.
world's
Well,
tallest
he definitely needs something that is warm
holds
and
that
also
when the
has
nation is in
places to
danger,
sleep.
Heroic Gordy shall return
Because,
and
yeah.
save his people.
Being warm and sleeping, sometimes at the same time, is definitely his favourite thing. As I say that, he's finished eating, he's going to climb back into the little bed he's got under the dining table and curl up.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, finger boy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius
Warm and places to sleep. Tanker APC then, because the half track will be open on the back half and the others are enclosed. Yes. And he also needs to be able to reach the levers. He's fairly smart. I'm sure he could learn.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass. The words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness.
Excuse me, chap. It's a bit warm.
This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you
A
snatch
deaf,
him
dumb,
back
and blind
from the
kid
jaws of
sure
death.
plays a mean pinball. Plays by sense of smell.
You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the pal is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever. How if you can't even see it? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing, finger boy. The machine is dead and silent. It needs serious maintenance before anyone can play again. This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Yeah, I saw a post about a tank that could it could ford a river up to a certain height. And yeah, there was like a snorkel tube that could be like erected, and then like cables that held it in place. And like, yeah, you could seal off, put all the guns in and seal off everything. And then obviously it wasn't combat ready, but then it would go underwater and then come out the other side. It was a really interesting, informative little video, but my comment was tank : check it out, guys, I'm a submarine. And shitloads of people like
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling.
Hey guys, check it out, I'm a submarine.
To your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, last maintenance, 10th July, 88. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
Tankery said, "No, fuck this, I'm swapping jobs." Yeah.
A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long, long time ago.
That it does. I say, let's brave it. At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5. Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Yeah, it's only a short stay in hospital. Fucking hell, it reminded me of like people getting health insurance and then deliberately injuring themselves to make a claim. And yeah, there was like a video outside some apartment block. I think it was somewhere in Russia. And yeah, there's some people talking, and then this woman just puts her leg out like on the bench, and this guy just fucking stamps on it. I was like, holy shit, man. Fucking people like deliberately injuring themselves to get an insurance payout on health insurance.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the Hardies bang away at it.
Bear with me, I'm just making sure that my fucking stream is still connected. Because yes, I've made myself a new, I made my own Ethernet cable just to be 100% sure that the Ethernet cable wasn't the problem.
Remember,
and I think it has improved things.
Then that means
internet speed is more stable, ping is better, and more stable, less jitter.
Ah, yes.
Haven't been booted out of a game of Battlefield for a while. Haven't been disconnected on stream for a while.
With the case, I'm sure.
So,
but I do like a nice little connection.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin
Kim is still
crawls
alive. I can still watch. Yes, welcome back, Damos. Yes, no, we haven't. We're on day 5. I think day 5. I think, is it after we go to the island that the tribunals? I can't remember, but yeah.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
I think we should get an RT Weasel 2, one of the air defense system variants. Yeah, I mean, somebody posted in the Discord. I think it was Dennis. I think the next thing we get for Artie will be, excuse me. I think the next thing we get for Artie will be a novelty slice of bread for cats to sleep on. Because, yeah, I can't believe this exists and I don't have one for him. It's only a $5 as well. Yeah, it's 40 centimeters by 40 centimeters. So Artie's not a particularly big cat. He's probably smaller than this cat. So I'm fairly certain he should be able to sleep on it. So yeah, I might get him one. See if he likes it. I'll put it on the, I'll put it somewhere in the flat where he can cotch and see if he enjoys it. Because yeah, it would be very on brand. It would be very on brand for us, of course. Loaf on a loaf, exactly. Try to make a point of platting games I really love if I have the time and the skill, but knowing Kim has to die, I'm a bit ambivalent. Yes, and I will be honest. So that, again, this game is so unique in so many ways, but one of the really difficult things about the trophies in this one is that some of the trophies require certain choices and certain dialogue trees to be followed, and those dialogue trees are particularly fascist or racist. So you will at times have to choose dialogue options that are particularly uncomfortable to hear. which is very strange because it's one of the only times I've had moral difficulty doing a trophy hunt in a video game. Physical difficulty and skill mismatch difficulty and sort of just time sinks, like collectibles and stuff. But this game, I have to choose really horrible, abhorrent dialogue choices. And yeah, the really sad thing is here on the right, because we found this, because we interacted with our ledger, clipboard type thing, it tells you your ratings of various different characteristics. So Superstar Cop, I've already got the trophy, so I'm not that bothered. Apocalypse Cop I was going for in this one, so I'm just going with it. Sorry Cop and Boring Cop, I think we've already got those. Communist, 16. Fascist, 19. Ultra Liberal, 14. Moralist, 2. Good Cop, Bad Cop, -1. Every time you complete a task that's actually pertaining to the case or just in general, you get a good cop score. Every time you fuck Kim around or do something wrong, you get a bad cop score. You have to get it to -4. So you have to upset Kim, like -4, which is, yeah, not fun. Honor, I've only got 1 point. The Honor playthrough, I'm going to have to do a playthrough for Honor where you have to choose and do honorable things. You have to get 11 Honor points. It's quite a lot. People killed 3, apparently. Cases solved, 216. Years in service, 18. So yeah, like I know, I can see the rating of my character's sort of, you know, ideology. And yeah, it's not very comfortable.
Superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see.
Don't have no problem with it in this game because the writing is very skilled at making you question your motives no matter what your conviction is. Yes, yeah. There are times when if you choose a particularly disgusting dialogue option, your inner monologue will pipe up and say, are you sure you want to say that? Like, come on, dude. You know, it's sort of like you're not that bad. And so there is kind of an uncertainty in some of the sort of more fascist or racist ideology where sort of like your conscience, which is what these characters are aspects of, sort of pipes up to say something, and I do respect that.
It's not a ghost story.
But yeah,
it's a curse, and God ought to be made knowledgeable so he can.
I'm trying to remember, but I think there is a gay slur starting with F that's quite common, unfortunately, that this game uses. But I think it's been blocked out now. All the other stuff hasn't, but yeah, the F word for, you know, call it the slur that people use against gay people, that's been blocked out, and it's sort of like a noise instead of it being said, and the word starred out, so they did remove that. Because yeah, empathy, hand-eye coordination, okay. So yeah, I think they did draw the line at that, but yeah.
You clearly see
when you're a pacifist, the game's kind of like, okay, coward, you're getting nothing done. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The way the game responds to how you play it, again, it does so in a way that's, and obviously there are a few things here and there that I think could have been done, but I don't think they would have really genuinely added anything. So I kind of think, yeah, it's just me being, you know, silly and thinking stuff up. But yeah, the way that your inner monologue does shift to sort of acknowledging the kind of person you're making the character into by saying stuff like, it's so fucking clever in that regard. If I remember correctly, they only censored the English version. There's still a Finnish version that's uncensored. Oh, I see. Because yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think, you know, people calling each other the F word, the gay slur F word, is, you know, I don't think there's any sort of meaning or, you know, it's not a word that needs to be used, whereas some of the other words describing, you know, sexual assault and everything else, they are used quite, you know, unafraid.
Jackpot.
Unafraidly.
Like everything else here.
Unashamedly. But I think so they handle it with a certain degree of integrity and tact, like a lot of the other things in this game. So it doesn't feel like they're... Because every now and again, a work of fiction will use something very, very sort of, you know, difficult, but not in a way that has like any integrity or tact or sort of, you know, meaning. They're just doing it for shock value, and it's like you shouldn't, you know, use very shocking and difficult language or scenes to shock the audience unless they need to be shocked. Like if you need to amplify how terrible somebody or something is by representing it, that is sometimes going to be the case. But yeah, a few times I've been like, we didn't need to see that. Like it's just gore porn for people that like that stuff. We didn't need to see that, or we didn't need to, like, you know, actually watch that happen. But then other examples, like there's a film, and I will name it, but I will give you guys a warning. Like, this is not the kind of film you want to watch, because it's more about how the film is delivered and the point it makes, but it has some very, very uncomfortable scenes of somebody being assaulted. It's called Irreversible, and I won't spoil what the whole point of the movie is, but yeah, like there's two significantly uncomfortable scenes, two pieces of story that are very, 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 somebody does something awful and then somebody reacts to that by doing something awful, which again, part of that film is making you question, you know, was it justified and so on, but also the way the film is delivered, there's something to it, so I won't spoil it, but yeah. But it's fucking brutal. It is like hollowing. It really is a difficult watch. But I think in terms of what it achieved to do with the delivery mechanics and everything of the story, it's an interesting sort of thing that exists. But it's a fucking difficult watch, a very fucking difficult watch, especially if you are female. So I would pre-warn anybody to, you know, don't look that up and don't try and watch it unless you're in sound body and mind and not triggered by that sort of thing, because yeah, it's pretty fucking visceral in a couple of places. That yeah, because the thing that's interesting about the film is not what happens to the characters, it's how the film is structured. But again, I can't say too much without spoiling it. But yeah, stuff like that where like yeah, they had to show the brutality of both of those happenings to explain what happened in the story. And yeah, it's not like an indie filmmaker made a really brutal film that's, it was like, you know, like The Human Centipede, right? It was absolutely fucking disgusting. It was like just awful, you know, but it was just shock value, you know? There wasn't like any artistic merit to it. It was just shock value. And then there was another film I watched where somebody does some other awful stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you've committed this to film. Congratulations, you know, you shocked everybody, you know, but what have you actually done? How does your story actually... Is it thought-provoking? Does it make people ask questions? Does it change the way they look at the world? Or does it just exist as a shocking piece of media, you know? Like there's no purpose behind it. So I feel like it's just, you know, it's gore porn. It's just shocking people for the sake of shocking people. It's like a cheap jump scare, you know? But even worse. So yeah, but this game, it does brush on a few subjects that are pretty difficult to hear about, but it does so in a way that I think has integrity. So I will defend it on that ground. But other stuff, like I mentioned before, I won't defend it. But Irreversible, for what it does, it's an interesting work of fiction that I think does need to exist, but at the same time, the subject matter is particularly uncomfortable. Shadow Blood King, welcome in. How's it going? Watched updates for D23 last night on Twitter. D23? Am I missing something? What's D23? Sorry, I'm glad to hear it, dude. Only exception, in my opinion, is banter. For example, me and a friend had banter before. He called me R because I'm autistic, and I called him F because we both know that ultimately respect each other, have no qualms with each other, and both had mutual respect with each other. Yeah. I mean, I remember somebody trying to justify. They said that I would never call somebody that has physical disabilities or mental disabilities the R word. But if my friend does something which is R word, then he's being an R word, you know? And I was like, oh, I don't know. That does kind of have a logic that holds together. But calling them a fucking idiot is just as good, you know? Calling them an absolute fucking idiot is just as good. But yeah, terms like the R word, and there's an S word for people that had like numb limbs, and it's terminology that we've moved on from. So I try and avoid it because, yeah, it's like, you know, using a word that was once used or utilized to describe somebody that has a disability as an insult, in the same way that calling something gay as an insult is also homophobia, right? And don't get me wrong, when I was a 9-year-old, 10-year-old kid, I was like, oh, it's a bit gay. But, you know, it wasn't gay, it was just bad, and we used gay as bad, and we shouldn't have done that, you know, and I was wrong because I was a child. But yeah, I think that there are so many other words, especially in English, that you could use to describe things that I just don't think that I feel as if it's something that human beings grow out of, right? Like when you're a child, like when you're literally a child, you know, the F word for gay people and like the R word for people with like disabilities, you know, and various other, the N word for people of color, you know, these are very shocking words that get a response. And I think attention-seeking young people, specifically young men, you know, in Call of Duty lobbies, they use these words because of the weight that we give them, right? They are just words, but there's connotations, right? And I think that as you grow older, you begin to learn that there are many other words you could use to insult somebody that don't actually marginalize a demographic or a minority, right? There are many other words, right? And don't get me wrong, calling somebody a cunt is calling somebody a cunt. Yeah, you're being a stupid cunt. You're being a racist cunt. You're being a stupid. You can use like all sorts of words. Cunt will usually do. It's pretty versatile, I'll be honest. But yeah, like there are so many other words you could use that have absolutely no connotations or link to marginalizing a demographic or a minority like disabled people or people of color. There's so many other words, right? So you could just use one of those words. I don't see the language as necessary. It's you're choosing to use a word that is actually kind of designed to insult a certain kind of person, even if the person you're using against isn't in that demographic. But you don't even need to use that word. You could insult them in another way. Because the thing is, when somebody insults me using that language, I'm like, damn, you've got the fucking mental capacity of a 12-year-old. You have the vocabulary of a 10-year-old. That's the strongest thing you can come up with, is to use a racial slur or a homophobic remark. That's the most you could do to try and insult me. You haven't even got the fucking sentience or the competence to construct a criticism based on the things you can tell about me by looking at me. You can't even come up with anything, because every now and again, somebody will burn me and I'm like, holy shit, that fucking stings. That was fucking accurate. I feel attacked because I was attacked, right? And I'm like, I'm almost like kind of like in awe. I'm like, damn, that guy's got my number. That person knows exactly who I am. They read me like a fucking book and they called me. And they insulted me with such accuracy. I almost can't be angry about it, because you know what? They've got me. And like you say, Stabby, the banter you have with your friends can be that accurate, and therefore you don't have to use other words. But yeah, like I say, when your friend does something that is clearly a bit stupid, occasionally somebody might use the R word, and I'm like, oh man, we don't need to use that word. There's so many other words you could use. But yeah, I think that when there's so many options at your disposal, if you just learn to read and just actually do some reading, you don't need to use those words. But I feel like, when you get like 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds that are using a bad word they've been told not to use, but when you're a fucking 25-year-old man and you're still in a lobby calling people the N-word, I'm like, brother, grow the fuck up, man. Like, you've got like access to every single fucking piece of literature ever written, basically. It's all on the internet, along with all sorts of other stuff that isn't even literature. There is so much information out there that's for you to broaden your vocabulary. You don't need to use the same 4 slurs like over and over again. Like, come up with something better, my dude, But yeah, it's just some people very clearly never mature beyond the age of like 10 or 11, maybe 12. And there is a theory. The theory is that everybody on the internet is 12. Once you begin to understand, no matter who they are, everybody on the internet is 12 mentally, a lot of it makes more sense. It's just an easy way to just sort of lens the internet. You put it in a box and say, right, every time you discuss something with somebody on the internet, chances are they're a 12-year-old. And when you look at the comment sections of some videos, if you imagine they're all 12-year-olds, it makes sense. Suddenly, oh yeah, of course. Because, yeah, a bunch of people just never mature beyond that point. I also made sure he was fine with it and said, yeah, because it's all banter, we're mates, and actual offense. Yeah, the thing is, you don't actually mean it with any malice. It's just you dicking around with your friends. So yeah. The Disney, they showed Kingdom Hearts 4. Is it Kingdom Hearts 4? It's coming out late next year. I see. Hey, Bono, and hey, Bono, you're brummy. Welcome in, crew. How's it going, dude? Saw some racists getting exposed, fucking laughed at how stupid they were. Like, you're really going to ruin teenagers' life. Like my guy acting all big and brave just a second ago. The repercussions came up. Yeah. Can never watch Idiocracy again. The world isn't to rescue anymore. And who will we driving along? Yes, welcome in, Cross. Good to see you, dude. But yeah, like I say, I think it's just very low effort. Like, if somebody's going to insult me, I want them to fucking do a good job of it at the very least. If it's a low effort insult, then it doesn't require the response. And remember, there's a difference between responding and reacting, right? When somebody insults you, if you react with emotion, yeah, you're probably going to make things worse. If you respond with, intelligence and composure, you're probably going to fucking put them to bed right there and then, And that's just a better way of doing it, Once you start lowering yourself to their level, where you start insulting them, But one scenario that I've experienced a few times is when somebody's popped off at me and clapped back at me or said something to me, not even clapped back, they just said something to me, and then I've insulted them back, but I've been a bit more pointed with it. Like I've used my experience and my understanding of vocabulary to attack something that I understand that they are clearly very insecure about. And everyone's like, oh, you can't say that. Oh, you've gone a bit too far there. You've gone a bit too far. Fuck you, brother. Like, if you insult me, expect me to fucking come back at you, you know? But then I realized I don't need to. This is the thing. There's a difference between reacting and responding. Responding is like, and then just carrying on with the conversation. Like, what was that? It's like, it's me giving you a thumbs up like you're a 12-year-old because that's how you're acting. Anyway, as I was saying, and you just move on. You don't give them the time of day. You don't give them the floor. You just keep moving. And yeah, a lot of the time they'll keep trying to interject, and at that point you can just say like, yeah, okay, whatever, and just go back to what you were talking about, and it makes them look stupid. You know, they'll keep trying to interject because they haven't got one over on you. They haven't got the rise or the response out of you. So if you don't give it to them and you continue, they're the one that looks like an idiot, and they should, because they're the one that's trying to start an argument with insults, hurling insults around in a conversation. You know. And yeah, just flat out ignoring somebody and just fucking talking about something else. Yeah, like a friend of mine, we were at a table at some festival, and yeah, there was a bunch of people we didn't know very well there. They were friends of friends of friends of friends. It was a festival, of course. And yeah, one of them said something a bit insulting to my friend, and he just sort of went and just carried on talking. That was like, it's the suavest thing I've seen him do. He just looked at the guy like, and just carried on talking like you're not even worth responding to.
3 weeks, Maxime.
Fucking hell.
From the death coverage. It could easily have been 1 week, too.
Always said USA, is that? The orange dude seems to follow the movie and his friends. Well, yeah, so apparently there's like a fucking... You can like subscribe to like a chat room where you get market-moving information. And it's like, well, that's insider trading. It's like, but it's not insider trading. But no, it is. Like, if you're like, if you subscribe to this fucking like mailing list or this chat room or whatever, like the government will start talking about, you know, movements in the market and stuff. And they're trying to pawn it off as like, you know, just an investment group chat thing. But it's insider trading is what it is. And yeah, they're just doing it out in the open. It's fucking so corrupt. And they announced the Kingdom Hearts animated series is coming. Yeah, I haven't seen much in the Kingdom Hearts thing for a while. I've seen a lot of people play, but apparently Kingdom Hearts is way harder than it looks. Apparently it's quite a difficult game. Can never go too far. Well, I don't know about that. A Malmo, man. That's too far. Started trading for the Senate people. Well, yeah, like the fucking, you've got people that are part of the US government that are outperforming Warren Buffett in terms of their investments. It's like you're outperforming the best investor that's ever lived.
With our main investigation,
and like I said before,
which I would say is quite large.
It's not like they're just sort of like outperforming them by 1 or 2%. Like then it's like 300-400% what Warren Buffett makes from investments. It's like, come on, guys, you're letting greed get the better of you. You've got a bit of a moneymaker scheme going, but here you are outperforming the best investor there ever was. Your greed is making you look stupid and obvious. So yeah. For those, he was like 400 million net worth on 150k salary. So how many years salary is 400 million in net worth? But I mean, it depends on how much of it stocks and shares, I suppose. But yeah. Yeah, not really. I mean, Kingdom Hearts. So the Kingdom, because I mean, I see lots of people that play Souls games playing the Kingdom Hearts games. So I was like, okay, are they as challenging as they look? Apparently they are. But yeah, she does the most insider trading. Yeah, and yeah, this is the thing. And there was some government official that was like, listen, do you guys want to make money or not? And he stormed out of a meeting. He was like, do you guys want to make money or not? And just walked out. So you're saying the loud part, you're saying the quiet bit out loud, dude. The whole room just heard you basically fucking confirm that you're in it for the money.
Behind Classia's room.
You have to grind levels and face the final boss, but it was worth it. Kingdom Hearts isn't a Souls like. No. But what I mean is I see people that play Souls games also playing the Kingdom Hearts game, so I wasn't sure if there was one that was particularly difficult or not. They're not Souls-likes, obviously, but yeah.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine.
At least he was honest. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
The souls have left a pattern. uniform, horizontal lines. This print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole with logos on it. It seems custom-made or old-fashioned.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me, or some kind of...
So I applied it to you. It goes both ways. That's not happening.
Still a boot, though.
The Civil War has begun.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the
Thank you for
workshop
redeeming your
floor.
daily breadcrumb. I mean, 68 pieces. Oh, big number next one. Big number next stream. Right, we've got a skill point to use at some point, which is good. Little hole in the wall.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't get this up on stream. But yeah, I'll see if I can just search for the tagline. It might just only show me the fucking... But yeah, there was fucking... No, yeah, I think it's just going to show me actual load-bearing wall. So anyway, so basically somebody had bought a house and was doing a bit of a reno, you know, going to try and make it look nice. And yeah, and they were cleaning out one of the bedrooms and they had a black light. And the wall next to the bed had loads of streaks all over it. And it was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, some guy's been just blasting that every night before going to bed, just against the wall and letting it dry. Oh, fucking animal. But yeah, the top comment was, talk about a load-bearing wall. And I was like, oh my God, it's perfect. It's the perfect comment. It's the most perfect comment I've seen for such a long time. Talk about a load-bearing wall. Excuse me. But yeah. I'm just looking at this peephole next to the bed, and they're specifically talking about you can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside. You know, they should say two people, to be honest, to be inclusive, but yeah. Nothing civil about this wall. One day more than stop redeeming. American bearing walls made by paper. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. It's not like, you know, like America, like they have like some of the craziest weather, but they build some of the weakest houses. And it's crazy because they can throw up a fucking enormous like 8-bedroom house with like en suites in every single, and it's like a mansion, right? They can throw that up. They've got the space to do it, and they've been, you know, timber houses have been around for a long, long time, so they can throw a house up super fucking quick, and it's massive and it's really cheap. The houses, I mean, the houses are getting more expensive now, but yeah, like. The trouble is, like, they're made out of wood, and, like, you know, not that you can't use wood in buildings and stuff, but yeah, it's crazy how many times I've seen, like, you know, there's a horrible flood or a massive tsunami or a storm or a hurricane, and it just destroys, it just erases home after, and there's just the plot, there's just the foundations, right? And they just build a bunch of new houses out of wood, and then, like, 4 years later, another hurricane tears through and just destroys them all again, and I'm like, guys, please, like, there's obviously some areas you can just build a house out of wood, that's fine, but some areas you're going to have to use at least cinder blocks, you know, at least concrete, at least bricks, right? Because yeah, like, it's clear that you need a house that can withstand that kind of thing. Like I say, there's a bunch of places in America where, like, there's houses that are, like, you know, really, I mean, old for America, because America hasn't been around that long in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, houses that have been there for a very, very, very long time, and they're made of wood, you know, so it's not a problem. It can be fine. It just isn't in some parts. And yeah, I see people, they rebuilt, and there's like a hurricane is tearing through, blah, 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 and it's destroyed a bunch of houses. I was like, didn't that happen like 5-6 years ago? And I look up, like, it did. A hurricane blew through there and fucking destroyed a bunch of houses, and they just built a bunch of houses again out of wood, and now they've all been torn down again. I'm like, fucking hell. And what's crazy is, because America is so massive and it has so much empty space, there are like towns that got started and then a highway got built that completely made it pointless to live there, and everyone just leaves, and they leave behind like just like whole like neighborhoods full of houses that are all just derelict. They're just still standing. They're all made out of wood as well, but nothing has destroyed them. But people that actually live in houses that get destroyed by hurricanes and stuff, I'm like, damn, that's fucking crazy. But yeah, like they'll go out and there'll be like a mine or a factory or something that makes it like, you know, makes it important that people can live nearby, and they all live in a little town. And then, yeah, the mine runs dry or gets closed because of safety concerns or whatever, or the factory or whatever, or like a road is built that connects a bigger city to another city. So there's no point having a town in the middle. You may as well just live in one of the cities. And yeah, everyone just leaves. And it's fucking crazy. There's just like street after street after street of just empty houses. And I'm like, what's crazy is America has like a housing problem of its own. But there's loads of empty houses all over the place. But I suppose the UK has a housing problem as well. And there's loads of empty places in London because people have found out that you earn more in property appreciation than you do in interest on savings. If you buy a house for 60 million in London and then just sit on it with nobody living in it, that house is worth 80 million within a certain amount of time. Whereas if you put that money in savings, it'd only be worth 67 million. So why would you not put it into a house rather than savings? And the thing is, when they buy a property and then they don't rent it because they don't want it to get damaged because that would lessen the value of the house, they're leaving it empty on purpose, and we don't tax them heavily enough to do that. You know, if we tax them heavily, they wouldn't do that. They would find some other financial instrument to earn interest on their money. But yeah, houses becoming a speculative asset in terms of value, in terms of value, rather than, you know, financial instruments like savings accounts and various investments and stuff. Everyone just bought up all the houses with their money. And now, if you were to fucking change it so that they had to fucking basically not do that, they'd all lose a shit ton of money. So yeah, it's a bit of a shit show, to be honest. But you can tell I keep forgetting to redeem that daily. Yeah, thanks for redeeming your daily bread, dude. Even rich people like this is shit. That's the thing that's strange to me is, yeah, you see these like American houses, they get bigger, but they're never built more robustly, right? They just have more bedrooms, more, you know, parlors and, you know, boudoirs and various other bits and pieces. And yeah, like one person, like a framer that I know, was working in America, and he was like, dude, the fucking scale is ridiculous, right? Check this out. He sent me a video of him walking full upright, walking in the roof cavity of the house he was working on. 11 bedrooms, en suite in 8 of them. Pool room, cinema, fucking swimming pool, jacuzzi, a pool house as big as an English normal house that people live in, right? A giant, great big dining room, enormous, great big kitchen, just everything was massive, right? And they were building this enormous, great big, it was like a big L shape, right? And yeah, he was walking, they built a staircase to go up and over some of the high ceilings in certain rooms. And he had to build a staircase out of framing wood to walk around this fucking space. And he was like, look at this. And I swear to God, this room where they were going to put the boiler and the heater and a few other sort of water pumps and aircon units, it was bigger than my kitchen just for utilities. And I was like, fucking hell. He's like, it's crazy. The amount of wood we've gone through so far. Like, we had stacks and stacks of wood. Like, imagine a lorry showed up, right? And the back of the lorry is just wood. Unload all that onto the floor, and that was only the first bit of the house. And then we got another fucking load of wood to frame up the next bit of the house. I was like, fucking hell. He's like, it's fucking insane out here, dude. And there's just so much space. He's like, I'm building this fucking enormous, great big house with like 60 other guys. And then literally you could walk for 2 hours away from this house, right, into the wilderness and not see another soul, not see another house, not see another road. There's just nothing over there. I was like, fucking hell. He was like, it's a fucking different league in terms of space. But a hurricane would literally turn this to fucking ash. It would turn it to splinters. It's so crazy. He's like, yeah, the house goes up in like a year. All right, whereas in the UK, it would take a year or 2, maybe 3 years to get all the brickwork done and then start building the indoors and everything. But yeah, it's just a different way of building houses and stuff. But yeah, it's always seemed a bit strange to me how, like, you know, people that live on floodplains in wooden houses that aren't like, because when you get to like a floodplain area, but the house is like raised up like 1.5 meters off the floor, so if it does flood, the house is just suspended above it, so it's not that bad. But yeah, you see some places that are like floodplains that have flooded multiple times in the last 30 years, and the houses are built on the ground, and I'm like, surely this is just not how you do it. I don't know. I don't understand how this works. But maybe house insurance is a big market over there. So
you can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here.
Hairline is older than the US. Building a house in a hurricane area, wonder why you have a shark in your living room. McMansions because of McDonald's. Oh wow, that's a bit of a fucking slap.
Definitely suspicious.
But this is the thing: is that, you know, for all intents and purposes, once you're inside a big American house, it is just a big house, and yeah, they've got space for everything, right? So I get it. Yeah, I understand. It's a lot cheaper and easier to build these houses out of wood. It's just, yeah, like I wouldn't do it somewhere where there's like, you know, storms and stuff. You know.
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there.
But yeah, like the
sensationally unnatural.
I used to watch like cartoons and stuff, and there would be like the small little farmhouse, you know, the one story farmhouse with like the slated roof flowing around in the sky because of a hurricane. And as a kid, I was like, there's no way a fucking full grown house would be flying around. But then I realized all their small little houses were made of wood, and yeah, a hurricane would definitely pick them up off the floor. Not quite as like spiraling up in the air, but they would get turned over and stuff.
This is the inside of the barred door you've seen before.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof.
A Wyoming ranch would be very sweet to have, though. This is the thing. Like, if I could find like a nice 4 or 5 bed house made of brick, proper brick house with installation, you know, a fucking air gap between the face work and the actual structural work, and then obviously, you know, internal stuff to insulate with proper wooden like joists and floorboards. You know, a building that I understand as an Englishman. You know, with a basement, because Americans have basements and the UK doesn't, which is strange. But yeah, we call them cellars. But yeah, like a basement, so there's a space underground where you can get away from the heat or the cold. And yeah, just a big space of land. Because in the UK, like I'm never going to be able to afford a house as it is. But, you know, I'm never going to be able to afford a house with any land, you know, any space where I could have big dogs or, you know, build a skate park or whatever, or have like a small golf course. But in America, like I say, depending on where you go, if you go to some of the really rural parts of America that aren't as well connected, and you're not really bothered about being connected to cities and stuff, the land gets pretty cheap and there's a lot of it. So yeah.
Folded M dimension.
Moved to Argentina. No, we tried that. You know, we tried that in the 80s and it didn't go very well. But no, I won't make jokes about the war.
Suddenly, and read science fiction. Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact, or the roof.
Yeah.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions. You haven't listened to it? You sure you don't want to hear it before questioning me? Sure, you can trust me.
War and war over like a week and on British land.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's been armed conflicts, you know, in and around England, but you know, I would argue that England has gone and conducted armed combat around the world more, I would argue.
Oh, come on. You know better than that.
But yeah.
They've got him saying he'd like to rape and kill. Do Ravishal Soldier of the Apocalypse style. It really upset the boys. I never said he was a good man. Only that he wasn't bad to me. Why would I be scared? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse style.
Falkland, you guys were the first permanent settlers and Argentina invaded. Yeah, I don't want to get into a conversation about like who was right and wrong. It's just there's so much conjecture and misinformation out there. I don't want to get into a conversation about it, to be honest.
Here in Martinez, I mean.
You know, like that land is pretty far from England, so claiming it as our own, even though it's that far away, it's like
no.
Yeah. But what? Yeah, like I say, I don't think it's worth going into, to be honest.
Systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess, at ease, as much as a man like him could be. That's about it, I think. It's not a very long tape. The tape? I think he said whore a lot. He said this wasn't Revachol. He said it was a fucking village with village elephants and that he was gonna do us all Kohoi style.
Kohoi, a village that was the site of infamous war crimes in the South Safri conflict, the ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safri. It has been hot for 12 years, with atrocities piling up daily, mostly committed by Grad.
He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As for Kohoi, he wasn't actually there. Not from what he told me, at least. But he might as well have been. I could see he'd lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything. No, I'm pretty sure he did terrible things, and then had to internalize them to keep on living, until they just sort of turned into his, what's the word I'm looking for? Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And that tape didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier. It was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then encased in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
Never took it off, okay. Oh yes, apologies chat, we do have an ad break coming. To pop you guys over on the BRB screen, you guys know the drill. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up, move around, grab a drink or snack, stretch your legs a little bit, you won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. Yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
This? Gotta wonder who wanted to hide the hole, and what's on the other side.
Is that a fucking medieval glory hole? Oh. But also, I want to be careful not to destroy this boat, because we are going to need it to jump in and fast travel. I'll try and bring it round here. And then do one of these. This chat, look at this. A spawn out. Oh no, I broke it. Oh no, I broke it. Shit, I broke it. Okay, it's fine. Thought I'd broken the game for a second there. You motherfucker. I need... Did we see my fucking partner just standing there not doing anything? So are there any rocks? Oh shit, I need to fucking pay attention. Are there any rocks? Fuck me, that was close. Fuck me, that is close. Fucking hell. Oh, that may have overlapped a little bit, I do apologise. Right, run, and there. Oh no, I've got a health! I can't make that jump because I've got no health, excuse me. I've got to fight a modem? Modem used awful noise. It was very effective. So, can we just smash it with a baseball bat or something? Come on. Come on! Let's go! Okay, you've got to take its legs out. Yes, here's the baby boy.
Sean, look, they recognise you. Hey? Go on, off you go. Go cause havoc over there. Excuse me, what's this? What's this? Hey? What's this?
Oh. Oh. Whoa. Oh. No. No.
Mate, Gideon, another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Look at this.
Say, Hammond, I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me. I never get ads. Brave browser. Oh, okay. Thanks for not. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. Is he pooping? No, not on this break. I had to take a break earlier because of the coffee, but not this break now. TMI. Crumbs, you absolute breast implant. Welcome into all. Good to see you. Oh, excuse me. I did smash a bit of sandwich there. Excuse me more. 7th, yes. I'm falling. I give any points to me, Krill. Probably taking notes. I went all in and now I'm number 1. There you go. There you go. He who dares wins, apparently.
I'm quite sure he didn't, officer. Anytime, officer.
It isn't much closure, but it is enough. She is ready to talk about him now.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
I was, but I failed to see how that concerns you, you absolute horse trout. Horse trout. Total toolbox full of deviled eggs. Got an Argentinian in my stream and mentioned we Swedes built a city that called Obera, very small and rural, and that guy was from that town. What's the odds? Yeah, well, this is it. This is it. New bumbling rail replacement bus service.
It just occurred to me, colleague. We still haven't performed a field autopsy on the deceased. The questions I have assume some kind of foreknowledge on our part. I suggest we go and perform it now, and return once we've brought ourselves up to date. Miss, excuse my colleague, he has recently suffered brain damage. We will now go and do our duty, cleaning up the scene.
Checks out. Town of like 50,000 people. Really, it's quite a lot. Rail replacement bus service is bumbling, last I heard.
You won't have to look at that site much longer, I promise. We will return soon.
Officer?
Right. It really does. You absolute taste the difference, Satsuma. Return to class. Answer again. Oh, okay. Gonna have to stick a pin in that one. Yes, we haven't done that. We don't have resumes in the UK. We have what's called a curriculum vitae. Oh no, it was load. Fuck. Not save.
I was just thinking, you haven't listened?
Shit, hang on.
Sure.
Let me just
They've got
burn
him
through this
saying
quickly.
he'd like to. Why would I be? Had I the?
Did he tell you he had?
No, that's about it. The tape. I think he's.
Cohoy, a
He wasn't actually there.
Was he?
Oh no, running joke. He was like the Seminoles conflict. I'm quite sure he didn't. Anytime.
It isn't much closure.
Like for his...
Actually,
A nickname?
I guess.
Lelista. It just occurred to me. The questions I have assume some kind of foreknowledge on our part. I suggest... Alright, but quickly. She has endured that sight long enough. It's time for us to do...
The young woman nods in silent approval, then feeds herself another cigarette.
Okay, cool. Bite your tongue, Malmo. As Mel Brooks would have said, that's fucked up. We say CV. Do you guys say CV as well? So, is the Swedish word curriculum vitae a similar sort of phrase? Or do you just say CV because it's CV? Save the game. Thank you very much.
It's you again. What is it? Again. Just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps
Zuko,
closer.
welcome in. The curriculum vitae. No, just CV. Okay. So RCV can mean Canadian Venom too, but I doubt. Canadian Venom.
While the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve, there's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one and get the fuck out of our booth. You're not gonna do
Great band. Yeah. Canadian Venom could be a good punk band name for sure. If I was going to start a punk band, it would be called the Hoffman Report, because the Hoffman Report is a document, I think it's 26 pages long, explaining how the American government rewrote the laws around interrogation, and it's pretty damning what they did.
Fucking time.
So rhetoric 2. Can I improve? I need to get the fucking word right. Anything with a vowel sound in the right place just springs to mind. Can I improve my rhetoric enough? Make that a bit easier. Sure. -1 rhetoric. Nope. What's costing us? Oh yeah, -1 rhetoric. Okay, put that away. At least we are now. Like Robin Williams' name for an all-female punk band. Yeah, so I mean, so there's a post-hardcore band, or a hardcore band, I suppose you could call them, called Comeback Kid. Really good. Yeah, they had some really good records. I did really enjoy their music. but some friends of mine who are in a punk band, or some guys that I know, their girlfriends started a punk band, and you know their girlfriends and also some of their friends that weren't girlfriends. But yeah. So anyway, the bass player from one band I know, his girlfriend, now wife, was, I think, the drummer for a band, and it was all girls, and it was called Comeback Clit instead of Comeback Kid, and I was like, that's a fucking good name. And they used the Chanel logo, the two C's back to back, that overlap slightly, as their band logo, which is kind of ripping off a corporate brand, which is a cool punk rock thing to do. I don't think the band lasted that long, but yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool, because I've always loved that about the punk scene, is that bands just sort of sprung up out of nowhere for the silliest of reasons, and the more of a silly reason the story was, the better, I think, in the punk scene. But yeah, a bunch of kids would just start playing music together, and you know, the bands were a bit more fluid. People would move from band to band, and bands would get together and make one album and then disband. And yeah, people are like, oh, but I want more of the same. I want more of the same. It's like, yeah, but that's not what punk rock is. Punk rock is making a statement and then moving on, you know. Your ideology stays the same, but the statement and how you make it can change. Personally speaking, in terms of, but I'm not a musician, so. Always wanted to name a band, PBR, Street Gang, Apocalypse Now reference. PBR. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Street Gang's a musical group already, I see. Why not do a diagnosis? Maybe electric techno band. PBR Street Gang are Bonar Bradbury and Tom Thorpe, are two Leeds-based DJs and producers who made disco boogie-infused house music. Disco boogie-infused house music. Sounds pretty good. No idea. It's a good one. Hometown most local, most famous band was called Keros Fior, which means basically Cairo's sissies. I see. But I tell you what, in terms of disco-infused anything, right now, I've had this track on fucking repeat for like a couple of weeks now. I've had this on repeat for like 2 weeks now. It's fucking nearly 6 minutes long, so I won't play the whole thing, but yeah. Who is this? It's Mr. Moustache, Electro Clash. The bot should have, the bot names the songs in chat. But yeah, that song, I've had it on repeat for like weeks. It's so fucking good. I've been grooving my fucking head off to that thing. It's such a good song. They got some other stuff that's similar, but I haven't found anything that slaps quite as hard as that one. But yeah. Yeah, so no, the bot will obviously drop the song names in chat for everybody, just in case anyone's interested. I can get an overlay for the stream as well, but I don't play music that often, so. But yeah, good boy. Yes, I have left myself without a drink, and it is roasting hot, so I do need to make sure I've got some fluid. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to quickly nip off and get a drink. Not to the shop or anything. I'm just going to go to the fridge, but yeah, like I'm obviously like, you know, like Daft Punk. I've listened to a bunch of their albums back to back. Justice, I've listened to a bunch of their albums over and over and over. And I'm like, I need something in that vein. And Mr. Moustache came up on Instagram, and I was like, yes, I like this. Be careful with that. I just came. Be careful with that. I just came a bit. Fucking hell! I saw a TikTok the other day, and this girl was like, "I hope you know that when we're sitting next to you, we are dripping wet." And I was like, fucking scroll. Like, do you ever sometimes get a TikTok that's so far away from what you should be seeing, right? That you scroll 2 or 3 TikToks just to get away from it. I was like, oh, fucking hell, I should not be seeing this. This is not for me. The algorithm has made a grave error. I'm going to fucking go 2 or 3 scrolls away. In a quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again? Do you know what nemesis means? Give me 2 seconds, chat. Go drink. It's 5:30. It's 5:30, chat. I'm cracking open a beer. It's too fucking hot. But it is 0-0, don't worry. It is alcohol free. Lovely stuff. Oh.
It's you again.
I use that line of work so often. Even did it on a Teams meeting, and boss is like, dude, what the fuck? Pussy? No, I just don't drink anymore. It's low.
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good.
No, we fucking ain't, asshole. No one's fiddling anyone in here.
Good for you, seriously. It's a tough quit. Well, yeah, it's the thing is, like, smoking, like cigarettes and alcohol, like cigarettes and beer and whiskey, or cigarettes and alcohol, because they're so kind of integrated into British culture, they are quite difficult to knock on the head. Whereas like cocaine and MDMA, you can avoid them, right? Whereas alcohol and cigarettes, you can't. So yeah, even though I think the withdrawals from MDMA and cocaine were significantly worse, alcohol and cigarettes were harder to avoid, and therefore like mentally harder to. I felt giving up. I felt it more with narcotics than I did with alcohol and cigarettes. Alcohol and cigarettes, I was just more aware of the fact that they were around me all the time. And it was my undoing a handful of times, I must admit. Like with MDMA and cocaine, I just decided I'm done. This shit's too expensive. It fucking writes me off for days at a time, even though it is like euphoric, you know. It's not worth 3 or 4 days of being skint and also on the come down. It's just not worth it. And once you understand the biochemistry of the fact that your body is releasing a lot of the stuff that you feel, the substance you've taken makes your body release it, but because your body is releasing what makes you feel good, serotonin, dopamine, and and obviously there's a neurotoxic effect of the substance which helps you feel out of it. But still. But yeah, the dopamine and the serotonin are, they're inherently part of your body's system, and you feel good about things because of those hormones, chemicals, whatever. And once you begin to realize that, the substance you're paying all this money for doesn't even that's not even what makes you feel good. What makes you feel good is something your body already produces. But what you're doing is the substance tricks your body into just flooding your entire system with serotonin and dopamine. Sometimes both, sometimes one or the other, depending on the kind of high you get off different substances, that is. But yeah, you begin to realize, shit, like this stuff isn't even doing it. It's my body that's doing it. And then you realize that there are actually natural ways to promote dopamine and serotonin release that you can build up and train to, and you can enjoy things in life more. And that's one of the really sort of under-discussed aspects of drug addiction, is that because you get so much dopamine and serotonin from drugs, not only are you using up like a week's supply in 6 hours, but also you subconsciously train your body to enjoy drugs more than you enjoy anything else, because they give you so much more of the serotonin and dopamine that your body releases that you enjoy so much. So it's kind of like, going out with friends, doing something that should be fun. You should get a small but noticeable serotonin or dopamine release from doing nice things with your friends and going and doing nice things by yourself and just doing things that are nice and fun. But because that dopamine or serotonin release is so much less than what you would experience with narcotics, it feels as if nothing else. That's how it gets you in some ways. Nothing else feels like it can compare. There's nothing you can do that's going to feel as good as drugs, even though you are capable of doing things that would slowly but surely, on a repeating sort of scale, send small sort of dopamine releases and serotonin releases in your system that you would feel good about things, but only a small amount every so often. That steady sort of, feeling sort of, nice and good about things every so often in a small scale, versus just fucking burning through all your serotonin and dopamine, and then your body can't make more for a certain amount of time, which is why the come down was so unbelievably brutal. Obviously, there was a hangover involved because I was drinking as well, but still, even if I wasn't drinking, the emotional hangover you get from narcotics is fucking brutal. Really fucking brutal, because your body is incapable of releasing the hormone that makes you feel good about things. So you inherently feel like you feel fucking terrible about everything. And yeah, it's a really horrible pit to be in. So yeah, in terms of giving up MDMA and cocaine, yeah, like not being able to take the edge off, not being able to say, okay, all I've got to do is get through these next 3 or 4 days, and then it's the weekend when I can party until I almost die. All I've got to do is get through these few days. Just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All I've got to do is get through work, get through all the other stress I've got to deal with, and then Saturday I can go absolutely fucking wild. Suddenly you can't do that, and you also can't take the edge off. You can't use substance or alcohol to put you in a different mindset, which allows you to be more flexible and more accepting of some of the things that aren't going very well for you. So you have to face your emotions, and you have to face all this shit, like without anything to turn the volume down or without anything to take the edges off. And yeah, it's a fucking trepid journey. I will say that, is sitting there and feeling a feeling completely unfiltered, completely unrestricted, and just having to fucking weather that storm. It's pretty fucking brutal, but when something makes you happy, you feel happiness in a way that you don't when you're on drugs. It's not as profound, it's not as strong, but it has this kind of long-lasting presence. You feel happier for longer. Not as happy, but you feel happier for longer. So rather than like a giant, great big peak and then a huge fucking pit, you kind of just coast. And you feel genuinely kind of at ease and comfortable in your own skin because of the happiness you feel.
No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me?
I think you're losing it, Fiddle Man.
No. This fucking clown is trying to get to me. This ain't gonna work with Titus Hardy.
Doesn't need more beer. I need more beer. No, I don't. I've got so much inflation. I've got so much inflammation. I'm so bloated at the moment, and I think that's what's pushing my stomach and compressing my stomach and stopping my lungs breathing properly. It's also forcing stomach acid into my esophagus, which is obviously causing the sleep apnea, because the congestion I'm experiencing is my body's way of trying to counteract the stomach acid in my esophagus by creating phlegm that I swallow, and then, but all it's doing is making me struggle to breathe and struggle to talk and not be able to sleep properly. But yeah, coke withdrawals fucking sucks, because you're so used to like something that gave you so much energy and made you feel so happy that you have to try and recreate that feeling of going to work and doing all this other stuff, without this extra energy, and you feel fatigued. The fatigue you feel and like how insurmountable the tiredness you get feels, it's fucking brutal. But yeah, stimulants, coke and speed and stuff like that, it gives you energy you haven't earned. And I'm not a particularly big fan of Anthony Kiedis. I think he's a bit of a fucking creep. He's got a very young girlfriend at the moment. But one thing they did say in their book was that drugs give you energy that you haven't earned, and you have to pay it back. And it's very true. It's very true. Drugs will allow your body to be a certain way that you haven't earned or maintained that in any way. So that means that afterwards you've overdone it, and then you have like a phase afterwards, like the come down, where like your body is mentally and physically not in a good place because you've overdone it in some way. Alcohol withdrawal is scary because it can literally kill you. Yeah, and alcohol withdrawals manifested for me in a number of ways. There were nights after a difficult day where I was so fucking thirsty. I mean, I swear to God, like a 2-liter bottle of water, I was just fucking pounding water, just sculling bottle after bottle of water. I just kept feeling thirsty, like I needed to drink something. And I was just like, it took me a few months to realize that, oh shit, that's alcohol withdrawals. My body wants alcohol, and it thinks if I'm thirsty after 7 in the evening, well, let's be honest, 4 in the afternoon. If I'm thirsty after 4 in the afternoon, I'll have a drink, And my body obviously physically couldn't tell the difference between drinking non-alcoholic liquid and alcoholic liquid. So it just made me thirsty because it wanted the alcohol. And yeah, I remember being sat almost where I am right now, just drinking pint glass after pint glass of water. Like, why am I so fucking... And then I'd wake up at fucking 2:30 in the morning and need a piss. Fuck's sake, man. And I was like, I'm not thirsty. I'm not thirsty. I'm craving alcohol. But it was very sneaky. My body was feeling thirsty because I would normally, imbibe, with liquid. But at the same, it's like your nose itches and your skin itches when you get withdrawals from certain drugs. And like, I've never had, like, I remember probably about 2 or 3 years after giving up cocaine, I was actually at a party, which I hadn't been to. I hadn't been in a party for obvious reasons. I hadn't been in the party environment for quite a while. And I heard somebody scraping something, like a debit card across like a mirror. I heard the tap, 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 tap. I heard that from the next room, and my brain completely stopped thinking what it was thinking. And I knew what it was. From the next room, I knew what it was. And I was like, fuck, man. Fuck. It's still in there. It's still in there somewhere. But yeah, it had been a few years. I hadn't been out and partied much at all. And I was at a party with some friends. I was like, I'll hang out for a bit, but I'm going home. As soon as I start to feel weird, I'm going... it was the same with the pub. I told them the same at the pub. I was like, listen, I'll come down the pub and I'll chat with you guys, but as soon as I start to feel weird, I'm gonna leave. It's nothing personal. I'm just gonna leave, right? Don't take it personal. I may say goodbye. I may not. If I start to feel a bit weird, I'm gonna leave because I still don't feel as shored up as I need to be. Now I'm fine. It takes fucking hours and hours, like 4 or 5 hours of being in a pub full of people drinking to start feeling a bit sort of weird. But initially, within like half an hour of hearing people slurring their words, watching people stumble about, everyone fucking drinking, my body was like screaming at me internally. And I was like, yeah, I'm not ready for this environment yet.
He'll put the fiddle down. Put it down, officer.
I do not understand. This fiddle play totally fell apart. The concept was solid, but the delivery tragically off. You sounded like a madman, not a cop.
Best dopamine serotonin high is when no one's kids say like, yeah, for sure, I bet. Words of Rick James, cocaine is a hell of a drug, it is. He's a dirtbag. Yeah, he's a bit of a dirtbag, yeah. Ketis, that is. But yeah, nose itching, fucking yeah, and like you've like giving up smoking. Like I've never been more aware of the skin on the inside of my fingers on this left hand. Never been more aware of that skin. But yeah, obviously it's been like 14 years. So yeah, but yeah, I remember several months after giving up smoking, I could still smell like cigarettes on this hand. It's just it's weird. And clothing. A year after I'd given up smoking, I got a jacket out and I opened up the jacket and just a waft of cigarette smell hit me and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. So I washed that jacket a few times. But yeah, withdrawals is a weird one because it's unlike other things. It's a very internal struggle and it's very much your own battle. And there's an awful lot of stuff where you have to start separating what's normal and what's obviously your addiction, right? You start like thinking like, oh, do I really feel this way? Or is that just my addiction making me think or feel a certain way about something because I'm not giving my body what it wants? And the scary thing is, like I say, the more socially acceptable something was, the harder it was to avoid and therefore the harder it was to give up. At the moment, I'm strongly trying to convince myself to give up sugary food like chocolate or iron brew or anything, but there's this weird kind of part of my brain that's like already ahead, a few steps ahead of me that's like, listen, dude, you don't put anything else in your body. You've given up everything else. Surely a little bit of iron brew and a little bit of chocolate isn't the end of the world, but I just don't think it's doing me much good at the moment. But it is kind of one of the only things that I sort of treat myself with, yeah? And I'm like, do I want to give up on the last thing that I treat myself with? Is it really that bad? But this is the thing, because of how available and how readily because of how readily available and how sort of common it is to find sugary foods like chocolate, muffins, iron brew, smoothies, coffees that have more sugar than caffeine in them, for fuck's sake. It's super difficult to avoid because like giving up sugary foods is not like giving up an addictive substance because society doesn't even really acknowledge the fact that sugary foods are addictive when they fucking definitely are. I promise you, as somebody who has, obviously, as I've just explained, dealt with several different kinds of addiction, sugary food is addictive. It is fucking addictive. And they know full fucking well, the people that make it know full fucking well that it is addictive. And yeah, they can obviously afford to pay for all kinds of chemical studies and scientists who've got price tags underneath their PhDs to argue that sugar is actually not addictive and actually it's just people being, you know, a lack of whatever. But no, sugary food is fucking addictive. And putting sugar into food when you can't even taste the sweetness of the sugar because you're still going to be addicted to it is probably one of the most abhorrently immoral things that the food that we consume has ever done. It's fucking insane to me how when I have tomato ketchup, I have to find a low salt or a low sugar version of it because even though it tastes like tomato ketchup, it's actually fucking crammed full of sugars or salts to make it taste a certain way. And I become addicted to that sort of stuff. But yeah, sugar is 100,000% addicted. Yeah, it's so under regulated in terms of its addictive qualities. It's fucked. And I've again, not to speak about America again because I don't live there and I can't speak with any sort of authority, but yeah, the way the fucking sugar industry in America works and how it's basically making people diabetic when diabetes medication is fucking eye-wateringly expensive because healthcare over there works that way. It's such a fucking scam. You've got people growing up and they don't eat particularly sugary food all the time, but they don't realize that the bread and the sauce and all sorts of other things have had kinds of sugar added to them just to thicken them up or make them taste or behave a certain way when they're cooked or processed or make them shelf stable or whatever, that they end up consuming more sugar than they're supposed to and they become resistant to insulin. They develop an insulin resistance just because of how much sugar they have in their system without even really eating particularly sugary foods. And it's so unfair. It's so fucking unfair. And like my friends from the UK that have visited America have said it was fucking crazy, dude. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't go anywhere without there being a shit ton of sugar in the food or had bacon and cheese on everything. Like, you know, I just wanted some healthy food. You know, when you want to go somewhere and you want to get like a nice salad or something that's just got some like plain grilled chicken on it. It just doesn't exist. Everything's got fucking bacon and cheese on it. But this was Vegas, and apparently a lot of cities in Vegas are like that, where like, yeah, the food is pretty bad. And it's not that, because obviously there's bad food in London, don't get me wrong, but there's also lots of healthy food. It's all expensive, but there's healthy food as well. And that's the thing is, you know, in the UK, we do have a bit more of a choice, but it is getting worse. The UK supermarkets, the stock and the produce is getting worse. Used to wake myself up at 3 a.m. to take a couple of shots so I could wake up for 6 and not work not sick. I still drink beer occasionally, but liquor is the devil. Yeah. This is kind of the thing, is that I've met people before, and like I didn't get the shakes that bad, but I've met people that, yeah, their central nervous system and how they were wired, they got the shakes real bad. And like, yeah, they were like, there were certain things that required a certain level of fidelity or dexterity. I would have to have a shot. I'd have to have a shot to get rid of the shakes. And I was like, that's fucking wild, dude. They're like, yeah, like if I was working on my car, which is obviously silly because I can't drive it if I drink, but if I was working on my car and I had to carefully adjust a few things, and I was having a particularly rough day, even if it was like 11 in the morning on my day off, I'd have a couple of shots of whiskey just to fucking give my body what it wants, and then the shakes would go away. But a couple of shots of whiskey isn't enough to do anything, but without it, my body would shake. I'd get tremors in my hands, and I was like, fuck. And I remember like my leg and my shoulders twitching a bit, but I never got like the shakes in my hands. Not a lot. I remember feeling my hands feeling a bit numb sometimes, and also just like I felt as if I couldn't keep my hands still. I was constantly doing something with my hands, and I think I misjudged that as maybe smoking. When I gave up smoking, I needed something to do with my hands. I didn't get a fidget spinner or anything, but yeah, I would often do like this. I was often doing this, like just rubbing my finger on the inside, and that's why, like I say, I was super aware. Speaking of drugs, I was super aware, because I think I forgot to take them yesterday. Like I say, I was super aware of the skin on the inside of my fingers, because I'm so used to having a cigarette in there. But yeah, I would sit there in the pub, and like people that knew what it was before I did would see me like running my finger on the inside of my other two fingers, and they were like, how long ago did you give up smoking? And I was like, how do you know I gave up smoking? And they were like, your hands, mate. Your hands haven't stopped moving for like 3 hours. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Anyway, I felt that when I was in the US with an active eating disorder. In the USA, one family produced like all of the sugar too. Yeah, the family. Yeah, this is the thing. The food you're giving your kids and stuff. It's food, and I think that there needs to be a lot more regulations around how food works. Because after leaving the EU, like now, people are able to get produce. Because it's not cheap to get it from Europe anymore, so they're getting it cheap from like America or whatever. And like, yeah, a lot of the American produce has a fucking shit ton of sugar in it. So yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, I need to load up. I do need to load up. Sorry. It's probably one of the most abhorrently unfair things about how England works or how countries work is when the food supply is also secretly getting people addicted to stuff. It's like, oh, fucking hell, man. Like you're taking the actual piss. How far back was this?
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
But yeah, I'm trying to track down more local and more sort of unadulterated sources of food, because the supermarkets, it's just not the one anymore. Unfortunately, I've lived my life under the convenience of supermarkets, so difficult to sort of, avoid them as much as I'd like to, but I am slowly but surely trying to wean myself off. But again, I need to get in touch with some local farms.
But you know someone.
But I mean, at the moment, with the weather being the way that it is, fucking nobody's grown anything. This is the fucking scary thing, dudes, is right now, the amount of produce the UK farming industry is reporting, like the lack of, like how far underneath targets we are. Like there's so little of like food. And apparently this has happened all over the world, along with a few other factors. And I heard statistics that I've not read into, so I can't confirm these with any sort of certainty. But I heard statistics saying that food is likely to go up by 50% over the next 8 to 10 months, which is just the most heartbreakingly depressing thing to hear, because food in the UK was already significantly more expensive than it was only a couple of years ago. Supermarkets have been fucking turning the screws quite a bit. But if it gets any more expensive, I suspect there will be raids on supermarkets. People will just start fucking kicking the doors in and just taking stuff. And there won't be enough staff that are paid enough to stop them. And yeah, I think supermarket theft will go up through the fucking roof. And also, the bittersweet irony of it all is that supermarkets got self-service checkouts so they could get rid of a bunch of staff. But the money they saved on not paying staff, they're now losing in shoplifting because so many people are stealing. Because people feel far less bad about stealing from a little machine that's standing in front of them, and it's obviously a lot easier to steal when there's barely anybody looking at you, right? Supermarket full of people, the chances of anybody that works there looking at you specifically, especially when most people want to avoid the public and just do their job and not get asked a bunch of questions. But yeah, that's why they pay one person to stand there and walking up and down, keeping an eye on everybody. But yeah, people use all sorts of tricks, like supermarkets were saying we're selling more onions than we stock. Now, what do you mean? It's like, well, like several tons of onions have been sold according to till receipts and sort of, financial sort of stuff from the tills, but we only stock, a ton and a half of onions. How are we selling more onions than we're fucking stocking? It's because people were scanning everything as a fucking onion. Anything that could be roughly the same weight as an onion, people were just scanning as onions because it was the cheapest thing. I was like, oh my God, it's genius. It's fucking genius. People are just not paying for their shopping. And everyone's like, oh no, but they're thieves. They're thieves. Fuck you guys, man. The supermarkets have been stealing from the British public for the last 10 years and they deserve to hurt for it. It's disgusting how badly the prices have gone up in supermarkets.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All
They've been fucking
Muscle.
screwing the British public
The
for
time has
decades,
come.
and they deserve to burn.
Put him in the pressure cooker.
You guys buy wild meat? Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, you'll get a butcher's. The trouble is, lots of markets and lots of industries in the UK have been commodified to the point where there's lots of people pretending to be doing things the old-fashioned way because it sells, but they're actually just a chain that's, you know, it's a lot of. So in the UK, in the South, a lot of the pubs are kind of owned and or run or kind of governed by, you know, controlled by Green King IPA. So Green King is a brewer's, and they supply the pubs with the booze, and the prices that they charge to supply the pubs influence the price of the pints and everything that they sell to the customers, right? And the problem is, because they've sort of kind of ended up being the supplier and they're kind of in control of most of the pubs. The UK used to be famous for the fact that you could go somewhere and there would be a pub in the middle of fucking nowhere in a field somewhere. You could go and have a pint of some random beer you've never heard of before, and it was lovely, right? For one afternoon. Maybe you wouldn't drink it every day, but yeah, it was interesting and, you know, nice and novel and new. But yeah, now so many pubs are all supplied by the same brewer, so the beers are usually the same, and therefore you go from place to place, and loads of people are like, oh, it's great, I can get my favourite beer anywhere. But we've lost a lot of that variety because a lot of the smaller brewers that would have supplied a local area, they've just gone out of business because they can't keep up. So even stuff like the pub, you know, it's not supplied by local breweries as much as you'd expect.
Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Fat Angus. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about... He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
You have self-checkouts where you need to show the receipt to a scanner to be able to leave. Yeah, you have to show the receipt when you leave, yeah. One company owning all... It's not that they own all the pubs. I think it's just because they supply, and because they supply, they kind of have control. Owned agreement. Well, Green is one of the largest pub companies in Britain. You have 31,000 locations. But yeah, I think what happens is they're the supplier, and then when a pub starts to struggle, they buy them out, which means they end up owning a bunch of fucking pubs, basically. Thousands of other pubs owned rival brewing companies and run by different pub retailing groups. But yeah, they're slowly... I can't remember the correct terminology of how they're sort of slowly taking over, but I think the usual play is when a pub they supply starts to struggle, they rush in to buy it, and then they end up controlling it, basically, which then secures them as a pub to supply for life, basically, until they figure it's not worth it anymore.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
We have that with Carlsberg in Sweden. They bottle and supply every soda and every alcohol. But yeah, this is it. Over time, things become commodified, don't they? So like one company is actually behind. So like I say, like even like traditional pubs, there's a commodification going on because it's just late-stage capitalism.
Or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhale?
They even bottle Coca-Cola in Sweden. Yeah, that's pretty controlling, right? Because yeah, you'd think Coca-Cola is one of those brands that would be like, you would expect Coca-Cola to bottle everything themselves, but I suppose there's probably some regulation there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is it. The unfortunate fact is, with late-stage capitalism, is that everything becomes commodified and vertical integration starts to take hold, and therefore you end up in a situation where everything from extracting the resources to the processing to the logistics to the consumption, it's all kind of all tied together, and therefore artificial scarcity becomes one of the biggest levers you can pull to influence price. And companies are like, oh, we're getting a bit low on something, so we're going to have to put the price, but they're not fucking getting low on it. They're not getting low on it at all. They just don't want to fucking sell that particular thing for a certain amount of time because they know they can artificially inflate prices. And then after a while of people paying that, they stop talking about there being a shortage, but the price stays the same. And then they start saying, oh, now we're running out of this. Now there's a real shortage of this. Companies are reporting shortages of blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, they're not short of it at all. You know, you can ask the people that grow it, because the people that grow it haven't gone out of business. And if the people that grow it haven't gone out of business, grow it, make it, whatever, if those people haven't gone out of business, if they're still functioning, then they must have not had a lack of it. Because if they had a lack of it, they would have gone out of business, you know? But yeah, you'll see like lorry after lorry after lorry after lorry showing up at some fucking production facility. But then the newspapers were, oh, we're getting short on milk, or we're getting short on beef or something. It's like, you fucking kidding me? I see lorry loads of that shit going in and out of fucking all sorts of places. Like, there is no shortage. They just want to put the prices up. It's just, it's a fucking complete scam.
Why
honestly.
are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions?
Me too.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
At least you'll know what to look for now, when you get around to doing the autopsy.
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Yeah, they're not getting low on anything. They're getting low on money, yeah.
Did she kill him?
It's fucking... yeah. Because, yeah, it's bad enough that they fucking cornered off markets, created monopolies, and then started overcharging for a product. Sometimes they won't even sell you the product because they know that they can then sell more of it at a better price later on. And it's like, oh my God. It's all such a big scam.
I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
Don't like the term late-stage capitalism because the guy who coined it was a Nazi. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe the guy that coined it wasn't a nice person, but it is, it is the...
really out of it. Drugged up.
It is the ending phase. Well, it is the... I suppose it's not the ending phase because it hasn't ended yet. But it is a description of the fact, because ultimately in a thriving market, when there's good regulation and there's money to be made, capitalism can function. There are functions it has facilitated that have bettered markets and practices and stuff. But if it's left unregulated or not correctly regulated for long enough, it becomes what's called, I would refer to as late-stage capitalism, even if the guy that coined the term was a Nazi. Late stage and capitalism is an accurate description, in my opinion. Yeah, that's what it is that, you know, the desire to maximize profit has now begun to completely and utterly undermine the quality of everything. And that's, yeah. And that's, you can feel that in almost everything.
After something went down. I've seen that look before.
Or unregulated capitalism.
I knew someone had died.
Well, this is the thing, is that if you the fact is, when you look at the sort of life cycle of a capitalistic market or a capitalistic race or planet, whatever, regulations do limit growth. But that's why we use regulations to stop the kind of growth that's detrimental to the economies of the world as a whole. So if you regulate capitalism too heavily initially, you're going to slow the growth that capitalism is known for spurring, right? So you want markets to be free and open and kind of ready to be explored by venture capitalists, by entrepreneurs and so on and so forth, because these entrepreneurial kind of financial escapades create markets that then become jobs, that then become manufacturing, that then become logistics. You want there to be sort of a free market economy of sorts initially, because without that, it's too much paperwork, bureaucracy, and red tape to establish any kind of industry, right? So you want capitalism to be kind of a little bit freeform initially, but if you're not careful and you don't regulate it correctly, you end up what we have here in the UK and other parts of the world, but I can only speak about the UK, of course. You end up with this kind of situation where everything has kind of been bought and paid for 100 years ago, and slowly but surely the amount of money that's allowed people to amass because of the ownership of everything, because it is about capital, owning things, owning land and everything else, the amount of wealth that's allowed them to amass based on the fact that they own things that people have to pay them to use, land, resources, whatever, has allowed them to then slowly but surely develop financial clout to the degree where they can just buy up the manufacturing and buy up the logistics and buy up the bricks and mortar stores at the front end and buy up the car parks that are nearby and buy up the hotels that are nearby. And suddenly entire divisions of the service industry are all kind of floating around underneath the same umbrella, which makes them an absolute fucking fortune because they can charge whatever the fuck they want. And if they can't charge what they want, they just pretend that there's some sort of shortage, and that makes people spend more money because it's been proven to. So yeah, I would, regulation would simply help to control growth. It can still grow even when regulated, yes, but if we had the kind of regulation we have now, and this is the stupid thing, is that we have regulations now that have usually been put in place to stop people doing things that were damaging to the economy via the vehicle of capitalism before. But we need more regulation because people are still exploiting the way things work to make things worse for everyone else and make themselves more rich. But if we were to regulate, capitalism the way we do now in its infancy, I don't think it would have anywhere near the desired effect of creating all of this enterprise. So yeah, you have to control growth. Yeah, you have to control growth, and you have to make it financially viable for people to take risk and for people to, invest in certain things to make them into something which is going to generate them money. But you have to make sure that isn't done at the cost of the economic stability of the populace, right? You can't have a company that gets started up that does something that is clearly going to fuck up the economy once it all goes wrong. But here we are with AI doing the exact same fucking thing. So, when there's money to be made, a lot of people stop asking questions. And unfortunately, that's just how a human being responds to a capitalistic environment. When there's money to be made and you can lift yourself out of the living conditions of everyone else and put yourself on a higher level of existence, people are too drunk on power and drunk on greed to avoid that. And we end up in the situation we're in over and over again.
I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room.
You guys also have lobbying. We don't have that. Well, yeah, big company.
In reverse.
For a long time now, politicians have been very, very strangely aware and also linked in some way, shape or form to people that have significant amounts of money. And then after politicians and the connections to these people become public knowledge, it's very interesting to see how some people would suddenly invest a bunch of money in markets that person with the money is related to that will go up based on government decisions. And it's a very cynical way of looking at it. But when a new train line into a big city gets greenlit, what's very funny is none of the houses anywhere near that train line, anywhere near it for miles from each train line. If you go 20 minutes train journey along this new imaginary line and look and draw a circle and look at all the available properties in that place, there are no available properties. All of the properties that were significantly cheaper than the ones further afield, where there's train connections and transit links, all of those houses were, let's say, 20 to 30% cheaper, right? Because there was no train links. You couldn't train into London, into Birmingham, into Manchester, whatever. A new train line gets greenlit. The land's been bought. Planning permission's been confirmed. Contractors have been signed on. Materials are going to be shipped in. It's all ready to go. And there's going to be a train line that goes off into this bit of countryside. all those houses, there won't be a single fucking house for sale. As soon as a train line, because I'm not an idiot, you know, a new train line gets announced, I'm looking at houses in that area, right? Not that I could buy a house, but maybe 5 of us could buy a house. Because I know that if a house is 260 grand, but then a train line, direct train line into London Vic is going to get built over the next 10 years, in 10 years' time, that house will be worth 350. It would have gone up to 300 anyway, but it'd be worth 350 if there's transit links to London, right? So if we put in 60, 70 grand each, 50, 60 grand each, and we buy that house, not to fucking live in it, we're going to leave it empty. But in 10 years' time, when we come to sell that house, we'll make a shit ton of money, you know, and we might be able to put that deposit down on a house somewhere where we actually want to live. But strangely enough, there ain't a single fucking house within 6 miles of any space. You draw the train line, right? And you think that's about 20 minutes there. Put a dot there. 7, 8 miles around it, nothing. Few houses in between here. 20 minutes, do a dot, 6 or 7 miles, nothing. Not a single fucking house. And I was like, I guarantee you, there are members of parliament who bought 5 or 6 houses in those places. I guarantee you, they're not public records. So I can't get access. But I guarantee you, those cunts purchased houses in those areas long before that train line ever got made public knowledge. I guarantee it. Guarantee it, because how many people in fucking the Houses of Parliament, how many landlords are there who are in... the overlap is disgusting, all right? It's a fucking disgusting, sordid little trick.
Good analogy,
and it pisses me off how we have a fucking housing crisis and people are manipulating that from within the government to make money. It's just... it sickens me. Absolutely sickens me. Actually, the biggest issue, to be fair, because it works a lot better in Scandinavia, we don't have lobbying. Yeah, the government should make a decision. People should vote on decisions if it's unclear. The company, the people who are abusing the system, they lobby to keep the abuse of capitalism legal for them. In the yeah. Can't you see who? No, of course, no. They won't be buying it through their own name. It will be purchased underneath a company, a limited company that they own with some friends. They'll be purchasing it for fucking renovation, but they won't do any renovation. There's all sorts of tricks they use. It's not, like I say, it's not public knowledge. Yeah, you won't be able to find out who did it. But yeah, suddenly somebody who works in the government has just come into possession of like 5 houses that are all conveniently spaced around a very significant space where a train station is obviously going to be built, because there's a road and there's a space for a car park and there's space for the train station without any trees or anything or houses in the way. That's obviously where a train station is going to go. Suddenly all the houses in that area, they're going to go up 30% because of the transit links to London. And guess what? They're all sold already. And I'm like, oh, fuck off. This is such a scam. It's such a fucking scam. Anyway, we've got an ad break playing. I need to put you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back in a moment.
Bunch of community-made mods that the developer actually sort of bundled up into a patch. Hello, cow. Oh no, sorry. Sit down. You can sit down. Oh, sorry. Did I disturb? Oh no. Oh, he's having a nibble. Okay. Or she's having a nibble, sorry. It doesn't have any horns, so it must be a female cow. Or you'd think so, if the laws of nature apply in this game. Fuck was I saying before I got distracted by a cow? I think it's gone. Sorry, gang, I think it's gone. Fuck's sake. Yeah, no, it's gone. It might come back to me in a moment.
This is what courage looks like. Clean, rotten night. This game, man. This game is funny in places. The NPCs are so like verbally aggressive, even though they're clearly in the wrong. You know, they'll be walking across the road. You'll be coming along down the road. Look, case in point. Exactly what I just said has just happened. You're just trotting along the road as you would do on a horse, like everyone else is, and they just walk out and stop in front of you, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Okay.
USB Type C, yeah. Just plug a USB-C cable into my Jap side to charge myself up.
Sure.
Please go check out Pizza. They're one of the most lovely individuals. There's all sorts of stuff.
Behaving. Oh, I do have it. I just don't have it like that. I know that look. Yeah, he jumped on the kitchen counter.
Leaving after the lease is up, so
It's a shout out of a shout out.
Hey, shit!
Kate sneezing straight into the microphone almost. And Pizza finding it fucking hilarious.
Okay, so I have clip shout outs as it turns out. Some violence.
I'm gonna get a clip of that myself.
Cool. We are ticking them off the list, chat. As you as I was saying, chat, we are fucking ticking them off the list. Just ignore that. It's fine. I was just testing something. Right, let's not fucking yeet ourselves off the edge this time. This is just scuffed as fuck. And he's just going to turn around at some point. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please don't turn around. Oh my god, chat. How the fuck did we get away with that? How the fuck did we get away with that? Right, I'm going to hide in this room here. Fucking lag is so bad. Right, and I'm going to fucking save the game there. So F2 to save. Right, okay. Fuck me.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Based on that clip, cows can have horns, whether cattle grows horns or depends on their breed or genetics, not their sex. In horn breeds, both female and male cows males grow horns. Many people do not see the horned female cows because the farmers often remove the horns when the animals are young for safety. Yeah, that's the thing. Because yeah, I always grew up thinking that, you know, male cows had horns and female cows didn't. But that's not the delineation, unfortunately.
Sneaky. You're still on the bench. You keep taking it easy too, Angus. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere. Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse, we hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tibbs, that's short for?
Yeah, good man.
Tiberius and Titus.
Bet their father's named Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. Yeah, she wouldn't.
Please excuse me, chap. I'm going to finish my sandwich.
Shows up on police radar. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be toasted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude, one of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
In a manner of speaking. We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth before a word escapes.
I'll say it again. All the Hardy Boys are right here, cop. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klausya you want to talk to. In a manner, we had help.
The big guy turns the blonde.
I'll say it again. All the glad you understand that.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
You do that. Hey, Ka, before you go, Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did.
How did you fellow adults? Cure Fits, welcome in. How's it going? Red Dead Redemption 2 Towns has to be New York. Probably based on historic versions of New York, yeah. Or, well, I think it's actually a bit further south. Because there's definitely swampland in Resident Evil, in Red Dead Redemption 2. So I feel like a city would be, I'm not sure, a bit further south than New York. Obviously, I mean, yeah, you start off in like a snowy, sort of cold mountain area, and then you come down. And New York's pretty far up there on the coast. So there's obviously a bit above it, but yeah. But then, yeah, you end up going further south to like, there's like a swampland. But I suppose maybe they're trying to show what America's like up in the north versus the south in a smaller space. Could you imagine, chat? GTA 10. It's like a life site. It's like a actual replica in space and distance and everything as real America. Like every single building is modeled reasonably faithfully in Grand Theft Auto 10. The game is going to be 7 petabytes.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place...
Thinking about the rudeness, Saint Denis is based on New Orleans. Yeah, I was going to say it's a bit further south, right?
We'll take that into account.
Lost Son of Sweden has found his way back. The Lost Son of Sweden. God.
It's always good to see you.
something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the noonlight. The Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old world.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. I have people after me, and they have friends in the moral intern. Some are moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill. Well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go, chat.
People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Oranese lit. Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene. It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Oranje.
The University Krill.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too.
Daddy Dennis says knowledge is like underwear. It is useful to have it, but not necessary to show it off.
Opinions are like dicks. It's okay to have one, you just shouldn't shove it in someone's face. Next month, Switzerland will vote on even stricter neutrality. We will get super neutral. Super neutral.
Laws cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad.
Super neutral. Optimus Prime going to be coming for Switzerland.
Good people too, not just C-suite.
Yeah, wasn't there like a Transformers film where like the render was like cooking the machines, like literally breaking them?
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
Prime ain't his prime anymore. No, I'm not either. I'm definitely not in my prime.
We were
as
there
depressing as it is to admit.
together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I could...
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
I knew he was dead, before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower. To keep
you
him
just
upright.
fucking lose. Shit. 101. Oh, no. 1,000. No. 1,000. Hang on. I can't count. Did you have 1,016,105 toasties? Ah. Oof. That is a big oof. CEO of IKEA is now the Prime Minister in Sweden. He's currently assembling his cabinet.
To mislead you.
Yeah, he's having some trouble assembling his cabinet because he's missing an Allen key and a couple of screws. Have crazy weather today. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about Dennis, but yeah. Like when I lost 2 minutes. Yeah, you guys have built up some significant amounts of points, but they've also been lost.
Lividity. Watching a hanging?
Yes.
It's a shame we never got around to doing a thorough autopsy. And when was the tampering? 20 minutes after death?
Heatwave is here tomorrow. It goes down to 24. Yeah, I mean, it's gone down to
yes.
25 here,
Ruby explained
which is
we
not
need the
bad.
blood.
Not too bad.
You know what he does.
But one thing I will say, I was playing Battlefield last night, and I thought there was a new gadget that I didn't know about that made this droning noise. And I thought I was hearing some sort of like machine that's been placed on a wall somewhere, like droning. And then I realized my fucking PC, all of the fans are going full fucking speed. It stayed around 70 degrees, so it wasn't getting too hot. But yeah, the fans kicked in to make sure. But yeah, I might take it apart and give it a bit of a dust. But I don't want to unplug it at the moment. It's too much of a headache.
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus.
But I might
I was just
take the front cover off and the back cover off and the top cover off and give it a good old hoover and a dust.
His armor too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off.
34 today, 31. Oh, yeah. I think it was 28 or 29 today. The high that is. 18 degrees C. I was melting. Oof. Can't handle 1 Celsius. Nipple weather. Cold is the best. Do you know what? Like when it's this hot, I can't wait for it to be fucking cold. You know, because luckily I have heaters that are pretty good. I have new windows that trap a lot of the heat inside. The building is brick and mortar. It's a purpose-built block of flats, concrete ceiling, concrete floor. So, you know, I can warm this place up pretty easily. But yeah.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then.
It's been hot enough for long enough now that I'm kind of like, yeah, whatever. But they're talking about the fucking...
Make it look like a hanging.
They're talking about the hot weather, you know, lasting until the beginning of 2027, you know? Like it won't cool down until February. I'm like, fucking hell, man.
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something.
Will be cold summer. Well, yeah. This is the thing, like, you know, sort of February... March, April time, that's when it starts to fucking really bite, the cold. But yeah, if it's going to be that warm, I mean, I think there have been Christmases where we've sat outside to have Christmas dinner. Obviously not a roast, but we've had dinner as a family outside, which is fucking bonkers.
I don't know.
Seeing as it snows sometimes on Christmas, but I remember it did snow on Christmas Day once in my childhood. Only once, but it snowed on Christmas Day.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did?
Maybe 10 hot days in a month. Heatwave doesn't change the tilt of the Earth. It'll get colder. Yeah, it's going to have to cool down.
What are you?
It's going to have to cool down.
Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot.
It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
Less rain this year. Yeah, no, it hasn't rained at all. Like, the disc is tilting. Well, the disc that's floating on 4 turtles' backs, travelling through space.
So they wouldn't be hurt.
We're going to start talking about Discworld and Terry Pratchett and something.
This is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. Or, I don't know anything anymore. All I do is wait here.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
Looks like a CD with a hole in the middle. A giant flat donut.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant.
Yeah,
There's one thing I know. It's that you'll get nothing from there.
The fucking... There was a flat earther. And they said that to prove the earth is flat, they're going to, like, get a torch and a hole and line up 2 holes so they're like, you know, and then like get the person to hold a torch. It's like on video. It's like, turn your torch on. Okay. Now lift the torch up over your head and then you can see it. Okay, now put it back down again. And you can see this guy has just proven himself wrong. He's like, interesting. Fucking hell.
What? Why would I put myself... He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me.
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun somewhere lying around.
Remember the Flat Earth Society? We have members all around. Yeah, we have members all around the world.
Daddy Dennis says we can say with certainty that the Earth is not flat because if it was, cats would have tossed everything off
Exactly,
the edge
cats would have
already.
pushed everything off the edge. Oh shit, chat, do you know what I keep forgetting to do? He finished his dry food like a while ago, and I was like, all right, on the next break, I'm going to put some dry food down for him, and I keep fucking forgetting. Please excuse me, I'm going to quickly do that in a second. I think it's a giant dick, and we only see the tip, and they don't want to tell us because it's kind of embarrassing. Sweden is the D and Norway is the balls. Well, yeah, on the euro coin, it trims off. It's like it's a Europe. It's a picture of Europe, right? And it looks like a dick. It's fucked. But yeah. But yes, give me 2 seconds, chat. I'm gonna quickly go feed my cat. It's gonna take me a second. I'll be right back. I keep forgetting to do it. Sorry, chat. Terrible cat down. Terrible. Please excuse me, chat. Oh, I keep forgetting to feed him. He's fine. He's had some food this morning. He only finished his food at like, what, fucking 4:30, 5 o'clock? So.
Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Excuse me. No worries. We wonder. He did yell, yeah. He did just, meow 3 minutes. You can hear him. Now I think they even deleted Norway from the euro coin, but Britain is still there for some reason. Really? I suppose you can't really crop us out properly, right?
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me. No, I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor.
Just keep being there like an annoying wart. Some Swedish tennis players come into the world born human, some born machine, some Bjorn Borg. Fucking not a Star Trek pun. Come on, man.
I did not kill him to defend myself from rape. I told you before. That wasn't what happened.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
Like what? Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one
Borg.
was making the
I'm
call.
pretty sure
He
Borg,
kept robbing.
one of the races in Star Trek.
Took his clothes
I know
off.
Bjorn Borg is a tennis player, and it's but like Borg, born Bjorn a Borg. Yeah. How many Borg does it change the light bulb? Change a light bulb? All of them. Yeah, I don't know enough about Star Trek to get that one, unfortunately. Sure, it's his name. How was Captain Picard able to find the Bjorg with a Q-tip? Bjorn Borg is the most famous Swedish sportsman. You Vol can't be serious. God.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it. I told you I'm a horrible girl. I told you things break around me.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it.
Keep Spocking of this, I'll be furious. Why did Spock scan the toilet? He was looking for the captain's log. Hear about the Bill convenience store? It's called 7 of 11. Only a Trekkie will get. I missed 7 of 9. Yeah. 7 of 9. I remember hearing about. And didn't the Borg capture Picard and turn him into a Borg at some point? I remember. But yeah, I've never really watched it that much. I only know about it from the outside.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
Like Stargate more. Yeah, I mean, I've always... I love Star Wars, even though it did fall off as they started making more and more and more of them. I've always liked Star Wars, but yeah, Star Trek was interesting because they were very, very scientifically accurate, and I think myself, I appreciate that, but I'm sure a lot of other people appreciated it a lot. They were very scientifically accurate a lot of the time. But there were also some real moments, I mean, the whole Picard line about committing no failure but still losing, it's not weakness, it's life. It's a very, very strong piece of dialogue, to be honest, among a bunch of others as well.
No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her
But yeah,
alone.
I can't see him anymore without seeing that scene.
She doesn't need this.
In the Family Guy cutaway, where he's like, "You thought I was asleep, didn't you?" Acting. So fucking good.
This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
Shit, what was it?
Officer. It's a fine
drama. Okay. Yep. We can do that. We can do that. Drama. We could put the kimono on. And oh, is it not? And the vest? Yeah. Oh, look at us go, chat. And do we have any trousers that improve drama? Drama is a blue skill. Oh, no, it's -1 drama. +1 drama. Oh, the jacket. Okay. +1 drama. -1 also. Yeah, let's go with the kimono. Go with the kimono.
Officer. It's a fine day.
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to.
Patrick Stewart.
She could have killed her
Yeah, he's
lover
like,
and
bloopers in
lied to
Stargate
everyone.
are so good. Yeah.
She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors
Excuse me,
and
chat.
will-o-wisps.
Yeah, there's a number of TV shows with like outtakes, and like you get the outtakes on the DVDs. It's a classic setup. It's a bit of a scam, but it's a classic setup. Like if you buy the DVD box set of a TV series, you then get to hear not only the director's commentary, but you get to see the behind the scenes bloopers and everything. And yeah, it is nice to see the more human side of some TV shows where like they're talking about and they just burst out laughing. And like, yeah, like Bryan Cranston couldn't keep a straight face. He was sat on the toilet. And this other guy with these huge sideburns like lowers down to his eye level. Bryan Cranston couldn't keep it together. I think it was a film, not a TV show. But yeah, he just couldn't fucking keep it together. because of the absurdity of the fucking scene and the setup. But yeah, pretty good. But yeah. Why do Picard hate self-checkout stores? He can't enterprise. Stargate more. She was a hot Borg. Jerry Ryan. That'd be a Star Trek hater. I watched all but SW and Stargate. I rewatched a lot. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a hater, of course, but yeah. Favorite dialogue from anything is one where Angron is talking to Guilliman. Sorry. The bloopers of Stargate are so good. Everything about Stargate is so good. Like when they are trapped in the glacier and the female actor yelled, "Jack O'Neill, you were a MacGyver. Take this ice and walkie-talkie and build a rocket for us." Yeah. But, yeah, shit, I was just remembering some... I just remembered a fucking blooper, but it's gone. It was there for a moment. It's gone, unfortunately. Yeah, it's gone. Fuck. Just remembered it, but it's gone. Well, it sounds more like Warhammer 40k. A box collection of DVDs with all the bloopers and DVDs as extras. Yeah. It is fun to see that sort of stuff. Several scenes in Stargate where one of the actors will be smiling in the background of a serious scene because they kept trying to make each other laugh. They just had to choose the least obvious take. Yeah. So said as Gilliman. No, it's not Guilliman, but Gilliman. Okay, excuse me. But yeah, GUI is sometimes Gui instead of G. But yeah, but it depends on the nationality.
She probably didn't give you
the
her
voice
real
actor
name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first.
Yeah, I remember we played Blood Bowl as kids, but I never got into the full. I never got into the full-blown proper Warhammer stuff. But yeah.
But I haven't done anything illegal.
Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
But there's nowhere to go. A 2-story drop to the Plaza Mosaic. If she could, she would have run before.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She knows something. She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby. She has this thing for me ever since I met her and the boys downstairs.
Such a stand-up guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. I saw a clip of the other day talking about how like adaptations from games to films don't go well very often, and how they have the writers and the mocap actors and the voice actors and everything else. You know, they kind of have a lot of the people that are necessary to make it into a film, but they choose to go with Hollywood actors and Hollywood writers, and it doesn't work. And it's a good point, you know.
What she's saying is...
And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship.
Oh, he's the Tilk in Stargate. Read that in his voice. Oh, I lied. I played Warhammer Vermintide 23 minutes, Steam says. You can't, you just can't not. Yeah, in your head, you're like, boy, you can hear his voice, right?
When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting.
Done with the most. Welcome in, dude. How's it going?
But
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
Boy.
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you let her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
Yeah.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching? Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell.
Going well when we were playing
I've been
Sleeping
threatened
Dogs.
before.
I remember
Like
trying that.
someone knows how to do it.
Got my hands on a Gen 1 Fatboy PS. Really, the fully back compatible hardware, backwards compatible with all the extra, with the little flap where the disc drive is. There's like a bit of plastic, and on the old ones, it used to flip up, and there's like memory card slots, and it's got 4 USB ports instead of 2. It is the one to go for. Is it? Yeah. Is it a fully? Is it SCPH on the back of the PlayStations? Because yeah, there was the original release that was 80 gigabytes and another release that was 60 gigabytes, I think, or vice versa. I can't. And yeah, then there was a price drop down to 30, and they removed the hardware and made it emulation a bit more over time. Yeah, I tried playing Sleeping Dogs, but I couldn't get into
She's
it.
a pro. She must be.
Net
She
Your
thought I
O's,
was
yeah,
in
the black
line.
PlayStations you can make
I
your
tried
own
severing
games on.
ties with her
Yeah,
after
that was
that.
pretty special.
I thought it had worked, but
They had a bit of extra RAM for debugging. But yeah,
Some of that fear is still with
there
her.
were some pretty cool games. People made some pretty cool games on those Net Your O's PlayStations.
What are you talking
And of course, a
about?
black PlayStation
She's
that cool as
afraid
fuck,
you'll
right?
Arrest her.
you've been through there, right? I saw you come out. It leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then made the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Tried Sleeping Dogs after I saw Nats play it. It was $4. I won a Net Your O's PS1. I had a silver edition PS2 sexy machine. Yeah, I mean, the PS2 Slim was, yeah, it was like slim. It was, tiny. Obviously, they took the power circuitry, because the thing is, somebody was on a TikTok, they were like, can we talk about how the PlayStation 2 went from this, and they showed the base model, to this? How do you compress that into that? I'm like, well, for a start, the PlayStation 2 originally, it did have some empty space in it. You take out the hard drive bay, you don't need any of that space at the bottom, and then you could probably make it a bit thinner. If you take out the power circuitry, which a lot of these do, they have an external power brick that goes somewhere else. Yeah, it is going to be that small, but it was pretty fucking tiny. And then you had the PS3 Slim, and then you had the PS3 Super Slim. And the Super Slim was pretty small for a PS3, going from the biggest console they'd ever made. But yeah, they're not doing Slims anymore. I don't think they're doing Slims. I mean, obviously you get the disc, the non-disc version, the digital-only version now, rather than the Slim version. But yeah, Sony used to sort of revise their hardware multiple times. And yeah, the PS1, like the tiny little one, the PS1, like ONE rather than the number 1. That was such a cool little console. It's a shame I never got one anywhere, because I normally had a normal PS1. Then I got a PS2 that played PS1 anyway. So yeah, didn't really collect PS1s. Missed my Xbox One Halo edition, the green see-through one. Yeah, I was about to say it's probably worth a fair bit of money now. Wasn't I wasn't big on video games at that time, so I missed out. So I was into beer and Warhammer. Yeah, I mean, not bad hobbies, really. Is there a slim PS5? There is a slim PS5. It's very thin. I mean, not an official one, surely. There is some YouTuber who I'm not super fond of, but they made a PlayStation that's liquid cooled. That's like really, but obviously it needs an external fucking radiator to cool it. So it's not really. Because yeah, you get the disc-only version, which is obviously a bit slimmer. But yeah, there was a YouTuber that made a fucking ridiculously slim. I'm not a big fan of them. The way they deliver information, the way they talk about things, I don't really like their presentation style. But yeah, it's obviously a bit smaller, but I can't find a single fucking... I can't type. Yeah. Somebody made this, but obviously it's got fucking like cooling cables traipsing out the back of it to like an external radiator. So yeah, like it's just the board basically. First. But yeah, basically the guy made a they put all these like pictures in the thumbnail, but then you watch the video and yeah, it's pretty clear that, you know, the power supply circuitry and all the cooling is done externally in this extra unit. It's pretty clear all the all the power unit and everything, all the cooling and everything is all done externally. So it's not a console anymore. It's like there's a half of it that I was like, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't agree with that. You know, you didn't actually make a PlayStation 5 that slim. You're just fucking debating us. You took a bunch of important components and you put them in an external device. So,
yes,
yeah.
of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna.
With the PS1,
She used to come here to jump on the
yeah,
roof with
ONE
me
is pretty cool.
before it got...
Really want to play the old true crime games after loving Sleeping Dogs. Yeah, I mean, the PS3 is kind of a bit of a lost library. It's difficult to play PS3 games, but our PCS3 has been making leaps and bounds in compatibility and also function. We managed to play through Metal Gear Solid 4 at 1080p 60, and I remember, I mean, I double checked, but I don't remember it crashing that much at all. We had the occasional visual bug, but the game was playable start to finish. Barely had any issues whatsoever. I don't really remember struggling at all.
Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting things there. She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know. But I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting. That's some multinational...
No, you know what? You don't. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to clarify here. I don't want to arrest Glasia. I don't. But when I didn't arrest them last time, the game told me we could have asked them questions later and it would have helped. And because I haven't investigated the body, I want to make sure I keep open dialogue trees that I might need to go into to progress the game and actually solve the crime. Because I'm not sure from this point how difficult it's going to be to pin it to that guy on the island.
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
I don't know. To spend my days with smoke, drink, and dance.
From my uncle, when I checked, he had hundreds of games installed.
Just
yeah.
like everyone
So I've got a
else.
lot to go through. Yeah, have you got all the discs that? Have you got all the discs that you need to play? Because obviously you'll need the discs to play them. But yeah, Liquid Cool Wii is quite awesome. Yeah, and the Wii can play GameCube games, and you can cut the Wii circuit board, the logic board. And you can make a handheld GameCube. It uses the Wii's backwards compatibility, the power circuitry on the board, and also the compatibility, the processor unit required to play the GameCube is built. It's hardware on but you have to trim it off. You have to trim some stuff for the Wii off and just leave the board like cut. It's pretty scary. But yeah, people make like portable GameCubes, which is really fucking cool because the GameCube has a bunch of great games.
You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive.
So I've got a lot to go through. Yeah, for sure. She's resisting. Get her American Cup. Shoot.
Right now.
Also got a lot of discs between collecting old games.
I won't go out
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to
anymore,
play them.
I'll be right here.
But yeah, like I've got a bunch of PS3 games over there that I remember playing fondly.
I know you can do
even when I was playing.
Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months.
What's the fucking what's the first person parkour game called? Mirror's Edge? Yeah, I remember playing Mirror's Edge, and there's like a vent with a big fan, and I remember my PlayStation 3 locking up and then turning off, and I was like, that's weird, it's never done that before. When I turned it on, the yellow light came on, I was like, oh no. But then someone was like, if you take the board out, clean it all up, and like put tinfoil around all the areas apart from the two sort of like processor units, make balls of tinfoil to sit the board on top of them, put tinfoil around it, and then put it in the oven at 130 degrees for like a certain amount of time. And at that point, I had a broken PS3, so I was like, yeah, fuck it. So I put it in the oven, and yeah, it fucking worked. PlayStation 3 worked again for like another 3 or 4 years. I was like, holy shit.
You do have the form.
That's it. I'm calling it. Kim is beyond compromised. Definitely, sire. She looks at you in silence, her face filled with fear, lips parted. Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her.
Yeah.
You'd be without your partner for the rest of the day. Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
I will escort you to the motor carriage outside, miss.
With a muffled whimper, she extends her wrists. They're white, bony, exposed below the rolled-up sleeves of her jumpsuit.
This won't be necessary. I will take you to Station 57 myself and slow the extradition process as much as I can.
Oh, this feels bad, dudes, but I need to do it just for the just in case there's a dialogue tree that I need for a trophy. Please excuse me. Have you seen the modded Liquid Cool Wii? It looks like something out of Resident Evil. I've seen many custom. I've seen Wii's being modified. I may have seen the video, but I saw that one. I saw somebody making a GameCube out of a Wii. I saw somebody making a Switch dock that had a Wii built into it, so that their Switch and their Wii could all be in the same dock. They 3D printed this thing out of it. And also somebody managed to get the DVD player in the Philips GameCube thing. I think, was it a music player or a DVD player? They managed to get a DVD player to work through the same video signal because it was 640p, and I think the GameCube was around 640p. Or they got an HDMI mod to make it 900 or 1080p. But yeah, they had a customized GameCube. They had the Philips GameCube like thing that had a CD player as well, and I think they converted that into a DVD drive so they could watch DVDs through their GameCube rather than having a DVD player and a GameCube to make it more official. But I don't think that was a YouTube video. I think that was just a thread I read somewhere. They didn't make it into a YouTube. It was just screenshots, and they said that, yeah, I can basically put a DVD in there. I've replaced the CD tray laser module with a DVD one. I also got a very small portable DVD decoder board that would then feed the signal from the DVD, the RCA, the RGB, or whatever the ports were on the back of this portable DVD. I can't fucking remember. Sorry, my brain's going. I'm trying to explain something and I can't fucking think sometimes. But yeah, so they got this tiny little board out of this portable DVD player that was tiny because of the space of the DVD player and also the power and also the display, which they don't need. But the board had the ports to send video signal out. So rather than that, he rerouted that to go to the signal for the GameCube, maybe as part of an HDMI mod. And then that went to the TV. So the TV was only needed one source and you could play DVDs or play games. It was kind of a pointless project because, yeah, by that point we were past that console generation. But that's why they were able to get one of the Philips ones for cheap. Because it was just last gen. Now, the Philips ones, they're really expensive.
For the purposes of this
because they're collector's items. But yeah, they were talking about how they... how the video signal wasn't that much different. And obviously you've got the AV port on the back of a GameCube, but it is still using an audio-visual signal that's not too difficult to tap into with the right controller.
I can do this on my own. She's not an immediate flight risk. See you tomorrow morning, officer. Downstairs at the Whirling in Rags. Or outside your shack.
Cool, right, so now Kim is away, which means we can go and do that seagull thing. I think. Because our hand-eye coordination is 9, so we might squeeze a trophy out of this entire fucking stream yet, chat. Please bear with. Found Spider-Man Edge of Time still in packaging for PS3, like £1 in the thrift store. Yeah, this is the thing, is that, you know, like if you catch, like I say, if you catch the generation of console at the right time, there's like an all-time low. Usually about 3 or 4 years into the adoption of the next generation, the console will hit like an all-time low in terms of like cost. The games will be dirt cheap. The console will be like 60 quid, because basically everybody, I mean, it depends really, because what you need to do is you need to wait for sales of the next generation or the current generation to slow down, and that shows you that market saturation is starting to happen. Once that happens, demand for last year's console is at an all-time low, and therefore prices are at an all-time. That's when you get a console of its sort, and then you don't sell it whatsoever, is what I've found. Because yes, if you sell it, you will fucking regret it.
There, on the ice, target practice. Target practice for improving your aim. Some of us have been wondering when you'd get around to that. Precisely. No obstructions, just the cigar. Pick up some dirt and throw it at the bird. Come on, hurry up.
Right, I will pause that just there for a moment, because we do have an ad break coming up. Let me just double check everything's still connected. YouTube is still connected. Twitch is still connected. Bit rates and everything look fairly okay. Yeah, so please bear with me, chat. We've got an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking, you want to follow in secret, please feel free. Once we're over there, there's no alerts over there. You'll be fine. There's alerts for other stuff, but follows. If you want to follow secretly, that's perfectly fine. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment and then we'll carry on. Finally got 100% completion in Silksong yesterday. Not platinum machine, that's different, but I got everything I did and totally ready for the DLC. Yeah, because I mean, the Hollow Knight, the original one, was there was 100%, and then there's 112% is a significant milestone, and then there's, I think, more than that, and then you've got all the pantheons and everything, the sort of boss rush thing. So yeah, I don't know if Silksong is the same, where 100% is one thing, but then, you know, there's more. Anyway, as I say, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. Okay, your poise is shit. Oh. Oh, chat. The fucking rolling underneath the jump attack to backstab. Oh.
I'm just driving around in circles because I'm nervous, guys. Should I do a Melon impression? Like, on this. The chest, I know. I'm going to go with the chest. What do we get in the chest? Is it a Lionel-themed reward? What do we get? It's Majora's! Oh, shit! Let's go! Wearing makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. It's rather rare to find.
Oh, dude, this is where Majora's is hidden. Look at this. Look at this. It's Majora's. Let's go. Oh. I feel pretty, oh so pretty, oh so pretty and witty and dead. Okay, game is kind of broken. Okay, I will say that. Game is kind of broken. Stop, stop! I can only get so erect. No, you fucking cunt! Right. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back, and claim it. Rinse and repeat. Thank you to Pizza and myself for figuring out the strategy. I shouldn't really thank myself in the clip, but never mind. Holy shit, chat. Clip it. Clip it. I never get ads. Brave browser. Oh, okay. Thanks for not contributing to my ad revenue. I'm just kidding. I am kidding. I'm kidding. Avoid ads as much as you can. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I don't know why, but it's so much warmer in this room compared to the kitchen, which is literally right there. There's no door, but it's cooler in there. The hallway, and obviously I'm sat next to a computer and everything. But yeah, I need to figure out how I can improve the fucking circulation in this joint. Because yeah, it do be warm. It do be warm. You're just jealous of my gaming skills. Jealous of my sick convos while streaming. Some guy went into a gas station and bought a ticket and won the Powerball lottery, $1.4 billion US. Really? So there was a guy who, I don't know if it was the Powerball, but he bought like a lottery ticket and won like, you know, several million, I think. And then he was being interviewed about it and he bought another ticket and it was a winner. I think it must have been a scratch card because he found out. Yeah, I think it must have been a scratch card because, yeah, he bought a ticket, he bought a scratch card, won like a massive amount of money, and then he went back to the same petrol station, gas station, you know, outlet, whatever, and to reenact it for the cameras, for the newspaper, he bought another ticket and scratched it off, and he was like, I've won again. And apparently the odds are like, it's a fucking outrageously huge number to 1. Because winning it the first time is a massively, massively unlikely occurrence, but winning it twice, the same person in a row, is, yeah, there's orders of magnitude that multiply it. It's fucking insane. But yeah. It only went above 100% for Hollow Knight because they added DLCs with more achievements added to the 100%. Ah, okay, so yeah, so the DLCs go on to the percentage completion for the whole game. Oh, okay, so 112% was probably completing the DLC, and then beyond that was doing all the extra challenges that aren't specifically gameplay or like story related or whatever. Get a Dyson fan. Well, the thing is, I've got a fan by a company called Keplin, and it's been really good for a while, but it started going wrong. And when I emailed them to ask about, you know, fixing it, they immediately said, send us the invoice. So I sent them the invoice, and they said, well, it looks like this was fulfilled by Fidem Group Limited. You'll have to take it up with them. And I checked UK tax website. That company's dissolved. And I was like, I'm sorry. I emailed them back and said, I'm sorry, that company's dissolved, and they're just a reseller. They can't fix it for me. They're just a fucking reseller. You're going to have to, you're going to have to look at this. In the meantime, what I've done is the oscillation motor was causing a short circuit. It was like making it fucking freak out and then stop for safety reasons, which is good. It should stop. But yeah, so I've disconnected the oscillation gearing. There's like a motor that spins. It's got an arm that then grabs this weird key shape that obviously does this and makes the thing rotate. So I've disconnected that. The motor shaft was all loose, so it definitely is the motor. But yeah, now the motor can just try and spin on its own. It's not connected to anything, so there's no resistance, so it can't struggle, and therefore it won't short circuit the entire thing, or it won't send back a signal that it's not spinning. So yeah, now that fan is over there because I can keep an eye on it, and it's fine. And then I've moved the other one to the bedroom. But yeah, I've got 2 really good fans already. But at the moment, the air is so hot, it's just blowing hot air around. Like, I need the cold air coming in the kitchen window to be moved, whereas I've got a fan that side blowing the other way. So what I need to do is put that fan in the kitchen doorway so it's pulling air, and I might do that tonight actually, see if it works, to pull air from the kitchen into the lounge to see if that cools it down.
No, don't throw anything at the bird. The bird will get hurt. Particles of soil, grass, and tiny rocks fly in a wide arc over the seagull's head. The bird doesn't even bat an eye. Told you we need to practice. What if this was a combat situation? We wouldn't be talking anymore. Try again. It's a seagull. They're practically immortal. And the only thing you'll be throwing is some dirt. It's guaranteed no one will get hurt. Come on, do it. Don't be such a pussy. It'll be fun. Especially while the lieutenant is gone. No, it won't be fun. It'll be annoying. You'll be annoying. It will be okay. From a purely physical point of view. These birds are used to worse things than bits of flying soil. And you'll miss.
And you'll miss. That was, I think it was Australia, yeah. I think it was the state lottery. Best way to place a fan is actually having it blow outside, so the open window, and you get the fan blowing out because it blows. Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. Obviously, I can't quite prop up that fan in front of that window because the fan is a tower fan and the window is like a slot at the top, so I would need to find a way to mount and I have thought about this, to mount the tower fan on its side so it doesn't matter. I mean, that one can't oscillate anymore, so I might do that. Put some shelving up so that I can have it on its side, like zip tied to a shelf that I can slide in there, or just build a shelf with some notches at 45 degrees that it can sit on, and then just have that blowing air out of that window, and that means it's going to have to draw air in from the kitchen. That might cool it down. But yeah, for the meantime, what I'm going to do is if I do something similar, pull air in from the cold side of the house, it should naturally blow. It should force air out of the hot. But yeah, it is. Because of the scavenging effect, that's also a very effective way of doing it, is to put a fan facing out of a hot window, but a fan facing inwards in front of a cold window, and you create a circulation of cold air in and hot air out. That is the way to do it. But these fans don't do that. But yeah. But yeah, circulation, of course. But yeah, I remember one place where somebody's fucking birthday cake or wedding cake had a bunch of fucking sparklers and stuff on it, and there was so much smoke in the room, people were like couldn't breathe. And I was like, get those fans that we normally use for just cooling the place down, and I want you to open up that door and just have all the fans facing out of it. And they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, trust me, the physics has been done, trust me. And yeah, within 20 minutes, it had pulled all of the smoke out of there, and you couldn't even smell it anymore. And then, yeah, and the room, obviously, the air had been circulated. You couldn't smell anyone's perfume. You couldn't smell the food or the drink or the, whatever. I was like, yeah, it works. But yeah, I haven't quite been able to set up the same thing here. But I think rather than getting aircon, before I take the plunge and get an air conditioning unit over there on that wall, what I might do is try and build a shelf that can go inside the window cavity that I can take away if I don't need it. But I'm going to get 2 bits of wood screwed to the wall and a plank. On the plank, I'm going to get 2 45 offcuts like that, screw them from underneath so that there's like something that this tower fan, because it's round, it'll roll around. It's like oblong, but it's rounded. It will sit on there. I could probably just about reach the power cable down to the plug socket. And then, yeah, I'll have the hot window will have the fan. But the only problem is I'm going to leave the fan in the sun all day. And I'm not super excited about doing that. So what I wanted to do is have something that basically grips around the fan, the tower fan. Take the foot stand off the bottom, build something or cut something that grips all the way around and then is on a hinge, so I can hinge it down from the lintel above, which will be concrete, will be more difficult to drill into, but the lintel, then have that so I can bring it down so that it's facing out, but it's set in from the window, so it's obviously floating behind the window cavity, not inside the window, so the sun shouldn't hit it, but it will still be pointing almost directly out. The only problem is I have blinds that are fitted inside the cavity, so I've given it some thought. I've given it some thought. But yeah. Run through the house in your birthday suit. Yeah, probably help as well.
A clump of soil seems
the
to
vacuum
graze the
created by
bird's
swinging my giant penis
power
around will
just
probably.
fluffs feathers
No, I'm just
and
kidding.
turns another side. It really doesn't seem to care.
You would create the same. Yeah, you don't get cold air. Yeah, you do. Well, this is the thing. If you push the hot air out, the cold air. This is the thing. You have all the windows open on the cold side, and you have one window or two windows, whichever windows you can put fans in front of on the hot side. And there, you just basically create this flow. It just gently but sure. But yeah, scavenging is massive. It's crazy, and exhaust systems and manifolds on cars take advantage of it, which is why having a straight pipe, you lose the scavenging effect, which means you can't move as much exhaust gas. So if you've got a short straight pipe, you're fine. But if you straight pipe all the way to the back, you create pulses with inside. But obviously yeah, whatever. Scavenging is a theory that it's been proven, and yeah, as Curefit says, I've already read about this before anyway. Having a fan pointing out of a window, it will push air out the window in a column, but other air will get drawn in at the sides because of the scavenging effect. So you actually end up moving a lot of air with just one fan. And obviously, pressure differential, if you move air out of one window, it's going to come into another window or any other crack or crevice or whatever to equalize pressure, because that's what oxygen in air and atmosphere does. So if the only place you can get air in is an open window on the cold side, that's where it's going to come from, because of the least resistance. But if you can have a fan blowing in from the cold side and then out of the hot side, yeah, you can make a room significantly more comfortable. Anyway, shush, Baba.
One more time, right into the.
Shush, Baba. Oh, shush, Baba.
Oh no.
I moved the camera a little bit, but they can't quite see you, can they, Baba? You can see your little face. Maybe this is how the jacket got covered in bird shit. Maybe that's how it got completely fucked. Maybe. I'm renting, so I try not to do. Yeah, you don't want to spend too much money, do you? This is what happens when a man lives by himself. Pretty much. Around through the house. But yeah, pretty much. I've thought about this. I've put some thought into it. Yeah, I've just got the preview on just to see if you guys can see him. They can't quite see you, Bubba. There's his little face. Right. Preview off. Don't want any burning. Message is clear. This is the only warning you'll get. Right, okay, cool. So, also, we can go and ask that lady on a date, I think.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
So,
you see a handle.
So this is also something that's going to take a little bit of thought. So, my desk is a standing desk, right? And the space next to my work monitor, I've decided I don't want to use my OLED monitor for work, even though it's one of the more modern panels and OLED burn-in is. I don't want to put hours on this panel just working, and I have to use a lot of software in a very static arrangement when I work. So it's just, I don't want to put. I've got a perfectly good 4K 60 hertz monitor for working. It's already there. I just need to move it maybe a little bit to the right. Text is more clear on IPS anyway. Yeah, it's a Samsung Space Monitor, so for work and stuff, it would be pointless to not use that monitor. It's a really nice monitor. It just isn't very good for gaming, right? It's not bad for gaming, but it's only 60 hertz. And I don't know, I think it can do 4K 60 hertz, but yeah, it can't do 1440p 120, which is kind of what I usually play at. So I wanted to get a decent gaming monitor. However, the space next to my work monitor is just... it's just for working on like circuit boards and bits and pieces. So it's not really the most ideal place to put a monitor at the moment. So once I clear that away, I'm going to have a space where I need a bigger desk mat. So I've got a bigger desk mat, but I also have one of my stream lights on the left here, and that one doesn't really need to be there because I've got a ring light here, but it does illuminate the green screen just over my left shoulder. And if I turn it off, it creates a black sort of like noisy where it's struggling to green screen. So I do need to have that light, but I probably don't need to have it on the arm that sticks out from the wall. And obviously a rising desk and an arm that sticks out of the wall, the top of this monitor is like razor thin. It's going to bash into it and destroy the monitor. So I can't do that yet. So I'm going to have to move that softbox light, mount it a slightly different way so it can still throw light at this corner of the green screen so it works. Move the arm away so it's out of the way. Then there's a shelf I need to move, and that's fine. Then I need to move all the stuff I use for working on circuit boards and so on and so forth to somewhere else, so I can still get to them if I need them, but I don't, yeah. But I should be able to create a space where I can put this monitor on a VESA arm. The VESA arm's already over there. The mount that goes on the back of the monitor is attached to the VESA mount and everything. It's all there, ready to go. But I need to make some changes before I can put it there. But at the moment, the only space I can even have it where I can use it for playing Battlefield is right in front of me where my OBS monitor would usually go. And I just lift it up to about here. And I'm slightly looking down and to the right, which is not good. But I can use it for playing Battlefield, and I can push it back down when I want to see the TV. So I've worked it all out. It's all been worked out, I promise you. But there's some changes that need to be made. And I'm also umming and ahhing about moving my desk away from the wall and then sitting on the other side of it with the wall behind me. Because if I do that, I can put the green screen behind me on a wall, like I can get some like tacks and just stick it to the wall because it's plasterboard, and then move these lights and just have a gaming space where I work and game, and then I get this space back as a sitting area to watch TV and do everything, but I'm still going to have an HDMI cable so I can play games on the TV if I want to. But yeah, I'm at the moment, like I say, I'm very unwell, and I don't want to start taking on big projects and doing stuff because I'm not very well. I'm very stressed because I haven't slept properly, so I have to tread carefully. But
in a long while, you see
but yes, it is a bit silly to have this monitor down here, but at least I'm using it. Otherwise, it would still be in its box. At least I'm using it. I did put it on the desk over there and play at the desk with it, and I was like, "Yep, this is the way. This is the way." But yes, I need to make a few adjustments to my working area first, because I'm going to have to find some, because at the moment I tend to eat at my desk over there, which I shouldn't do. So I might have to start eating from my dining table. But the problem is the cat likes to sleep on the dining table because that's where his heat pad goes in the winter when it's cold enough to have a heat pad out. So as you can see, like I say, I'm very stressed because I haven't eaten, I haven't slept, or been able to process energy properly for fucking 3 years now. Interfacing. So. But yes, I do want to use it. However, I bought it, and then once I received it and realized, yeah, burn-in is a much more of a consideration than I had previously anticipated, and working on it day in, day out, it is just going to put hours on the panel that don't need to be there. And it would also be very silly. It'd be very silly to leave that other monitor that I'm currently using for work just sitting there doing nothing, because it is a really nice monitor to work on. So I've got to make a few changes, a few sort of adjustments. But yes, I think at some point I will have a space where I work and game that's kind of a bit more self-contained, because at the moment I work over there and I stream from here. But yeah, I feel like I can't put my feet up because I've got a bunch of stuff in front of me, and you know, I don't really have a place where I can sort of like recline in a chair and just watch TV or whatever. So I feel like I haven't watched as many films and everything. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Yeah, we got nothing that'll do physical instrument.
Worn by
yeah, it's
elements,
interfacing.
guards.
Yeah, we got nothing for interfacing, have we? And we're already sick. We're already level 6 for interfacing. So yeah, I don't think.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then you can't. Ever. At least you can think about opening it. The concrete structure looks military in origin. Over half a century old, at least, but sturdily built.
Yeah, that's only going to take. Yeah, that's only going to take. Yeah, Joe, I'm going to use a skill point, and I'm going to internalize one more door because we get that thought for trying, and I want to see if we internalize it. Will that allow us to open it? No. Yeah, excuse me. Whoops. Yeah. Right, so let me head back and go speak to the lady about a date. I think we're supposed to be drunk, but I gave the booze to Idiot Doom Spiral, which is a sentence that makes perfect sense if you played Disco Elysium before. But okay, so now if I have a bottle of drink in my hand, when I speak to Lillian, what's that? Is that not a piece of clothing we can pick up? Because it looks like a leopard print dress. Yeah, no, there is a trophy talking about leopards and stuff. Next project, add an extension that sticks out from the side of the building, the gaming balcony. Yeah, I mean, like over the years, I mean, I moved into this place in 2012, so over the years, I've kind of settled in, but also kind of moved some stuff around to get it to where I want it. One project I've always wanted to do is to get some conduit that runs across the ceiling so I can put the HDMI cable, the USB-C cable for my game capture on the games console, and also some Ethernet cables that are more up to spec for modern sort of internet speeds. Because the ones I put in there have started to degrade because it was 2012. We redecorated not too long after. So yeah, I want to put a bit of conduit across the ceiling, but the conduit I've got that's nice and wide, it doesn't have any adhesive on the back. I have to screw it to the ceiling, and the ceiling is concrete, so I need a concrete drill bit and a drill powerful enough to drill into concrete, which is obviously not super easy to get. So there's that. Also, ever since I redecorated the place, I've filled the garage full of stuff because I moved it all out from here. And I didn't move it back up because I liked having a nice tidy flat with that, but I've now filled it with more stuff again, and I can't dump it in the garage. So what I need to do is clear the garage out to make space for some of the stuff that's up here, and yeah, go from there. Anyway, so yeah, there is a trophy that's a leopard mindset or something. Let me look it up on this one so you guys don't get completely blocked. Leopard mindset. Day 3 plus access to the coast. Electrochemistry plus 8. Yeah. So I need electrochemistry plus 8. Okay, that's why. This is the thing. Some of this stuff is tied behind. So what are we at for electrochemistry at the moment? Or electrochemistry plus 1. Electrochemistry plus 1. Just making sure nothing's taking away. Electrochemistry plus 1. Oh, it's only 6. Mm. Hmm. Didn't those red glasses add something? Or was it? It might have been a minus. Because yeah, you can yeah. Oh no, electrochemistry +1. Beg your pardon. So that gets us up to electrochemistry gets us up to 7. So the other thing we can do is a bit cheeky, but bear with me a moment. Let me get a save down there. Enjoy your visit to Horny Jail. If I am to get my own stream up on screen, it's a bit cheeky. Excuse me a sec, chat. And then I do this. Oh, where does it come under? It's Motronics. If I do that, my Motronics become 5? No. No, that didn't work. That's strange. I thought. Oh, I can't do that for another fucking... Hang on. Will the timer carry over? No. Yes, it does. Oh, okay. So I think you guys can vote on how to manipulate my stats after I push that button, which is something you could obviously arrange to do based on various criteria in your stream, which is a really cool feature. Saying to vote, yeah, I saw something pop up just then. Say, yeah, you can vote on change. You can like change my skill points or something. So we need to have more electrochemistry. We need 1 more electrochemistry. And oh, hang on, don't I have some fucking drugs? Don't I have some drugs that do? No. Physique and morale, no. Damn. Intellect minus health, physique minus morale, 2 physique minus 1 health. Damn. The way you sound is like, oh, I think I have some drugs. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, we're so close, chat. We're so close. I need 1 more electrochemistry. Oh. These trousers. Oh no, they both do electrochemistry, don't they? Yeah, fuck. Oh, I think I have some drugs. Thank you for adding the quote. Yeah, that's really annoying. Plus, I internalized a thought earlier when one of these probably... How close are we to the next skill point? Oh, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. Okay, so if we complete a task, yeah, let's go speak to Gart and also speak to Titus, see if we can yeah, let's go speak to Gart, see if we can complete a task. And that will then give us some XP, which will give us a skill point, which means we can we might be able to scrape another achievement out of this chat. And then I want to wrap up the stream by doing some collage stuff. There's stuff you can do in the collage mode that's just easy trophies. So it's going to be quite a productive stream, I think. Saw something pop up there and you're saying to Vouch. When outside did an experiment, cracked an egg on the driveway. Neighbour looked and said, "Fried eggs, anyone?" Just got scolded about decoration in my own apartment by a 7-year-old. Oh god, he actually cooked the egg. Yeah, no, well, yeah. Depending on Bub. He's all sort of flopped out next to me. Is it a bit warm, Bub? Is it a little bit warm? Right, let's speak to Gart. I'll save the game first and we'll speak to Gart. Damn women.
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. I love those. Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building. Yeah, neither do I. Thank you for telling me, I guess. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it.
Sounds like she has money tucked away somewhere. Enough to be a stable paying guest.
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
Need that woman's touch anyway. Telling you, mate, your decorating skills are subpar. 107 now. Thinking about doing a comeback about her clothing choice, but sanity prevails. Yeah.
He's really holding it.
And this is it. Like, young girls, when they want to wear something, just let them wear it, because they're going to grow up. They're growing up into a world that's so controlling about what they can and can't wear.
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business related, about how much money he could make of one.
Those machines are whirling property. But if it makes you feel any better, I'm not planning to sell them.
Zima's Prodigy, welcome in. Sorry, Zima's Prodigy, I beg your pardon. Did you enjoy the driving range? Yeah, well, you know, I just wanted to do a test stream
hurt to get a little
out and about, an IRL stream with my phone, just to see how much battery I forgot to fucking check.
Always causing trouble.
But yeah, I streamed for about an hour, and I think I only used about 30% of my battery. So with a battery pack, I should be able to stream a bit longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun just to fucking hit some golf balls and just have you guys there, you know, even though it was probably a bit weird. I was being a little bit secretive. I didn't want people to know I was streaming, but yeah. Because having your phone propped up at the range to video yourself, people do it. But yeah, as long as people didn't know I was streaming, it was fine.
He cares about
but yeah.
He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
She loves wearing baseball caps, which I think girls should have if done right. It really fits. Well, yeah, but I think it's important to let girls wear what they want to wear and boys to wear what they want to wear, like, and not be too like controlling, and just allow them to find out what kind of stuff they like. Because I think when kids are super young and they get told they have to wear certain things, and, you know, making girls wear skirts when they're very young and stuff, it's like we shouldn't really be controlling what kids wear as much, because we're kind of, you know, perpetuating those gender roles a little bit. I think we should let kids have a bit more freedom to be who they want to be before we start sort of, you know, telling them how the world works and how they should behave. Obviously, you're going to have to give them some guidance here and there, of course. But yeah, I see that, you know, because the thing that brought this to mind, or the thing that made me feel this way, was I remember watching a documentary about beauty pageants in America, and how like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, they're put through so much to win beauty pageants. And it's kind of like, damn, you're kind of making them only really see value in the way they look for themselves at such a young age. It was really hard to watch.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
Been wanting a GoPro for ages now. Record my photography, walks, bike hikes, show my mates where I go and shit. Yeah, I mean, you could easily pivot that to content, dude. You could honestly, content where somebody goes and does something and they put a camera on and they just talk a little bit about how they get there, what they're doing and everything. And then they sort of, show the person taking a picture and then they do like a little, they show the picture on the screen and then they just narrate. And what an easy content creation idea for you is you narrate going on the walk with the GoPro and then you just record yourself talking about the pictures whilst you edit them in Lightroom on the screen, just screen recording. And then at the end, you show the picture full screen. If you could do that like once or twice a week, that's content, dude. You never know. You never know. You might take off. Because I think that kind of genuine content is what people really look for these days on YouTube. It's become quite manufactured. So really genuine, wholesome, honest content like that, I reckon it would do quite well. Of course, it's their own choice. Yeah, I've got 42 views. You've got 42 views on your. Yeah, I do. It's probably one of my most viewed clips. It's probably one of my most viewed clips. 41. Of course. Oh no, so this one that's got 41 is me driving. Okay. This isn't... Yeah, because the other... Oh no, this one's got 23. This one's got 41. Oh no, this one's got 41. Okay. People like my drive, I think. People liking that drive. But yeah, like... I was just in a bit of a funny mood and I thought, you know what? I don't even care how I look or sound. I'm just going to fucking let go of all expectations. And at one point I was like, well, I need to fart. So, and I forgot I was editing the clip afterwards and I had the fucking volume turned off and I was like, hang on, why do I lift my leg up like that the next day? And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. But one thing I will say, chat, one thing I will say is if I was to wait for me to do my backswing, considering I'm an amateur golfer, if you look at the line of the club, it's almost pointing down at the ball, almost. I need to be a little bit more over the ball, but going to the driving range once a week for the last few years, I've loosened up my hips a little bit, which is why my leading leg is bending more than my... But that's something that I've seen people doing that's actually kind of helpful, apparently. But that was nice and pure. I barely got any of the mat. But obviously it has... obviously that one's got fucking 23 views and the driver has got 41 views. So, it is, yeah. So, the clip of me taking a drive or doing a drive is more... it's weird seeing your legs. You don't normally... and a few people were like, your legs are longer than I thought. I'm like, my torso is long, but I'm also quite bloated at the moment. So I'm quite overweight in my torso, but my legs... This is the thing. Like, I know I haven't genuinely gained as much weight as it looks like because my legs are still pretty fucking normal. My legs and my arms are perfect. It's just my torso is fucking really inflamed. But my legs are basically normal and my arms are basically normal, but my torso is massively inflamed. Exactly. I have legs. But anyway, excuse me. Video games. Let's complete this conversation and get some XP and hopefully a skill point. And then we can go and do that. Son is super into wearing pink. Now pink is a stocky, tough guy I'm not worried about. Pink is actually historically considered very masculine. Yeah. And like being sort of like agile, and because one of the interesting things when you look at like portraiture from like a long like Henry VIII and shit, small, thin, spindly dancers' legs were very, very popular. Having very slender like dancers' legs was very, very sexy and very popular. So lots and lots of portraits are painted of masculine men, quite large masculine, but with very spindly, thin, sort of anime-esque. They didn't know what anime was back then, obviously, but very thin, spindly dancers' legs, because that was considered sexy back then, which is why Henry VIII, he was a big fat guy. He had these tiny little legs, but he didn't. He was just painted that way because that's what they wanted, right? That's why, is that why your name is Purple? It's Purple because purple is awesome. This is true. It's true. Don't want to make content. It's just fun for friends around the world to see my everyday life. I think it's that area looks like shit. Yeah, no, of course, yeah. I was just saying, coming from a content creator standpoint, I'm seeing a lot of that stuff recently where people go and, you know, they go and carve wood in the forest, or they go and build a log cabin or something. And it's just a GoPro and it's just them talking, and it does really, really well. And obviously it could generate some income, obviously from ads, from advertising and stuff. And that might pay for some more lenses and save you spending the money on, your own money on them. But yeah, if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. It's up to you. I just saw that as an opportunity. I thought, damn, yeah, that will make content. And if that makes content, that does ads, and ad views get you paid, and you can buy more lenses. That's good. But yeah, it is work though. It is work. I'm not going to lie. It's work. Coming from somebody who doesn't, want to make YouTube content, that is. Nothing wrong with making an occasional content for if you existed. Yeah, I suppose. Don't normally have those. Since when do you have legs? 2 of them, my legs going skinny from the wheelchair. Yeah, if you don't use them, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you get the atrophy, unfortunately.
Everyone knows of it.
Why do you lift your head up every time I go to stroke you? I was just going to stroke you and you can put your head back down again. Little Bubbington.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. It's a sign of the Whirling in rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I mean, multiple sclerosis. Like in the UK, lots of people get dementia, which is kind of scary. Along with a couple of other things,
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tile work, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well...
They get being British, my condolences. Yeah, my condolences. But yeah, also being British is a bit of a...
14 years, man.
Bit of a disadvantage. I won't say disability, that would be a bit strong, but disadvantage,
I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost... Yeah... It's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion. Some real estate management company, they never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
When you wear the leotard. Okay, try it on, but only for a moment. Yeah, okay, we can do it. We can do that.
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company. You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help. So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment...
What wall?
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know.
The color has drained from his face. What a shame to fix such a good peephole.
Absolutely not. Fuck you for even implying it. It wasn't me. It wasn't my staff. The establishment will look at it and ascertain what it was.
Well, he's definitely not lying. He wouldn't endanger this business like that.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? Yes.
Right, cool. So now we can go and do the leopard print one. Yeah, I managed to bag a couple of trophies in this, and then obviously with the remainder of the stream, I want to use the collage mode to get a few more, and then yeah, we'll be in a good spot. We'll be in a good spot. And it's electrochemistry. 8+.
There's something feral crouched between the rocks. Something primal. Something forbidden. There, by the water. Intriguing. This is a men's size L, leopard patterned unitard with short sleeves. There are bits of seaweed stuck to it. It speaks to the animal inside you. Actually, this is a leotard, not a unitard. Unitards have legs.
Okay.
Slow and steady, boy. You know how to handle this. Despite the time it's spent in the water, the garment itself is surprisingly silky. The leopard spots are slightly textured. The garment label says it's composed of 85% polyamide and 15% elastane.
Yeah, polyamide is probably polyester in this world.
The wind blows through rocks and reeds. Days spent in the salt water have washed off any clues of its origin. The gradient irbis, or common snow leopard, is native to the Ohota Mountains in Grad. Weighing up to 85 kilograms, it is the apex predator of its ecosystem. Though extensive poaching and habitat...
Crumbs, your chat needs to be able to see who people are answering or misunderstanding so many messages. Yeah, I apologize. I apologize. Like, for me, like YouTube and Twitch, it's all in this thing. And it's pretty good. I can change the font size. Oh, fuck off, Windows. I can change the font size. Oh, fucking hell. Just make it so that I can fit it on the fucking screen. Fucking hell. Why do you keep changing the size of it? Fuck me, dude. Right. So, as you guys can see, I can see you. I can reply to YouTube or I can reply to Twitch or both. And then I can send to all, or I can send to certain chats. And this thing is obviously a floating window that I can do. I can change the font and everything else. Whereas the Twitch one, you can turn that off by suggestions for. I probably need it for something else, to be honest. Whereas the biggest I can make it on Twitch is this. That's as big as it gets. Giggity. I cannot. I can't really do much more than that. I could make it alternating colors and timestamps. But yeah, as you can see, this is significantly easier to read. But I can pop it out. But yeah. But I can't be asked to have like one floating window that does one thing. And then so this thing allows me to combine the chats for me only. And I've got it set up so when I hold shift, it automatically snaps to where it needs to go to with powers, with whatever it's called. So yeah, it works for me. I can change the font. I've made it to a font that's very readable. It's very clear on this screen because of the pixel type and everything. But yeah, that's what works for me. But yeah, replies, as you can see, the replies are very small underneath, so I don't always catch what a reply is. So please bear with me.
Run, you idiot. There's only one thing left to do. See how it fits. Just know that once the leotard
where did I get
goes
confused?
On, it never comes off. You will change irrevocably.
Irrevocably instead of irrevocably. Instead of, is that how you say that word? Irrevocably. Not how do they say it?
But don't you want to feel different? It can be a secret that only you know. You slip from your briefs into the leotard. It's
there we go.
Very
Trophy.
tight. You've never been cradled so firmly before. Something else is in charge now. Your fingers run down your pectoral muscles, your abdominals, your hips. It's impossible to tell where you end and the leopard begins. The dried sea salt chafes against your soft flesh. Again, once the leopard comes on, it's never, ever coming off. It's wearing you now.
And some glasses, of course. But I can still wear clothing over the top, right? Oh, chat, look at us. This is the look. Oh, and the beanie hat. And the beanie hat. Oh, chat, look at this. Basically, if you see this, the chances of this guy in London asking you for a rollie or asking where are you located are very, very high. This guy spends a lot of time in Soho but doesn't live anywhere fucking near it. This guy knows absolutely everything that's going on in the internet but nothing about the real world. Need the fingerless gloves. That's true. Oh, chat, we have created a fucking masterpiece. Let's go. Okay, we've got a trophy and a cool as fuck outfit. So yeah, let's go. Oh, amazing. Right, okay, so I'm going to save the game now. I was going to load it back up and use that skill point for something else, but I'm committing. I'm fully committing right now. I'm fully committing. Right, so let's go ask Lillian out on a date, because how could you resist when I look like this? Because even though we don't need to do that side quest, we do need skill points. Parties with a man at a Games Workshop business trip. Really? Games Workshop business trip? Because yeah, like I mean, Games Workshop, they were not doing very well at one point, but now they're doing really well. Like they're one of the only high street stores in the UK that's not like struggling like crazy. I think there's been a massive resurgence because of Warhammer. Oh.
The sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh, yes, she does.
That's why they rebranded their stores to be called... Oh, is it? Did they rebrand? They moved to a scarcity model, it seems. Stock has gone up 15,000% since 1999. Yeah. Success. But yeah, I mean, they were going into administration at one point. I'm fairly sure I read somewhere they were going into administration. Oh, okay.
The sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it.
Oh, yes, she does. You...
Hang on. What skill is it? Oh, my spine.
The sea's gonna calm down soon.
Suggestion. Suggestion. Oh, -1 suggestion. Fuck's sake. It's a purple skill as well. Thought it was yellow. Excuse me a moment. Yeah, there should be a mod to make this a list with all of the bonuses to the side. It'd be so much easier. -1 suggestion. Yeah, no, we got nothing. We got fucking niche, chat. Absolutely fucking niche.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh, yes, shit.
Yeah. It ain't gonna let this happen. I'm gonna let it happen, so fuck it. They had to bin off their original fantasy game, and then the lockdown really boosted sales too. I see the company, I don't think rebranded, but the stores did because they're what they mostly sell. Yeah, no, I can't remember where I read about not only the fact that they were like struggling and almost about to go into administration, but also how they had a resurgence, and like, yeah, maybe it's because of Warhammer, as you say. But yeah, an interesting kind of tale, because lots of other British high street shops have just gone. Whereas, you know, Warhammer or, yeah, Games Workshop has managed to survive. But I think it's because of a shift. Like, a lot of young people are now getting into D&D because of, you know, Stranger Things, but also just because people aren't going out and drinking and partying and doing drugs as much. Yeah, so this is day 5. So is the boat here now? No, it isn't. Okay. So is there anything else we can... I don't think there's anything else we can do at this point. I'll double check in a moment, but yeah. I'll get a save down there, because I think after the break what we'll do is we'll do the collage mode and have a bit of fun with that. Now, do you know what? I'm going to snooze the ad now and do that now. Fuck it. I'm going to snooze the ad and we'll do that now, because I feel like the stream's gone on quite long and I don't want to do a whole ad break and then another hour. And I've only got a handful of things I actually want to achieve. I want to get some more trophies and stuff, but yeah. So I will get the guide up, but what I'm going to do is put the guide somewhere else so you guys can see what's going on. Yeah, so it looks like progress is where we want to start. Let me grab this and then pop this into this browser. Ooh, yeah, this browser here, so you guys don't have to have it on the screen. And then I'll pop that out, put that up here. It will be in front of the chat, but not at the bottom where I need to read. And then, yeah, down the bottom, we're looking for... Looks like progress. In collage mode, collect all 4 of the hidden moralist fragments. Restore. So, ambrotype. Lillian's house. Sounds like nice work if one's done by a nerd. Right, so in collage mode, collect all 4 hidden moralist fragments. So to collect a fragment, apply the correct scene and filter, and then mouse over the fragment using left click and realign the camera mouse scroll until you collect it. What? Ah. Realign the camera. So apply the correct scene and filter, then mouse over the fragment using left click and realign the camera until you collect it. Sorry, I'm gonna have to look up what they mean. Sorry, please bear with me because I want to get these trophies done before we wrap up for the day. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going to watch this while the ad plays, chat. I'll watch this while the ad plays so I know what I'm doing, because, yeah, this is going to take a little while. So I didn't want to do a whole other section stream, but it is what it is. I'll let you guys just take a quick break. I'll take a break as well. I'm going to watch this and see what the fuck the trophy's meant to do. And then we'll come back. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Apologies, yeah, it's just... Yeah, it is what it is. Trophy guides, they explain, you just zoom in and out and you'll get a fucking... It doesn't work. And it's because they haven't included a screenshot. And you can include screenshots, they just haven't. And yeah, I used to love using a guide to play a game, but guides are really fucking weak these days. But anyway, I'll be back in a moment and then we'll carry on. Chat, are we seeing this fucking hits going through him? Oh, and he can run and thrust that easily, can he? I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl there. That's fucking satisfying. But there is something up there that I want. So I will go. I can just jump up here now. Cool. Game? Really? I mean, game, really? Please. Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done.
Say, Hammond, I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh? This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
You guys know when they call that open-faced sandwiches. It's not a sandwich. Yeah, it's not open-faced. A deconstructed sandwich. Motherfucker, you just didn't make the sandwich, alright? You just put the ingredients on the plate. There's nothing deconstructed about it. It was never constructed to begin with. This is the thing. They call it deconstructed. You didn't make it and then unmake it. You just put the ingredients on the plate. You have done no deconstruction. It is a lie. Do not let these restaurants that charge 60 quid for a sandwich tell you that something is deconstructed. It's not. You never made it to begin with. You haven't deconstructed anything. You're full of shit and you're not getting a tip, alright? Anyway. Okay, game is kind of broken. Okay, I will say that. Game is kind of broken. What, yeah, it's Dark Souls 2 and this game have both done that, right? When I am running full speed, you can't hit me with an arrow. I'm sorry. You... let me give you a sneaky shout out whilst you're here. Hope the rest of the stream was good, dude. I think you were getting towards the end of Martha is Dead at South. I wonder what clip it will give us.
Oi, fuck off, dickhead! Oi, get out of the... Oh, there's so many cunts in the fucking...
If you ever needed a taste of South... I don't know why Dark Souls fans get so upset by Blighttown. Far too afraid to ask. I mean, it's kind of enjoyable when you learn the... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So, this is what we're supposed to do. Right? So, for some reason... Yeah, so Everart's office. That one. These are in the wrong order. They're going from... So 4 was the one we did in... But this is why I wanted to wrap the stream up. I've been going on for quite a while and my voice is starting to go, excuse me. So, they've listed it. Definitely Progress, Lillian's house. Coming soon, Kuno's shack. Static Shadow, Everart's office. For the greater good, Martinez east left of Kim's car. The one at Lillian's shack didn't work, but the one at greater good at Martinez east just did. And then this one did in Everart's office. I'm going to go to Kuno's shack next. So it works. It works, they're just in the wrong order. I knew something wasn't right. Woohoo! And the wording is wrong as well. It's not. Yeah. Okay, no, it's not wrong. It's just in the wrong order. That's all. Cool. And then, after collecting all 4 fragments, assemble them via the Object Fragments menu, and then take a screenshot using the camera button on the top of the screen. Cool. So. This is the fucking, like, the youth center that's being built. Because I found this in the game's files, and I was like, "Is this an unused?" But no, it's
You are witnessing a moment between eras, the birthing throes of transformation.
There we go.
Bulldozers like
Thank you for the bonk.
once there were fishing huts.
Oh, is it still up on the screen?
Real life people. But everything is now in service to the new complex that slowly emerges from the mud. The clear
Right, excuse me.
for youth
Sorry.
and education. The bitter
chat.
taste of salt and silica dust hangs severely in the air.
Excuse me. I saw this, and I was like, "This is the center that they're going to build in the fishing village." Maybe this is an unused asset from the game, but no, it's because it's this. That's what it is. Cool. Okay, so next one. Bear in mind it might be backwards. Priceless facade. So, cut out city, whirling in rags, first floor, Harry's room. And then Chenigram, third from the left. Yep, okay. Money Machine, Doomed F1. Yep. Whirling in glass, harbour container. Yeah. Maximum Freet kiosk. Yeah, because the Freet logo is above the Whirling in Rags, and the Whirling in Rags looks different.
It's tomorrow, the day after.
Yeah, I saw this.
The wedding is over.
And I was
the
like...
guests are gone, and the cleaning crew hasn't come yet. They're about 17 years late now. This isn't abandonment, or even apocalypse, though some may say so. Martinez is a monument now, a characterless tableau to borderless sociopathy, where only brands and good living exist. Pay for your bag, and don't forget your receipt.
So this is like a hyper-capitalist, shopping centre kind of tourist trap version of Martinez. And there's no traffic jam. Yeah, so when I was digging around in the game's files, being a nosy bastard, I found this and that other one as well. And I was like, is that what it was supposed to look like before they changed? I thought this was like a like a pre-alpha, pre-beta kind of like, this is what it was before. Because a lot of like the actual sort of like tiled area is the same. It's just the wording in rags is different, and the freet is now over the bookshop, right? But the freet is still there, I think. And there's obviously a glass conservatory over the roof of the whirling. And I was like, yeah, look at this. Okay. Right. If we spoke, yes, it is. Yeah, it is. So that's the area, but it's a modern version of it. It's from the future. I thought it was like a design they did, and then they scrapped it when they redesigned it for the final game. I thought I'd found beta, because you do sometimes find that you find previous areas of video games before they updated them, and they just forgot to delete them, and they ended up getting shipped in the game's code or the game's files. But yeah, no, there's actually a reason for that in this. Yeah, no, it's really fucking cool. Because there's 2 more to do as well. So. Pawn shop, ace is high. 4th from the left. Okay, so pawn shop. Yep. And then Cape Side Apartments, communists' room. Yep. Okay. Union office. Yeah. Underground reading room. Behind wall. This one is bugged right now. Will not visually appear. Drag the view towards the top right. Okay, so communage. So underground reading room. Okay. Again.
02. Simple men and women had taken up arms against
Hearts to the left
and depravity of old money and drove the suzerainty into the sea. Communard heroes sit on the back of bullet-ridden, fatigued machines. A celebratory parade to help forget the wounds and lost loved ones. During this short-lived victory, it seems okay to let yourself be just a little happy.
Right. And then Old Flame. In collage mode, blah, 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 blah. So Doomed B1 backroom where you found the hidden, right? Doomed B1. Presume it's this one? Fifth, yeah, fifth, okay. Okay. Church broken stained glass. Surely it's that one. Yeah. Martinez West execution point. Yeah. Gary's apartment. Gary. One thing I will say is the collage mode is a really cool idea. And the music from the game plays. It's very clever. Very clever. I will give them credit for that. It's very clever. They're a bunch of cunts, and I think they should all fucking reap what they sow. But yeah, it was very clever of them to have the music of this game playing in the background of this mode.
Desperate to quell the rabble and rousers of the Communard uprising, Frizzle I has taken his worst and most dramatic action yet. He has sent Royal Dragoons on horseback to pacify an angry mob, most of whom aren't even partisans. They share looks of terror, regret, and deceit with those they set alight. But they ignite much more than flames in the people targeted tonight.
But they ignite much more than the flames in the people they targeted tonight. Yeah, that's a very good bit of dialogue, isn't it, Bub? It's a very good bit of writing, isn't it? I've been streaming too long. He's a bit grumpy with me. Right, so... yeah, so I think that is most of those. So, because, yeah, that one, Baddest Brat, and then we're on to the sort of collage. Yeah, okay, I think that was all of them, which is pretty cool. So because we're on hardcore mode, the church lights up. It's so cool. We haven't done that in the actual playthrough we're on now, but because the music's playing, because we selected hardcore from here, we selected hardcore mode. When you turn it on, you hear Egghead saying hardcore, and then like the church in this particular like background. Yeah, exactly, Krill. Exactly. That's really cool. That's really cool. Like I say, chat, this is my third playthrough, and I'm still discovering stuff, still finding new things. It's yeah, it's a fucking remarkable game. Right, let me check how many trophies we've got now. Yeah, 30 out of 45. So we've only got 15 left. I think we're going to get 3 or 4 of them. When we finish this playthrough, which is cool. See Beyond the Veil 6 times. I've got to say things in certain dialogues. This one, we recruit him at the end of this playthrough. Yak about the machine 4 times I've got to do another playthrough for. Don't call it a book club, I think I've got to do another playthrough for. Part cop, all hobo. I think I need to sleep under the boat and become a hobo cop, which I can load up a previous save to achieve that. And there's these ones. So, yeah, so I'm going to do that now, actually. Pale Runner we've done. Black and white out there. Not sure what we do with that. That one we just get for finishing the game. Can you still move your face with your fingers? I'm not sure. Yeah, just have one there free. Yeah, so medal dispenser. So we need to do a playthrough where I get the medal from Wenoir, and then we give the medal to the pigs. So I might speak to him in a moment. Finish the game without inspecting the body we were about to do. Gather 11 honor points is going to be difficult. Get Kim to wear the jacket we get after completing the game. Gluten-free, yeah. So yeah, we're going to have to speak to Gary about the topping of the pie to get that one. But yeah, cool. Right, let me go speak to Renoir, and also we'll go check if we can go speak to Renoir, see if we can get the medal from him, and also go check out the horse in the square. Oh, is Gaston sitting here? Oh, Renoir's gone.
Officer.
Ah.
Care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Oh, it is Rene, sorry.
The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkle.
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to remember that old cunt by something. Hell, most likely, he was an absolute cunt. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the garbage this morning.
Hardcore!
Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Guess he was about to head home, cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, cause he's gonna be buried without it.
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to Revachol.
No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable. I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that...
This is it, chat. Like, they were obviously like, you know, they disagreed a lot, but they were friends. It's funny how those kind of friendships exist.
Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
Does he give us the medal?
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies. That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
They can see you, Baba. They can see you on the screen now. They can see you, Bub. They can see you, Bub. It's a very good little seat because I don't need a cat cam. I don't need a cat cam if the cat is just behind me, right?
It was the communals. They called them the bells of revolution.
Still catches me off guard how Lisa can sleep and hold her switch. They fall asleep like that. Yeah.
I guess in the hell, the Insulindian lilies.
Like my friend's kid fell asleep with like a biscuit in their mouth. They were like, just that. And we were like, are they all right? And he was like, yeah, he's just falling asleep. He does it. He just falls asleep sometimes. Maybe he's got narcolepsy. We won't know until he's older. And I was like, okay. But like, he'll be eating a biscuit and then just, and he'll wake up and then just finish eating the biscuit.
Yes. What about René? Yes. We all got to go sometime, officer. Everyone I love is already there. Probably waiting for me. I'm not afraid to die. It's been a good run, and I really miss my friends. It is what it is. Part of life. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone.
Didn't even work out. Just straight into a pot of spaghetti.
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Yeah, let's go see if we can get one of his medals. Because yeah, if we can get a medal, it means we can give the medal to the pigs, and that gives us an achievement, which would be quite a good. What a good little tidy way to finish up this section of this playthrough.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. René left his uniform neatly folded on the table. Take it. It's just there. Who cares? It's not like anyone's gonna need it. As you take the colorful uniform, a few cookie crumbs fall to the floor. René must have had a sweet tooth.
Plus to Revacholian nationhood, okay. Excuse me. So no, we didn't get a medal, unfortunately. So that will have to be another save. I'll have to go and get. I'll have to do a playthrough where we. So annoying, chat. I tried to ignore it because. I know coughing might make it worse, but if I ignore it, I then start to second guess what I'm saying. It's so annoying. To develop a speech impediment because of a fucking long COVID, it's so annoying. Years like Fevers, welcome in. Harry looks like really good like this. Yeah, for sure, dude. Like, we found the leotard, and I was like, okay, we need to put the found tracksuit pants on because, yeah, leotard, tracksuit pants, that makes sense. And I was like, set it off with the glasses and the yellow beanie hat, and then CureFit suggested the fingerless gloves. I was like, yeah. This is a look. This right here, this is a look. We're going to stay like this for the rest of the game. We're not. We're going to have to change clothes to do certain skill checks and stuff. But yeah. Right. So what other things can we do from this point that are trophy related? Because... yeah. Committee of the responsibility. Oh, yeah, I've got to speak to people. So Modus Mullen. Yeah, what's Modus Mullen? Let me just check. What is Modus Mullen? Excusez-moi. Hello, Bub. Modus Mullen, prerequisites. Have enough money to buy D.Ick Mullen and Mistaken Identity book. If I remember, it should be 8 real. Obtain the following items. Pinball Maker's coat, found in the pinball room. Hat, obtained from Annette. Ah. We need to get a hat from Annette. Annette is the bookshop lady. Have we got the book? I think we've got the book. It fell apart, right? Excuse me. And the Mistaken Identity. Yeah, that was the book, right? Yep. Pinball Maker's coat. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we need the hat from it. Okay. Yeah, Annette is the bookstore owner's daughter. Right.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books? Math. It's... Oh, I found something. I thought this would fit you.
Ah,
like,
there we
thanks
go.
for
Cool.
helping out. Not me. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Yes, I bet it looks good on you.
Right.
Really serious.
Therefore, play stance about the miss. So read the speak to Annette about the play stance about the miss. Leave the bookstore. Blue will appear. So do we need to equip it? Mistaken Identity book until the end. You rip it apart by accident. Speak to Annette and play stance about the missing ending.
Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Hi, Ace Detective.
Oh shit.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime. Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the curse. It's the curse.
Didn't that curtain just move?
But officer, there's nothing natural. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. It's not good to talk about the curse.
Wow. Void.
Okay, so I think I've spoken to them all. Shit, why haven't I got a purple thought orb? I have enough money to buy the containers for Pinball Maker's coat. Found so step. I buy the model. Read. So do I have to put the clothing on?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Okay, but please, only a few... Oh, there are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books... Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and their war... It's not good to talk...
Wow. Void raves. You have...
The curse. It's the curse.
Didn't that cut...
Everyone knows that all the previous... There's something wrong...
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are the curse. It's the curse.
Didn't that curtain...
Everyone knows that there's something wrong...
Sounds familiar. She nudges her glasses. The woman looks aloof. Her...
Ah, damn. I don't think we can get this one. That's strange. So, speak to Annette and play Sans about the missing ending. Yeah, I did. I spoke to them. I spoke to them about the book that I ripped in half by accident.
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken. The cover features. The tagline reads, "Why? There's truly no point. If you insist." The story of Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vesper 2 days late, desperate to clear. Of course, Mullen didn't do it, and not just any dame. She's truly secrets are your secrets are unknown even unto you. Deneuve revealed not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician. Outwardly, he would certainly have a typical the kid doesn't exist. Torvald.
Yeah, we've already read all this before. I'm just making sure that I've completely.
Comfort and as the two lovers, I love you. Always aim for the center of map. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. Who can you trust in this wicked, messed up world? Will you be there for when Mullen comes? Mullen trashes his blood. The heat is, and you'll never know what happens because the rest of the book is gone. What makes you think this isn't the final Dick Mullen case? How do you know this isn't the final? This could go on forever. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick.
Okay, so now can I speak to them? Yes.
One more door.
Excuse me. Got a tax notice on Lisa's dog. Mostly annoying thing about this country is such a non-expected. Yeah.
Accept it. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain closed, even if every single other door.
Come on, lid. Go back on the bottle.
Time or another. Maybe to a key, or maybe to some sort
£200
of
this.
meant for opening doors. But this one will never accede to such commands.
Lurking do the spoilers, Broomhilda. Yes, we are. No, we're starting to do trophies and stuff. So yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Bruno. I appreciate that. Or Hilda, I should say. Right, okay, that's that done. So now can we ask them about the ending of the book?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to goodness. You were already doing good, browsing the.
She smiles.
Okay, but please.
The woman looks.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Shit. Ah, damn. I can't. That's annoying. That's annoying. Excuse me, chat. Right. So. Yeah, that's annoying. I think the villain's I think the villain is in the Bay Area. But yes, chat, my voice is completely about to go. So, I will save the game. We're just done a quick save, but I'll do a manual save as well because yes. But yes, we will call it there. I'll drop you guys over to the raiding screen. We can hang out over here briefly. You guys will get all your raid messages and such in chat, and we've got all the socials there. So if you want to catch up with clips and bits and pieces and highlights of the stream, we post them on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok in vertical format. I also stream to YouTube, and all my playthroughs. Well, not all of them, but a lot of my recent playthroughs of games will be on YouTube. The VODs are there. Well, they're not VODs on YouTube, but you know what I mean. The playthroughs are in a playlist for various different games at 1440p, 60 FPS mostly. Some of them we had to play at 1080p because they were console games, but yeah. But yes, speaking of YouTube, we can't raid out on YouTube as far as I know. I don't know how to do it, but it's possible, but I don't know. I don't have anyone to raid, so we're not going to raid out on YouTube is basically what I'm trying to say. In a roundabout, fumbling kind of way. But YouTube, thank you to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you to everyone that watches the YouTube videos. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that sort of nonsense. But yes, the next stream will be on Monday, 5 p.m. UK time. We'll be finishing off this hardcore playthrough. We've only got a couple of days left. So yeah, we'll be finishing off the hardcore playthrough, ticking a few more things off the list. And then yes, we'll only have about 4 or 5 trophies left to do. And they'll be loading up certain days on certain saves and then pursuing that until we get it and then loading up another one. So we won't be doing any more full playthroughs. We'll just be doing some tidy up. We've only got sort of like 5 profiles, but yeah, we're going to have to load up some custom saves here and there that I've been making, some various saves at different points. Day 3, before you go to bed, you choose a political ideology, which then governs some of the stuff. But anyway, we'll do that another